In 1996, a single video game changed survival horror forever. What began as a quiet investigation into a series of murders on the outskirts of Raccoon City would spiral into a global biohazard, one that reshaped governments, corporations, and the fate of humanity itself. This is the story of Resident Evil. There was Resident Evil 0, the true beginning of the Outbreak. Rebecca Chambers was born in 1980, making her just 18 years old during the events of the game, a child prodigy who had graduated college early with a degree in chemistry, specializing in pharmaceuticals. Her intelligence immediately caught the attention of the Raccoon City Police Department, specifically an elite unit created by Albert Wesker himself, STARS, Special Tactics and Rescue Service. Rebecca was assigned to Bravo Team, led by Captain Enrico Marini. She served as the team's medic, compensating for her lack of combat experience with medical expertise. Despite her youth and moments of hesitation, Rebecca was known for staying calm under pressure, even when terrified. Little did she know, however, that her first mission may be her last. Rebecca is in the helicopter with the rest of Bravo Team, including Kevin Dooley, the pilot, Edward Dewey, the co-pilot, Richard Eichen, Kenneth J. Sullivan, and Enrico Marini, the team's leader, when the engine suddenly fails. No warning, no time to react, just metal screaming as the aircraft is forced down to the Arclay Mountains. When the rotors finally stop, the silence feels wrong. Too heavy. Too final. As the team regroups, Rebecca's eyes are drawn to something nearby, a crashed military vehicle. Bodies scattered across the forest floor, soldiers torn apart. Whatever had done this hadn't just killed them. It had butchered them. Her hands tightened around her weapon as instinct took over. They spurred out, every shadow suddenly feeling alive. Then she finds the document, a prisoner transfer file, soaked and torn, but still readable. Billy Cohen, accused of murdering 23 civilians, labeled a traitor. A man already sentenced to die. Rebecca feels her stomach drop. If he was out there, if he had escaped, the conclusion came quickly, too quickly. The others blame Billy for the massacre, for the bodies at their feet, but Rebecca hesitates. Something about the wounds didn't sit right. This didn't feel human. Still, orders were orders. The team splits up, hunting a man they believe is a monster, while the real nightmare watches them from the darkness. Waiting. Rebecca pushes deeper into the forest until she finds a train sitting dead on the tracks, lights still on. The Ecliptic Express. Heart pounding, she raises her weapon and steps inside, every sense on edge. What she sees makes her stomach turn. Bodies slumped in their seats, others sprawled across the floor, torn open, lifeless. The air was thick with decay. For a moment, one question echoed. Did Billy do this? How could someone be so heartless? What a monster! She needs to find him. Then suddenly, one of the bodies move. A hand shoots out and grabs her. Another body rises, then another. They weren't alive. They couldn't be. Panic surges as they close in, jaws snapping, eyes empty. Rebecca fires, again and again. Magazine after magazine, till the car falls silent once more. The bodies finally still. Her hands tremble. These people had already been dead. She knew it. So how were they moving? Swallowing her fear, Rebecca steadies her voice and calls out through the train. This is Officer Rebecca Chambers with STARS. If anyone's still alive in there, show yourself.
Billy. Lieutenant Cohen.
So, you seem to know me. Been fantasizing about me, have you?
You're the prisoner that was being transferred for execution. You were with those soldiers outside.
Oh, I see. You're with stars. Well, no offense, honey, but your kind doesn't seem to want me around, so I'm afraid our little chat time is over.
Wait! You're under arrest!
No thanks, Dollface. I've already worn handcuffs.
Rebecca sprints through the wreckage, her heart hammering as she searches for Billy. The shattered train groaned around her, and splintered wood crunched beneath her boots. Suddenly, a body hurtles through the broken window, crashing to the floor just feet in front of her. Edward Dewey. She skids to a halt, rushing to him as he groans, blood trickling from a gash on his head. Rebecca, be careful, he gasps, his voice weak. The forest. It's full of things. Worse than you can imagine. Edward's limbs go limp in her arms, and before she can react, a Cerberus lunges through the same shattered window, teeth snapping and claws raking the air. Rebecca's training kicks in. She raises her weapon and fires, unloading round after round until the beast collapses, finally, still. Her chest heaves, sweat and fear mixing as she tries to steady herself, but there was no time to linger. Enrico's voice crackles over the radio. Rebecca, that man Billy, he's dangerous. He wouldn't hesitate to kill you if given the chance. Her mind freezes for a moment. And yet, he had the chance. He could have, and he didn't. Rebecca's resolve hardens as she presses forward, moving cautiously through the wrecked train. Every corner, every shadow held danger. Then, from the darkness ahead, a figure emerges. Billy, calm, composed, and holding his weapon with the same lethal precision that had earned him his infamous reputation. I'm not your enemy, he says, voice steady. We need to work together if we're going to survive this. Rebecca shakes her head, stepping past Billy, her voice firm. I don't need your help. I can handle this on my own. I don't work with fugitives. She presses forward, determined to prove herself, the wreckage of the train stretching out before her.
Excuse me, sir? Sir.
But no sooner had she ventured deeper than a writhing, nightmarish mass of leeches surged towards her, slamming against her with terrifying speed. Their slick, wriggling bodies reached for her, overwhelming her attempts to fight them off. Panic grips in her chest as she struggles to push them away. Just as one of the leeches wrapped around her arm, threatening to drag her under, a gunshot echoes through the train. Billy had stepped in, blasting the swarm with expert precision. One by one, the leeches fall, leaving the tracks eerily still. Breathless, heart hammering, Rebecca steadies herself. She meets Billy's gaze, a mix of frustration and gratitude flickering across her face. For the first time, she realizes maybe some battles couldn't be fought alone, and maybe this was worse than she thought.
Who is that guy?
What's going on? Who's controlling the train?
Go and check out the first engine car. Listen, we gotta cooperate with each other from now on. You got that?
Well, I don't...
Clue in, girl. Or maybe you like being worm bait.
All right. But you just remember, I will shoot you if you try anything funny.
Fine. Now take these with you.
Hurriedly, Rebecca races to the front of the train, heart pounding, drawn by the commotion. Billy moves to the cars, checking for survivors, both unaware of a far deadlier threat approaching. Delta Team, sent in to contain the T-virus outbreak and secure Umbrella's secrets, had silently boarded the train. Behind the scenes, a shadowy figure, Albert Wesker, issues the commands. No witnesses. No leaks. The train must be destroyed. But before the Delta team can report back, they are ambushed by a writhing, unstoppable mass of leeches wiped out in under 30 seconds. Rebecca, oblivious, manages to get the train moving again. Her brief relief is shattered when she and Billy realize the brakes have failed. The train is hurtling towards certain death, and neither of them will survive if it crashes. With resolve, Rebecca bolts towards the rear cars to manually engage the emergency brakes, leaving Billy at the front to try his own measures. On the way, she stumbles across the now zombified Edward Dewey. Panic surges, but she narrowly escapes, adrenaline driving her forward. At last, she reaches the controls in the back, desperately hoping to stop the train before it's too late. Twisted metal and shattered glass scattered across the Umbrella Research Facility. Both Rebecca and Billy are battered, bruised, and bleeding, but alive. The crash has brought them straight into the heart of the very secrets Team Delta had fought so desperately to hide. As they cautiously enter the facility, every shadow feels alive. Cameras track their movements, and behind them, unseen, Albert Wesker watches, calculating, cold. But before he can intervene, a voice cuts through the silence. Calm, yet dripping with menace. A man steps forward, introducing himself as Dr. James Marcus. He doesn't mince words. He confesses to contaminating the passengers of the train, releasing the T-virus into the mansion, and orchestrating every disaster as an act of revenge against Umbrella. Each word carries weight, each revelation twisting deeper into the horrors they've already witnessed. Marcus was no ordinary man, one of Umbrella's co-founders. He was brilliant, driven, and obsessed with the T-virus and its potential. But brilliance came at a cost. He experimented on humans, on animals, using the living as little more than test subjects. In the end, the people he trusted the most, Oswald Spencer, the man who co-founded Umbrella, and William Birkin, his own pupil, turned on him. Spencer saw him as a threat to Umbrella's power. Birkin was manipulated or coerced, and Wesker all helped in eliminating the Doctor. Marcus was betrayed, assassinated, left to die by those he had once called allies. But death was not the end. Mutated leeches consumed his body, absorbing fragments of his consciousness, carrying pieces of his mind and memories forward. From them, the Queen Leech was born, a monstrous echo of Marcus's wrath. Behind the scenes, William Birkins and Albert Wesker work together for Umbrella, and Dr. Marcus seeks vengeance, punishing the corporation for every crime ever committed in his name.
This is Dr. Marcus. Please be silent as we reflect upon our company motto. Obedience breeds discipline. Discipline breeds unity. Unity breeds power. Power is life.
Who are you? Revenge on Umbrella.
Dr. Marcus?
10 years ago, Dr. Marcus was murdered by Umbrella. You helped them, didn't you?
Wesker and Birkin hardly secure the building, their movements precise but tense. Wesker's voice is cold, clipped. I'm done with Umbrella. If the public ever finds out what we did to Marcus, our careers, everything will be finished. He pauses, his eyes flicking to the surveillance monitors, then back to Birkin. The last thing we need now is more combat data for the T-virus. It's not worth the risk. Birkin's expression hardens, his obsession clear. You don't understand. My work isn't finished. I'm on the verge of perfecting a stronger strain, the G virus. It's nearly complete. Wesker doesn't flinch. I don't care what you do. I will continue with my plan regardless. The STARS members will go into the mansion. They will be our test subjects, combat data, exposure to the virus. They will become super soldier zombies for Umbrella. Birkin's jaw tightens, a mix of frustration and resignation in his voice. Fine. But we have Marcus to deal with. We can't leave him alive. I'll set the building to self-destruct. Every trace Umbrella was here, erased. Marcus, the research, everything will be reduced to rubble. Wesker's gaze lingers on him for a moment, unflinching. Do what you must. I'll handle the rest. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Billy fight through Umbrella's chemical plant, battling failed tyrants, eliminators. They find rooms used to experiment and torture living beings before Rebecca finally asks Billy to open up. Is he really the criminal everyone thinks he is?
It was around this time last year. Our unit was ordered to Africa to intervene in a civil war. Our mission was to raid a hideout of some guerrilla forces located deep inside the jungle. But the hideout was far away from our entry point. Some died from the heat. Others were killed by the enemy. In the end, only 4 of us survived. Only, there was no guerrilla hideout.
What do you mean?
The idiots in charge had us operating based on wrong information. But we couldn't just go back home empty-handed, oh no. Our leader ordered us to attack an innocent village. Get rid of them! Kill them all! Please, sir! Ceasefire immediately! Shut up! Do it!
Billy Cohen, real name William Cohen, was born in 1972. A former U.S. Marine, Force Recon Lieutenant, Billy was involved in a classified operation in Africa in 1997. His unit was sent to raid what they believed was a guerrilla base. It wasn't. The squad was dropped miles from their target. Men died from heat, disease, and enemy attacks. By the time they reached their destination, only 4 soldiers remained, and what they found wasn't a base at all. It was a village. Billy's commanding officer ordered the village wiped out to avoid returning empty-handed. Billy refused. He was knocked unconscious while the remaining soldiers massacred 23 innocent civilians. Umbrella didn't silence Billy. The U.S. military did. Billy was blamed, declared mentally unstable, and sentenced to death. One man made the scapegoat for an entire atrocity. But fate intervened. On the night of July 23rd, 1998, Umbrella's Ecliptic Express traveled through the Arclay Mountains. The train was designed to discreetly transport Umbrella personnel between secret facilities, including the Umbrella Executive Training School. But it never arrived. A mysterious figure watched from a mountaintop, singing opera. Leeches flooded the train. Passengers were torn apart. The dead rose again, and Billy managed to escape. Billy and Rebecca managed to find a cable car deep in the Umbrella Center and attempt escaping on it, but fate has other plans. They are both attacked, and Billy is dragged underneath the facility, where Rebecca goes after him. While looking for Billy, Rebecca runs into a STAR member, Enrico, who says they must leave now, and there's no point in looking for the fugitive, Billy.
Wait! I've got to find Billy.
Billy Cohen? You mean you found that criminal?
Yes, but we got separated and...
No point worrying about him. He won't make it. Come on, let's go.
Sir, please. I need to find him. Don't worry, I'll catch up with you.
Rebecca... All right. Just be careful.
Dr. Marcus, consumed by vengeance and fury, unleashes every twisted experiment he can muster on Rebecca. Mutated scorpions, relentless eliminator monkeys, failed tyrants, all descend on her at once. She fights through the chaos, heart pounding, desperate to survive. Every step is a struggle, every breath a reminder of how close she is to death. Finally, amid the carnage, she spots Billy, swept away by a rushing torrent of water, unconscious and in mortal peril. Without hesitation, Rebecca follows the sewer, dragging him free. They collapse onto a mound of broken bodies and debris, bruised, soaked, but alive. Their fleeting sense of safety shatters as Dr. Marcus appears before them, his face twisted with hatred. In a horrifying transformation, he merges with the mutated leeches that consumed his body, rising as a grotesque, towering monstrosity. The Queen Leech. It is a culmination of his revenge, the embodiment of all the pain, betrayal, and obsession that drove him bigger, faster, and more terrifying than anything Rebecca has ever faced. And now, there really is no turning back.
Spencer had me assassinated.
Time to die, Doctor.
I will take over your research.
Wesker, Birkin.
However, something wondrous happened. It took the T-virus inside of my queen years to procreate my new life.
I live. Now I will have my revenge on Umbrella, and the world will burn in an inferno of hate.
You'll pay for what you've done.
We'll see which one of us is gonna die.
While fighting the Queen, they attempt to flee as the whole building shakes. Birkins had done it and activated the self-destruct. There isn't much time now. The Queen attacks viciously, throwing the pair off the lift. But for once, something wonderful happens. The shaking has opened a hole, letting light from the ceiling flood in. The Queen doesn't like the light. In fact, it seems to be hurting it. Rebecca hurries to open the roof hatch while Billy distracts the monster. In one final act of trust, Rebecca tosses Billy a magnum.
Billy!
Hey, Queenie! Feast on this!
He fires. The Queen Leech falls into the depths as the facility explodes. At dawn, Rebecca spots the Spencer mansion in the distance. She knew where she had to go next. Billy prepares to disappear once and for all. Rebecca takes his dog tags and declares him killed in action. Lieutenant Billy Cohen was officially dead. Freeing him from his relentless running, two survivors saluted one another, not as cop and criminal, but as equals. dead body. On the night of May 20th, 1998, a young woman, estimated to be around 20 years old, was found washed up on a riverbank just outside Raccoon City, bloodied with several deep wounds and severe lacerations to her arms. Her left foot was missing completely, and there were clear bite marks across her entire body. The official conclusion from the Raccoon City Police Department? A tragic hiking accident, blamed on wildlife bears. What else could possibly do this? And the case was quietly closed, but the deaths didn't stop. Soon after, a family of 3 was found dead in the woods, organs ripped out, severe trauma, and barely recognizable. Then, a 39-year-old man was discovered, dead, at a boat mooring along the Mendez River, his body nearly destroyed, surrounded by half-eaten animals. Different rivers, but the same outcome. And things only got stranger. Public outrage followed. No one believed the wildlife explanation. Rumors spread, cannibals, cults, and something living in the forest. But that's when things became even more disturbing. An elderly couple living near the Arklay Mountains were found dead from massive blood loss, and both with bite marks on their necks. An autopsy revealed human flesh in their stomachs, meaning they didn't just die, they attacked each other. Was this some sick cult? Some sick and twisted alternate reality? At this point, it was obvious. This wasn't wildlife. People were eating people. Within a single month, 20 people were dead. 7 hikers, 4 entire families. The local paper floated the idea of aggressive wild dogs roaming the forest, and by July 9th, the RPD shut down every road leading into the Arklay Mountains. Investigations went nowhere. Bodies were too damaged to identify, no suspects, no leads. Whatever was happening out there, it wasn't normal. After an internal investigation, they reached the same conclusion. There was a group of killers operating in the mountains, a serious threat to the peace of their city. They needed to be eliminated. Having no other choice and needing to protect the people, the Raccoon City Police Department sends in their elite unit, STARS, the Special Tactics and Rescue Service, to apprehend these criminals and bring them back. However, things don't go as planned, as after merely hours, the PD loses complete contact with Bravo Team's helicopter. Not a sound, not a radio broadcast, not even a distress flare, almost as if Team Bravo and their chopper had never even existed. Frustrated and humiliated at their lack of ability to apprehend these criminals in the woods, and under deep scrutiny from the public eye, RPD sends their most elite group yet, Team Alpha, dispatched and led by Albert Wesker, alongside Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, Barry Burton, Joseph Frost, and their pilot, Brad Vickers. They dispatch immediately in search of their missing comrades, hopefully to recover them alive and potentially gain valuable information on the killers in the woods. But these dreams are quickly crushed when Alpha Team quickly discovers Bravo Team's crashed helicopter and the dead pilot nearby. As they split up to investigate the wreckage, Joseph Frost kneels near the body, only to be suddenly attacked by a pack of infected dogs. Their mouths foam as they tear into him, ripping into flesh. He yells, alerting the rest of the team, and Jill empties her entire mag into the creature. But it's already too late. By the time they reach him, Joseph Frost is dead. Brad Vickers freezes. One look at the animals, one look at what's left of Joseph, and panic takes over. He turns and runs, desperate not to share the same fate, taking the team's helicopter with him, stranding the others. The rest of the team tries to reach Joseph, but the dogs are relentless. Too fast, too vicious. Staying means death. With no other choice, they retreat, racing towards the only shelter in sight, a nearby mansion, a place that looks abandoned, but they'll come to find out is anything but. Left behind are Captain Wesker, Barry Burton, Joe Valentine, and Chris Redfield. For a moment they stop, catch their breath, shaken, exhausted, but alive. Then, the silence sets in. They look around, take a head count. Chris is gone. They call his name. Once, twice. Nothing but echoes in response. The mansion answers back with silence. And in true horror fashion, they split up. Jill Valentine takes a deep breath, bracing herself for whatever horrors lay inside the mansion. Every step she takes echoes against the cold, empty halls. Bloodstains, torn furniture, and strange symbols hinted that this place had been used for something far darker than anyone could have ever imagined. Barry Burton accompanies her as they explore, Wesker strangely opting to investigate alone. As Jill and Barry explore, they discover a terrifying creature eating a now-deceased member of the Bravo team, Kenneth. Barry unloads several rounds, killing the creature, before they both decide to report back to Wesker, but Wesker is nowhere to be found.
Wesker! Jill, help me look for him.
Unable to locate Wesker, they decide to split up, leaving Jill to continue exploring. She finds rooms filled with grotesque experiments, mutilated corpses, strange creatures that seemed almost human, and cages that had once held living, breathing test subjects. Dead bodies line the floors, some strangers, but others old friends, now all reduced to horrifying creatures. On the walls, she sees sketches of monstrous figures twisted beyond recognition, and notes scribbled in hasty handwriting, detailing experiments with viruses, mutations, and human trials. In the mansion's hidden passages, Jill uncovers clues about the Umbrella Corporation, its founding, its experiments, and the creation of the virus that was now spreading death. She finds diaries, letters, and personal effects of the people trapped here, telling stories of fear, pain, and betrayal. Jill's mouth hangs open as each page reveals a single horrible truth. Umbrella had been manipulating events from the shadows, and the murders in the woods were only the beginning. Soon after, Jill discovers Officer Spire dead on a balcony. Another member, Officer Richard Aiken, is still alive, but barely. He's been bitten by a massive venomous snake and begs Jill to find serum.
The whole place is a killing zone. There are monsters.
What did this to you?
A big snake. And it had to be poisonous.
Poisonous? Richard, hold on.
Bring me serum. I saw some, but didn't bring any.
I'll go and get it, okay? You're gonna make it.
His presence confirmed that the mansion was a trap, a testing ground for Umbrella's bioweapons. She learned about the creation of humanoid monsters and the horrific experiments conducted on human prisoners. Sometimes the only crime being they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Jill's hands trembled as she injected Richard with the serum, relief washing over her as color returned to his pale, battered face. She had saved him, at least for now. But the mansion offered no time to celebrate. Each creaking floorboard, every shadowed corner, reminded her of the danger that lurked behind each door. No sooner had she taken a step forward than the massive, coiling shape of the snake Richard had warned her about lunged from the darkness, its eyes glinted with deadly intelligence, fangs dripping, muscles rippling as it struck. Richard scrambled to defend her, firing shot after shot, each bullet barely slowing the relentless beast. Then, in a moment that seared itself into Jill's memory, Richard threw himself in front of her, taking the snake's lethal strike. His sacrifice gave her the chance to escape, but at a cost she would carry forever.
Thanks.
Jill's heart pounded, grief and guilt colliding as she stumbled past the fallen hero, realizing in horror the mansion had claimed yet another life. Fleeing, Jill escapes. Meanwhile, Barry starts acting strange. He's seen talking to someone who isn't there. He insists on splitting up repeatedly, and Jill begins to suspect something is very, very wrong.
No, that wasn't part of our deal. But it's not necessary to destroy stars. What about my family?
Barry, I heard someone talking.
Oh, you heard. I think age is starting to take its toll. Talking to myself is becoming a bad habit.
The team's pilot Brad, who had fled, keeps radioing them, trying to reach them repeatedly, but Jill's equipment is dead. She tries to respond to no answer, leaving her cut off and uneasy. Jill finally finds Wesker, his calm demeanor barely hiding the tension in his eyes. "Watch Brad closely," he warns, his voice low and measured. "Something about him. It's off." Before she can process this, she runs into Enrico, the former Bravo leader, who appears gravely injured but resolute. His voice shakes with urgency as he delivers a chilling revelation. There's a traitor in their midst, someone within the team actively working against them. Before Enrico can finish, he's shot and dies on the spot before the culprit runs away. Betrayal had warmed its way into their ranks, and now survival would mean trusting no one completely. Jill finally comes across Barry, but relief is short-lived. The moment she sees him, she realizes something is wrong. His movements are sharp and erratic, almost desperate. Before she can react, Barry grabs their designated escape route and bolts, leaving Jill behind in the chaos of the lab. The metallic clangs, distant growls, and the scent of decay press in on her. But Jill doesn't panic. She stars, Alpha team trained, experienced, and more resourceful than Barry gives her credit for. Using her wits and quick reflexes, she navigates the labyrinth corridors of the underground lab. Eventually, she catches up to Barry. He's tense, gun raised, his eyes wild as he stares down at her. But Jill doesn't flinch. She steps forward, calm, precise. Barry hesitates, hand trembling on the trigger. Jill moves fast, disarming him in one fluid motion, her pistol pressed against his chest. The tables have turned. She holds him at gunpoint, her stare unyielding. "Talk," she says, her tone leaving no room for lies. "I want answers. Who are you working for? What are you hiding?" However, before Barry can respond, they're attacked yet again and split up. Jill's exploration of the mansion's hidden passages revealed more than mutilated corpses and abandoned labs. Among the scattered diaries and letters, one story stood out, darker and more tragic than anything she had encountered. The story of the Trevor family. Born in 1953 to George and Jessica Trevor, her father was a talented architect hired by Oswald Spencer to design the Spencer Mansion and its secret underground lab. Unbeknownst to him, Spencer intended to eliminate the entire Trevor family after the mansion was completed. Their daughter Lisa was born, innocent and unassuming, but her fate would become a horrifying reflection of Umbrella's cruelty. After Umbrella acquired the mansion and its grounds, George and Jessica became test subjects. When George tried to flee and stop the corruption he had unwittingly helped create, he was trapped in one of his own rooms, killed by his own security mechanisms. Jessica, desperate to save Lisa, attempted to intervene, but was captured and killed by Umbrella researchers, and their daughter Lisa became the ultimate victim. For years, Lisa was held in the mansion, subjected to repeated experiments with the progenitor virus. Each test twisted her body, enhancing her strength and aggression while stripping away her humanity. She survived the experiments that killed her parents and countless others, but at a terrible cost. Her mind fractured and her soul burned with sorrow, rage, and loss. As she wandered the halls of the mansion, she became a living ghost of Umbrella's cruelty, a monster driven by the memory of her family, the pain of her own suffering, and the virus that had turned her into something unrecognizable. Lisa became unstable and obsessed with reuniting with her lost parents. Driven insane, she crafted a mask from the faces of imposter parents sent by researchers, desperately hoping one day to restore her real mother's face. Yet, no matter how far she wandered or how many faces she consumed, the mansion was her prison, and her suffering endless. Jill paused as she reads the notes, a chill running down her spine. The mansion was no longer just a house of horrors. It was the grave of a family, the birthplace of monsters, and the crucible where Umbrella had tested the limits of cruelty. Lisa Trevor's story was a warning. The virus wasn't the only weapon in Umbrella's arsenal. Despair, manipulation, and human suffering were just as lethal. Jill pressed on, more determined than ever to survive and uncover every secret that Umbrella had tried to bury. By the time she reached the mansion's inner laboratories, Jill had learned everything she needed to know. Umbrella was behind the murders, behind the monsters, and behind the deaths of her own team. She understood the enemies, and most importantly, she understood that survival would mean uncovering every secret, fighting every horror, and facing the consequences of what humanity had unleashed. Jill rounds a corner and freezes. Chris is locked in a small, grimy cell, beaten, exhausted, barely holding on. "I'll get you out," she promises, determination in her eyes. Chris nods, trusting her despite everything. They move deeper into the mansion, following Barry, only for her gut to tighten. Barry's behavior is off. Too smooth, too controlling, too deliberate. He leads her to Wesker before he raises his gun at her, cold and unwavering. Wesker is calm, smirking. Jill's eyes dart between them. Barry's betrayal is clear now. Wesker's words confirm it. The people she trusted, the ones she fought alongside, they've been working against her.
Thank you, Barry.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, don't blame Barry for everything. I hear that his better half and 2 lovely daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
Wesker, you're pathetic.
Well, you shouldn't worry too much, dear. You'll be free of all this anyway.
Why eliminate stars?
Believe it or not, that's Umbrella's intention.
You're just a slave of Umbrella.
Smart girl, but I think you misunderstand me. The things you mention are nothing. I'll burn all of them along with this entire laboratory. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
The nightmare isn't just the mansion, it's the people who put her here. Wesker then admits it all. He says Barry is under his control. If Barry disobeys, Wesker won't hesitate to kill his 2 daughters and wife. Wesker admits to leading stars to the mansion on purpose. He says he was working with Umbrella, but now he's betrayed them, and now he's following his own motive, to infect the members with the virus and create super soldier zombies. Who better to infect than the most elite among them? Wesker raises his gun, aiming straight at Jill. Time seems to freeze. Before he can fire, Barry steps in, shooting Wesker dead and saving her just in time. Wesker, dying but defiant, slams a button, releasing the deadliest creation he's capable of, the Tyrant. It emerges with terrifying power. Wesker laughs, but his arrogance is short-lived. The Tyrant turns on him instantly, crushing him in a single merciless strike. Jill doesn't hesitate. She fires relentlessly, finally bringing the monster down. Breathing hard, Jill, Chris, and Barry sprint for the exit as the mansion's self-destruct system kicks in. Flames and explosions rip through the building. Umbrella's plan was flawless: obliterate the evidence, leave no proof, and erase any trace of their crimes. Where they scramble into the helicopter with Brad, lifting off as the firestorm consumes the mansion. Files discovered throughout the game reveal the true horror. A diary documents researchers slowly succumbing to the T-virus, itching skin, fever, memory loss, hunger. One final entry reads simply, "Itchy, tasty." Umbrella intentionally leaked the virus, ordering the destruction of the lab, and tried to erase all evidence, along with stars. Now, if you play as Chris, the story is very similar and ultimately ends the same, so for the sake of time I won't repeat everything. However, Chris encounters a few different characters, and because of that, those differences are worth mentioning. One of the most important is Rebecca Chambers. Together, Chris and Rebecca uncover the mansion's darkest secret. Umbrella had been using it as a front for bioorganic weapon experiments, or BOW, turning what should have been controlled research into a living nightmare. Wesker, both scientist and manipulator, had been pulling the strings from the shadows. As Chris navigates underground laboratories, crypts, and hidden passages, he learns that a traitor within stars helped facilitate Umbrella's plans. Chris eventually encounters Enrico Marini, captain of Bravo team, who accuses him of being the traitor and attempts to shoot him, only to be killed himself by a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows.
Rico, don't come any closer, Chris. What happened? Double crosser. Enrico, wait. Enrico! Umbrella. Enrico!
When the Tyrant was awakened, Chris faced it head-on. After surviving its onslaught, he used a rocket launcher to finally destroy the monster's creation. Every victory brought more revelations. The mansion was a facade, the virus was spreading, and Umbrella's influence was far-reaching. Canonically, Jill, Chris, Rebecca, Barry, and the pilot Brad all lived through this disaster. Raccoon City is already dead. The world just hasn't realized it yet. A lone truck driver listens to the radio as reports come in of strange attacks, people staggering through streets, faces rotting, bodies refusing to stay dead. He barely has time to react before he hits a woman standing in the road. When he steps out to help, he realizes the truth. Too late. She isn't alive, but she isn't dead either. This is where we meet Leon S. Kennedy and Claire Redfield. Leon is a rookie police officer, late for his very first day on the job at the Raccoon City Police Department. Claire is a college student, searching for her brother Chris Redfield after losing contact with him. Their paths cross at a gas station on the outskirts of the city, one already overrun with blood, darkness, and the walking dead. Leon fights for his life, nearly shooting Claire as zombies swarm him. After narrowly escaping a growing horde, they steal a police car and head for the only place that might still have answers: the RPD. Over the loudspeakers, citizens are promised safety. It's a lie. A roadblock stops them just short of the station. The undead swarm the streets, beating viciously on the cruiser, attempting to get in, before the truck driver from earlier crashes into them, tearing the city apart in fire and steel. Leon and Claire separate in the chaos, but promise to reunite at the police station as soon as possible. Leon runs and arrives at the Raccoon Police Department, and quickly realizes it's already fallen. Security footage shows officers dying in real time. One manages to escape, only to be torn apart moments later. Leon survives by seconds, saved by Marvin, a wounded officer barely holding on. Marvin explains that no one knows how this started, only that the infection spread fast. Before Leon moves on, Marvin gives him one final warning. If someone looks dead, don't hesitate.
God damn it! Watch out!
You're safe. For now.
Thanks.
Marvin Browner.
Leon Kennedy. There was another officer I couldn't...
Here. I'm sure you did what you could, Leon.
Does anyone know what started this?
Not a clue. But honestly, all you need to know is that this place will eat you alive if you aren't careful.
Yeah, well, I was supposed to start last week, and I got a call to stay away. I wish I'd come here sooner.
You're here now, Leon. That's all that matters.
Okay, Lieutenant, I'm ready.
Hopefully you'll be able to find a way out of this station. That officer you met earlier, Elliot. He thought this secret passageway might do the trick.
This is good news. We can get you to a hospital.
No, I am not the priority here.
Lieutenant, I'm not just gonna leave you here.
I'm giving you an order, rookie! You save yourself first. I'd come with you, but I'd just slow you down. Now, you'll need this.
I can't take him.
Stop. And don't make my mistake. If you see one of those things, uniform or not, you do not hesitate. You take it out, or you run. Got it?
Leon moves to the station slowly, every step echoing through halls that feel more like a tomb than a police department. Journals litter the desks, half-finished reports, desperate scrawlings from officers who never made it out. Panic didn't arrive all at once. It crept in, room by room. Then the building itself screams. A helicopter, already lost to the chaos outside, crashes through the upper floors in a ball of fire. Through the iron gate outside, Leon catches sight of Claire again. Relief flashes across both their faces and dies just as quickly. The gate won't open. Leon can't reach her. Before either of them can think of another way, an explosion rocks the streets. The noise draws every corpse in the area. Claire is forced to run, swallowed once more by the city. Leon doesn't follow her. He goes back for Marvin, attempting to save the dying man who tells him it's too late and he must flee. Leon runs beneath the station, fighting his way through grotesque monsters focused solely on survival and finding a cure to stop the spread. Beneath the station, in the parking garage, Leon encounters a woman who saves him from a violent dog attack. She introduces herself as FBI Ada Wong. She has no explanations, only urgency. She claims she's here to investigate an outbreak, and nothing more.
Lower it. FBI.
Sorry. Thank you. For your help.
Surprised you made it this far.
FBI, huh?
What's going on here?
Sorry, that information's classified.
Where are you going?
Do yourself a favor. Stop asking questions and get the hell.
With nowhere else to go, Leon follows her deeper underground, refusing to accept her silence. Leon begins to uncover the truth beneath the RPD and the rot that had been growing there long before the dead started walking. Deep beneath the station's holding cells, Leon meets a prisoner named Ben. Terrified and half-starved, Ben finally says that no one else will help. Police Chief Brian Irons is corrupt, bought and paid for by Umbrella, to bury the illegal experiments hidden beneath Raccoon City. The chief threw him into that cell because Ben was about to expose Umbrella and reveal what kind of traitor the man running the RPD truly was. Ben begs Leon to let him out. His voice cracks as he grips the bars, promising anything if Leon will just open the cell. Leon hesitates. He says he has to confirm it with the chief first, that there has to be some explanation. Even now, he doesn't want to believe the man in charge of the RPD could be capable of something like this. Ben grows desperate. He tells Leon he doesn't want to die, that he knows he won't survive if he stays locked in there. He offers a deal, a key card, a way out of the station in exchange for his freedom. Leon doesn't move. He tells Ben to wait. Ben keeps talking, bargaining, pleading, and then it's too late.
So either we play nice and help each other out, or... It's coming. What? What's coming? Come on, don't be a... Okay, you need this! Just get me the f*** out of here! Oh my god. Who is that?
It's just me. So you can put that thing away.
I don't even know what happened. It just happened so quick.
I told you to get out of here. You wouldn't want to end up like Ben, would you?
You knew him?
He was an informant. Had information of use to my investigation.
So what he said was true? Hey, you can't keep walking away from me. I don't even know your name. I'm Leon Kennedy.
Find a way out, Leon. Before it's too late. Then we'll talk. Name's Ada.
Before Ben can explain further, the wall behind him explodes inward. Something steps through the dust. Mr. X, a towering bioweapon engineered for one purpose, to hunt and eliminate survivors. Bullets slow it, but nothing stops it. Leon narrowly escapes Mr. X with Ada's help, fleeing through the chaos of the station into the parking garage. The streets beyond are shattered, debris and abandoned cars blocking any straightforward escape. The only way forward is a small gun shop where fear hangs heavy in the air. Inside, a terrified father clings to his daughter, but she's already gone, her chest still rising with ragged breaths, yet her light long extinguished.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
I said don't move.
I'm just passing through. I'm gonna ask you to lower that weapon.
You are. You gotta turn around and go right back out the way you came in.
I think your daughter needs help, sir.
Don't tell me how to deal with my daughter.
Drop it.
No! Wait!
Step aside. We need to terminate her before she turns.
Terminate? It's my daughter.
Ada. Just let them be.
Emma? Sweetheart, I told you to stay put.
Daddy?
Daddy's here. Okay? Things outside. What they did to us. You're a cop. You're supposed to know something. How did this happen? Huh? She was a sweet little angel.
Mommy.
I was sleeping, honey. Okay? And I'm gonna put you to bed too, okay? Emma.
Just go. Just give us some privacy.
You know, it's one thing to keep the truth from me, but why him?
The virus doesn't just take lives, it turns what's good and safe into something terrible, something that bites, scratches, and kills. It leaves nothing the same. Every laugh, every memory, every piece of your life can be twisted into a monster. Leon hears the gunshot and feels it deep in his chest. He sees the cost of the outbreak, not just the bodies, but the pain it leaves behind. And in that moment, he makes a promise to himself. He will never forget what this virus has done. He will never forget the people it has hurt and the things it has destroyed. He will take care of the people responsible, personally. Ada admits she's searching for Annette Birkin, the wife of William Birkin, the same man responsible for the chaos at the Umbrella facility in Resident Evil 0. She blames Annette for releasing the virus, claiming she's the one responsible for all the suffering and death. Leon, seeing the stakes, agrees to help, and together they plunge deeper into the sewers, tracking her towards Umbrella's secret underground labs.
Chew on that, you overgrown.
Together, they push deeper into the sewers and finally come face to face with Annette Birkin. William Birkin barely survived, the same man working on the infamous G-Virus in Resident 0. Shot down by Umbrella agents for refusing to hand over his research, he should have died on the spot, but Birkins had one secret, one last chance. Injecting himself with the G-Virus, a weapon of his own creation, he refused to let death claim him. The virus tore through his body, regenerating shattered flesh, mutating bone and muscle, twisting him into something no human should ever become. Every wound, every bullet, every strike only made him stronger, faster, more relentless, turning him into a monster known as the G-Creature. And yet, in preserving his life, the virus had stolen his humanity.
Got eyes on the G-Virus.
Going in.
Dr. Birkin, you'll come along with us quietly.
You think I didn't know you were coming? This is my life's work. I'm not handing over anything.
We have our orders, Dr. Birkin. I'll ask you one more time. Hold your fire! What the f*** were you thinking? Our orders were to bring him in alive! We're in, sir. But we had a snafu. Target resisted. We had to take him out. That's correct, sir. Roger that. Just the samples, then. Let's move.
You don't get away that easily.
Good God, William. What have you done?
Annette Birkin is a senior Umbrella scientist and the wife of Dr. William Birkin, the creator of the G-Virus. She's also the mother of Sherry Birkin. Annette worked alongside her husband in Umbrella's underground labs beneath Raccoon City. While William became obsessed with perfecting the G-Virus, Annette remained loyal to Umbrella far longer than she should have. She believed the company could still control the outbreak and that protecting the research was more important than anything else, even her own family, even her own daughter. When Umbrella agents attempted to seize the G-Virus, William refused to surrender it and was shot. William Birkins, now the G-Creature, stalks Leon and Claire throughout the city. Annette survives the initial chaos and spends much of her time attempting to contain the disaster that she had helped create. She lies, manipulates, and and withholds information, convinced that stopping the virus matters more than individual lives. Ada confronts Annette Birkin, saying they need the G-virus, where Annette refuses, starting a fire and opening fire on both Leon and Ada. Leon throws himself in front of the gunshots meant for Ada. He collapses, bleeding out, his mission ending in darkness, while Annette gets away.
Bravo. Gonna burn you alive now?
You'll never get your filthy hands on the G.
I'm not the only one after it. You realize that?
And you won't die alone.
Knows what she's doing.
Ada, of course, won't die without a fight. Trained for situations exactly like this, she works quickly, using her electronic lockpick to escape the furnace's deadly trap. She bursts back into the shadowed corridors, pursuing Annette relentlessly, but Annette is always one step ahead, smarter, sharper, and far more experienced than anyone gave her credit for. She's been surviving in this world of Umbrella horrors far longer than Ada or Leon, and she has no intention of losing now. Every move Ada makes is countered, every strategy is anticipated, turning the chase into a deadly game of wits and skill. Ada blacks out at the bottom of the hole, her fate uncertain. As ahead in the sewers, Leon finally awakes and forces himself back to his feet. Noticing Ada gone, he goes after her. He finds notes left behind by frightened cops, terrified as the outbreak destroys the city. He reads as Director Owens, one of the high-ranking officials in the RPD, calls for help from Chief Bryans, who never answers his calls. Reading, there are alarms going off all over the nest. I don't know what's going on, but I can hear gunfire and I can't reach my section chief. We're trapped. Please send help ASAP. The next distress call reads even more frantic. The situation here is dire. Nest has been contaminated with the virus. It's unbelievable. The failsafe system didn't activate at all. Is this the work of the outsiders? I can't imagine who else it would be, but why? Mayor and Kim are dead. I can't stop coughing. Why won't you answer me? Before one last disturbing message comes through. You. It was you. All along. That last message was cut off as Owens took his last breath. Leon catches his breath, heart hammering. Ben had been telling the truth. His chief, the man sworn to protect the city, was one of the very reasons it had fallen. Brian Irons had sat complicit, tampering with safety mechanisms, watching the virus consume people who had once called him family. Also, Umbrella could avoid blame. Chief Brian Irons was more than corrupt. He was Umbrella's shadow within the Raccoon City Police Department, bribed, threatened, and blinded by ambition. He turned away from the horrors unfolding beneath the city, covering up illegal experiments and mass deaths. He actively sabotaged those who tried to stop the outbreak, locking up whistleblowers like Ben and letting the infected claim lives while he watched. In the end, Brian was a traitor, a man who betrayed everything he had swore to protect. Leon finally catches up to Ada, who warns him to leave and forget about her mission, but Leon refuses. He swore to protect, and he intends to honor that promise, even if his supervisors had failed. Together, they press deeper into the underground lab, riding a cable car towards the virus samples. Ada insists that once the mission is complete, she will go her own way, but Leon argues against it. Despite their differences, they come to an unspoken agreement. They will see this through, no matter the danger that lies ahead. Ada, barely able to walk, remains in the cable car, while Leon climbs into the nest to finally put an end to this nightmare.
It's a federal case. I don't have the authority.
Look at me. I'm a liability now. If I'm gonna finish this case, you're the last hope I've got.
I'm not just gonna leave you here. What if you're attacked? What if you need help?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. I gotta see this through. And I want to see you again. I got plenty to live for, trust me.
Now, arriving at Nest.
Go. Please, we don't have much time. You're gonna need this.
Okay.
Leon. Counting on you.
I know.
Leon manages to secure the virus samples just as alarms blare throughout the lab, lights flashing, doors sealing, and the self-destruct sequence counting down. Every second is critical. It becomes painfully clear that Umbrella has rigged their facilities to destroy themselves at the first sign of compromise, willing to annihilate everything and anyone to keep their deadly secrets from being exposed. Leon sprints through the chaos, barely staying ahead of the towering, fully mutated Tyrant G creature. Just as the creature lunges, gunfire tears through the air, Annette bursts in, weapon blazing, forcing the Tyrant to a stagger. This has to end. I'm sorry, William, she says, her voice trembling but resolute. I don't have a choice.
Sorry, William. Left me no choice.
You called this thing William. Why?
It shouldn't have been like this. It's Umbrella's fault, this whole mess.
You're Umbrella too. You're telling me you weren't involved in this?
Yes. But we never meant for this to happen!
Leon corners Annette in the dimly lit lab, the metallic sound of blood and chemicals heavy in the air. Her eyes are wide, haunted by the chaos surrounding them. The weight of what's happened presses down on them both. She looks away, as if the truth itself burns her. Leon's fists tighten. Every life lost, every innocent caught in the virus's path, it all leads back here, to her. He can see it in her face, the burden of guilt she tries to deny, and it only fuels his anger. Suddenly, the massive form of the G creature, fully mutated and evolved, rises from the shadows. The ground shakes with its steps, each movement a reminder of the monstrous power William Birkin had become. In one terrifying motion, he flings Annette across the room. She crashes into a wall, groaning, barely conscious. Leon reacts instantly, firing relentlessly. The monster thrashes, its roars echoing, smashing equipment and scattering debris. Each shot slows it, but it doesn't stop it, driven by the virus that has warped its very body. After a tense, punishing struggle, the creature finally collapses, motionless on the floor. Breathless, Leon rushes to Annette. Her body is battered, but she clings to life, eyes meeting his with an intensity that cuts deeper than any wound. She doesn't care for herself anymore. Her only concern is the G-virus, the weapon that has cost so many lives. She begs him to destroy it. Leon grips the vial tightly. He knows what it means, what it represents. He can't let it be destroyed. It's going to the FBI. It's going to help save them all. Annette opens her mouth to speak, a warning. Ada isn't FBI. Leon runs to escape the collapsing facility and meets Ada, who demands the sample. Leon, now skeptical, refuses. Ada draws her weapon, threatening to shoot him.
I was just thinking about you.
That makes two of us. I was getting worried.
No, we make a good team. I gotta ask you something.
Way's clear. Please, tell me you got it.
Oh, I got it.
Let me verify the G sample and we get the hell out of here.
Before we do that, I ran into Annette. She claims you're not FBI.
Oh, Leon. Why couldn't you just hand over the sample?
Because I realized, as much as I wanted to trust you, I didn't.
I really hoped it wouldn't end up like this.
So that's all this was. I was just some pawn to you?
Look, I'm just doing my job.
And I'm doing mine, so drop that damn gun! I'm taking you in.
Hand over the sample, Leon. I don't want to hurt you.
And you shoot me. But I don't think you can.
No one gets that sample now.
care of yourself, Leon.
No!
Ada falls into the depths below, swallowed by the collapsing facility, leaving only uncertainty in her wake. Presumed dead, her absence weighs heavily on him as he ascends in the lift. Then the CCTV flickers to life. Claire's face appears. Leon asks how she's there, and warns that the building is moments from total collapse. Their connection is brief, a fragment of reassurance, before the feed cuts out, leaving Leon alone in the crumbling chaos. He sprints through the collapsing corridors, the roar of the falling debris and shattering glass filling his ears. Even though he's killed one foe, the G creature, the unkillable Mr. X emerges relentless and unstoppable, forcing Leon to fight for every step. Just when it seems he may be overwhelmed, Ada miraculously saves him. Leon boards the underground train. Flames consume the secrets of Raccoon City, fire reflecting in his eyes as he sits exhausted, haunted by loss. The world outside the carriage is chaos, fire and debris painting a city in ruin. The life he thought he could have, the future he once imagined, has been erased in a single, relentless outbreak. Eventually the train slows. Ahead, a faint light, Claire emerges carrying the same pain, the same burden. Behind her walks Shelby, a survivor of horrors Leon could only imagine. For a moment, the weight lifts slightly. Connection, solidarity, the knowledge that they survived when so many others did not. Elsewhere, Claire's story is unfolding parallel to Leon's.
Yeah, I'm almost there. You know me, I'll be fine. I'll be back as soon as I find Chris. Why does everyone think I'm gonna get in trouble? What the?
Don't shoot!
Get down! Come on!
What's going on?
I don't know. Hopefully they'll have some answers at the police station.
Wait, you're a cop?
Yeah, Leon Kennedy. You are?
Claire Redfield.
Claire! Claire, are you okay?
I'm alright! How about you?
Can't stay here, it's not safe!
Go on ahead! I'll meet you at the station!
Claire's path tells a different kind of horror. She meets Leon at the police station, but is forced to flee as the crashed helicopter explodes, sending a swarm of bloodthirsty zombies after her. She runs through the horde, making her way through the front of the police building. Inside, she watches CCTV and sees Mr. X before he destroys the camera. Mr. X, officially, is a bioorganic weapon created by the Umbrella Corporation. He was engineered from clones of Sergei Vladimir and enhanced with the T-virus to be stronger, smarter, and more controllable than earlier tyrants. His trench coat contains a power limiter that suppresses mutations and keeps him obedient. Mr. X is sent into Raccoon City with two main objectives: eliminate surviving witnesses and recover the G-virus. He is one of several units deployed in the city, designed to operate covertly, which explains his human-like disguise. Inside the abandoned station, Claire finds documents detailing its final days. What was once a shelter quickly became a mass grave. Supplies ran out. Panic spread. People died by the dozens as the undead overwhelmed the halls. Deep within the station, she finds something unexpected. A living human. A young girl hiding from the chaos. Sherry Birkin, the daughter of William Birkin, who is now the grotesque G creature, and Annette Birkin, an Umbrella scientist who chose her work over her child. Sherry is terrified, alone, and being hunted. The two people meant to protect her abandoned her for their obsession with the G-virus. Before Claire can pull Sherry from her hiding place, the station erupts in violence. A monster attacks without warning. Claire fights back, killing the creature and finally reaching the child. Sherry begs Claire to help her find her mother, who is working beneath the city. Despite everything, Claire agrees. Together, they make their way toward the parking garage, hoping it'll be their way out. But the gates are locked, steel bars, and dead silence stand between them and escape. As they turn to leave, someone steps out of the shadows. Not a monster, not infected, a man, Police Chief Brian Irons. He attacks without hesitation. In a city full of monsters created by Umbrella, he stands apart as something far worse, a human who chose to become one.
And you're sure this is the way?
This is how my mom took me last time.
Sherry? I've been looking everywhere for you, Sherry. Brave little girl to leave your house in the middle of this mess. On the ground, hands behind your head.
You can't be serious.
On the ground, now. Sherry, tie your hands.
Why are you doing this?
Shut up. Tie her. Okay then. You tie her up now, or she dies.
What's this all about?
Child endangerment, for starters. Sherry, come here.
What are you gonna do to her?
None of your business.
If you hurt her, I swear to God, my brother is stars and I...
Sherry, get over here. What's your name? What's your name?
Claire!
Sherry, you come with me now, or say goodbye to Claire.
Okay, I'll go. You better be taking me to my mom.
Absolutely.
Don't listen to him, he's full of shit.
Stop hurting her, please!
Don't tell me how to do my job.
Stop! Let me go! Let me go!
Obviously, nobody taught you manners. We'll fix that. Oh, yes, we will.
Let me go! Let me go!
I'll get you,
Sherry gets kidnapped by Police Chief Brian Irons. Irons is exposed as a sadistic murderer, killing civilians and officers alike, collecting trophies while the city falls apart around him. Sherry manages to escape his grasp, but not unscathed. She is now infected by the G-Virus, the same thing that destroyed her family. Claire goes after Sherry, making out of the garage, where she then runs straight into Mr. X. She evades him, ducking over roofs and inside buildings before she gets a phone call from Brian Irons. Her teeth grit as he tells her that they have unfinished business, taunting her. Brian won't let her go, not unless Claire brings her the pendant that Sherry dropped in their struggle. The pendant is key to the antivirus, and Brian wants to get his hands on it. If she doesn't comply, he will kill her. He will kill Sherry. Sherry refuses to stay with this monster and attempts to escape. Through journal entries she finds along the way, Sherry uncovers the truth. The orphanage wasn't a sanctuary. It was an umbrella front, a place to experiment on defenseless children, where no one would look and no families would protect them. Children were injected with mysterious serums and left to suffer. One entry chills her to the bone. Oliver came back in the middle of the night, screaming for help. His face was peeling, melted beyond recognition. They say it's just a skin thing, that he'll get better soon. Oliver never got better. The orphanage director, the policeman, easily manipulated, easily bought. Brian Irons. Despite the horror surrounding her, Sherry refuses to remain a prisoner. She finds where Brian hides the keys and hurriedly attempts to take them, but disaster strikes, as it always does.
Where you going, Sherry? I told you to stay put. You need to learn to listen.
Leave me alone! Just please!
Time to teach some manners. You little... You're gonna pay for this! You little...
Sherry sprints through the orphanage, heart hammering in her chest as Brian Irons pursues her relentlessly. Every hallway feels like a trap, every shadow a potential hiding place. She ducks into a small playroom, hoping to catch her breath. As the sound of Irons' heavy footsteps echoes closer, the door crashes open, and his voice fills the room with threats and promises of unspeakable horrors. Sherry's fear sharpens her senses. She waits, silent and tense, as Irons grows frustrated, tearing through the rooms in search of her. Eventually, he disappears into the bathroom, wiping his eyes and cursing his own failures. Seizing the moment, Sherry spots the key glinting in the door. Summoning every ounce of courage and strength she has left, she grabs them and bolts. Her small legs carry her as fast as they can, every step a mix of desperation and determination, until she finally manages to get to the front. Sherry fumbles with the key, but panic grips her as she realizes the door has been chained from the outside. He catches Sherry, lifting her up as she screams, but Sherry's eyes fall behind him. As he turns around, he sees a more horrific sight. Her father. Claire finally reaches the orphanage, her voice trembling as she calls out for Brian and Sherry. From the shadows, a badly injured Brian stumbles forward, clutching his stomach, rage and fear twisting his face. He collapses to his knees, blaming Claire for taking too long. His final words are a bitter accusation towards William, and then his body gives out in a horrific final burst. Sherry is close, but there's no time to grieve. Mr. X storms after them, each step shaking the ground like a living nightmare. The two run, hearts hammering, seeking shelter behind a gate, only for the tyrant to begin ripping it apart. Their screams fill the orphanage, terror mingled with hopelessness, until a sudden, violent explosion tears through the air. Out of the chaos emerges Sherry's father, William Birkin. His body is monstrous, unrecognizable, yet in his eyes, there's a moment of clarity, a spark of the man he once was. He sees his daughter, and for a fleeting instant, the virus retreats. With a desperate surge of strength, he shields Sherry, keeping her safe from the relentless monster chasing them. Though the creature inside him is growing, even in that moment of horror, his humanity, the bond with his child, shines through. Sherry's only words escape as a trembling whisper. But the moment is short-lived. William, fully consumed by the G-Virus, loses the last threads of his humanity. His monstrous form lashes out, striking the elevator Claire and Sherry are trapped in. Metal groans, sparks fly, and the elevator crashes violently. Claire awakens amid the wreckage, groaning as she pushes herself upright. Standing over her is none other than Annette Birkin, her face calm, almost clinical, as if nothing extraordinary has happened. Claire's voice cracks as she demands to know where Sherry is. Annette barely looks up, absorbed in her own research, her attention divided only when she finally says, coldly, that Sherry is not Claire's concern, and storms off. Desperate, Claire follows her into Umbrella's hidden underground laboratory. There, through the blaring PA system, Sherry hears her mother's voice, not concerned, not caring, but lecturing her, chastising her for the inconvenience of being a parent in the middle of an apocalypse. Sherry's small shoulders slump under the weight of it, the child caught between monsters, neglect, and a mother who cannot prioritize her own safety. She collapses, exhausted and terrified, as Claire rushes towards her, determined to protect the girl from the chaos that has already taken so much.
I told you, I cannot leave here until my work is done.
That's what you always say.
Sherry?
Why didn't you stay in the house? It was safe there.
Hey, Sherry!
I was scared. Those things were everywhere, and...
You should have called the police. That's what we taught you.
I did, but nobody came, and you didn't answer your phone, so...
Sherry, I don't have time for this.
Oh no. Sherry! Sherry, I'm coming!
Claire races through the chaos, every step punctuated by the roars of the monstrous G-creature hunting her. She manages to shove it in a deep shaft, using a massive shipping container, the creature's anguished roar echoing behind her. She finds Sherry collapsed on the cold floor, pale and trembling, unconscious from fear and exhaustion. Her mother's voice cackles over the PA system, cold and detached, too afraid or too unwilling to come to her daughter's side. Claire scoops Sherry into her arms, heart pounding as she clings to the child. Then, through the tiny speaker, Annette delivers devastating news.
Sherry's been implanted. She can't be saved.
Are you kidding me? You're her mother. Get in here!
You don't understand.
Claire's voice cracks as she screams at Annette, rage and desperation colliding in every word. Help her! Do something, she yells, shaking her fists against the cold walls. For a fleeting moment, Annette hesitates, her eyes flickering with something that almost looks like guilt. She offers a lab, a cold, clinical promise that there might be a way to treat Sherry, but it feels empty, like a lifeline dangled just out of reach. Sherry, weak and fading, murmurs the last words her heart clings to.
Mommy?
The sound pierces the chaos around them, a fragile plea that cuts deeper than any monster or a gunfire. And yet, Annette pauses again, weighing her obsession against her child's life. In that silence, the choice is made. She abandons her daughter, retreating into her work and the virus that has already destroyed so much, leaving Sherry's fragile body in Claire's fury to face the consequences. Claire can feel the betrayal in her bones, the full weight of what it means to have a parent choose science over their own blood. Claire carries Sherry through the chaos, all the way to Annette's lab, proving that sometimes family isn't defined by blood, but by who stands by you when it matters most. She keeps Sherry warm, speaking softly and laughing when she can, trying to keep the girl's spirits alive amidst the terror. At one point, she offers Sherry the pendant she had found, but the girl declines, her small voice trembling as she says it belongs to her mother. All I ever wanted, Sherry whispers, was just a little more time with her. The weight of those words hang in the air, a quiet reminder of the parents she lost, the ones who failed her. Eventually, they reach the lab, the very same one Leon is navigating, confronting Annette and fighting the monstrous William Birkin. Claire sets Sherry down carefully, determined to do everything in her power to save her, but time is running out. With a deep breath, she leaves Sherry, heading deeper into the lab in search of the antiviral agent, the only thing that might halt the virus and save the girl's life. Every step echoes with urgency, fear, and hope. Claire fights, determined, refusing to disappoint Sherry as well. Claire discovers old notes and documents revealing the truth about Umbrella's handling of the G-Virus. The research funding had officially been cut, and William Birkin had been formally dismissed from the company. But William didn't stop. He continued his experiments in secret, determined to see his work through. Over time, his breakthroughs advanced the virus far beyond what Umbrella had expected. Impressed, the company reached out, praising his progress and demanding access to the research. William refused, insisting it was his work alone and reminding them that they had let him go. This defiance, however, would cost him dearly. Umbrella responded with lethal force, sending agents to claim the research by any means necessary, an assault that ultimately led to his death. Claire manages to access the antiviral agent through Sherry's pendant her mother gave her, but William Birkin attacks one final time, only driven by mutation and rage. Claire stands her ground before Annette rushes in, shooting him on the spot.
William! This ends now.
What the hell is this thing?
That was my husband.
She is my creation! Oh!
William!
I should have killed him while I had the chance. I don't know why, I just couldn't do it.
Claire confronts Annette one final time, fury and heartbreak in her voice. How could she abandon her own daughter? Annette tries to defend herself, insisting she couldn't let Sherry grow up in a world poisoned by the G-Virus, but in trying to protect her, she had left her daughter alone in an even worse world. A world without a family. The monstrous G-creature stirs again, refusing to stay dead. It flings Annette aside as Claire faces it one more time. In the chaos, Claire thrusts the antiviral serum into Annette's hands, urging her, "Go, for once, take care of your daughter for the first time." Annette truly listens. Claire turns her attention back to William Birkin, killing him again before she races back to Sherry's side, heart pounding, praying the girl has survived. Sherry is alive, but Annette is not. In her final moments, Annette gathers her daughter close, a fleeting chance to be the mother she should have been before letting go.
happened to her?
She was attacked by the monster. Don't worry about me. Take my daughter to safety. I'm sorry, Sherry. For everything. Your life is what is important.
Annette's voice is weak, barely more than a whisper, but the words cut deeper than any wound. She apologizes, her final plea trembling on her lips. Save her. Save my daughter. And with that, her life fades, leaving only the echo of regret. Claire, carrying the weight of their request, presses on. She fights through the chaos of the collapsing building, every step a battle against the undying G-creature that refuses to let her leave. Its massive form crashes through corridors, its relentless pursuit a terrifying reminder of the virus's monstrous power. Finally she reaches the train, the same underground car Leon had escaped in. The engine roars to life, surging forward, but the nightmare isn't over. The G-creature lunges one last time, tearing into the train with savage force. Half the cars ripped apart in the struggle, yet Claire, Sherry, and Leon fight their way free. With a final desperate push, they eject the monster from the speeding train, watching it crash into the inferno, consuming the rest of the facility. For the first time in what feels like forever, they breathe. Relief washes over them.
Is it over?
I don't know. But if it's not, we'll stop it. Whatever it takes.
Yeah, you damn right we will.
As long as we stick together, we'll be fine. Come on.
Hey, you guys can adopt me.
The daylight is harsh, almost blinding. After the darkness of Raccoon City, Leon Kennedy, Claire Redfield, and Sherry Birkin emerge from the wreckage, battered, bloodied, alive, but forever changed. Their eyes hold what words cannot convey. Umbrella controlled the city from the shadows for years. Police Chief Brian Irons, the man sworn to protect Raccoon City, aided in burying the Spencer Mansion incident, sacrificing lives to hide the company's crimes. Somewhere far from the flames, Chris Redfield has vanished, hunting Umbrella across Europe, chasing a war that seems endless. Behind them, Raccoon City burns, buildings collapse, fire devours the streets, and the smoke rises like a signal to the world. This was no accident. Umbrella survives, untouched, its influence spreading even as the city falls. And as the smoke curls into the sky, one truth becomes clear. The true horrors aren't the monsters stalking the streets, but the people who helped make them. Canonically, Leon Kennedy, Sherry Birkins, Claire Redfield, and Ada Wong survive. The country is in an uproar.
This pandemic has spread faster than any disease in modern history.
Angry mobs roam the city, burning buildings. Authorities are bracing for more rioting tonight. Fires burning, there are people being...
He was knocked unconscious in severe
A citywide emergency has been declared.
The CDC has quarantined the lower Midwestern region of the U.S.
Honesty. A word Umbrella proudly displays as one of its core values, printed in clean fonts and polished slogans, promised to a world that never questioned it. A brighter future, they said. Even as riots consumed the streets, even as cities collapsed under the fire and panic, even as thousands of lives were lost, bodies piling up while the truth was buried beneath corporate silence. Umbrella spoke of progress and protection, of responsibility and hope, all while unleashing horrors they refused to name. Their statements were calm, their reassurances practiced, and their lies absolute. But lies don't stay buried forever. As the smoke clears and the world begins to count its dead, the truth will surface, not through press releases or apologies, but through evidence written in blood, ash, and broken cities. The world will learn that Umbrella's honesty was never a principle, it was a mask. While Leon and Claire fight to escape Raccoon City, another story is already in motion. Jill Valentine, a survivor of the Spencer Mansion, one of the few who knows the truth about Umbrella. When Resident Evil 3 begins, the outbreak is already consuming the city. Jill awakens in her apartment. Jill, already haunted by watching her team die at the Spencer Mansion, heads to the bathroom, but Jill realizes some horrible news. Jill is infected. She takes a gun to end her suffering. Before jolting up from her nightmare, she breathes a sigh of relief, but receives a phone call with even worse news from Brad Vickers, the pilot she had escaped with from the Spencer mansion. Brad seems terrified, yelling at Jill that she has to leave immediately.
Hello?
Jill, are you okay?
Brad, is that you?
Listen, you gotta get out of there.
What are you talking about?
I don't have time to explain. You gotta get out of there right now.
All right, let me grab my...
But before Jill can even finish grabbing her bag, the wall bursts open and a horrendous creature steps through, throwing her against the wall. Bullets don't faze it, as it immediately tries to kill Jill. She runs, fleeing her apartment complex as it chases behind her. A tyrant unlike any before it, intelligent, relentless. A monster known as Nemesis, created by Umbrella with one sole purpose: kill Jill Valentine. Their goal is simple: eliminate any remaining STARS members who could expose them. Brad crashes into Jill as she staggers out of her apartment building, smoke and ash pouring from the windows behind her. He grabs her arm before she can fall, fear etched in every line of his face. There's no time for explanations. That thing won't stop, Brad gasps. Not until we're both dead. They run through streets, choked with fire and panic. Sirens wail and then fall silent. Buildings burn from the inside out as civilians scream and scatter, chased by bodies that refuse to stay dead. The city Jill once called home is tearing itself apart, block by block, swallowed by the chaos. And behind them, it follows: Nemesis. Every encounter makes it smarter, faster, more relentless. It crashes through walls, smashes through barricades, adapts to every weapon they throw at it. Zombie hordes surge through the streets, forcing Jill and Brad to fight on all sides. Never allowed to stop, never allowed to breathe. This is a hunt for the last two people who knew the truth, the last witnesses who can expose Umbrella for what it truly is: a monster. Then it happens. In the chaos, Brad is bitten. He stumbles, clutching his arm as the reality hits him harder than the pain. He knows exactly what comes next. He's seen it too many times. He looks at Jill, and for a moment, the panic fades, replaced by something quieter: acceptance. "You have to go," he says. "We both know how this ends." Jill refuses. She reaches for him, desperate, but Brad steps back. The streets behind him fill with the dead, closing in fast. "Don't mess this up like I did," he tells her, forcing a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. "You're the one who can finish this." And then he turns. Brad Vickers doesn't die running. He stands his ground, drawing the horde toward him, buying Jill the seconds she needs. As the dead tear him down, Jill is forced to look away, her escape paid for in his blood. Brad's sacrifice isn't heroic because he survives. It's heroic because he knows he won't. Jill runs until her lungs burn, until the streets blur together in fire and screaming. She finds a gun from a deceased cop and doesn't hesitate. There's no time to think, only to survive. She fights her way through the horde, every shot buying her another step forward, another breath. A helicopter cuts through the smoke overhead, its spotlight slicing across the chaos below. A voice crackles through the loudspeaker, sharp and urgent. "Get to the roof of the parking garage, now." Hope. Dangerous. Fragile hope flares in Jill's chest. She pushes harder, battling through the undead, climbing stairwells slick with blood and rain. Every second feels stolen. When she reaches the rooftop, the helicopter is already there, rotors whipping the air into a violent storm. Safety is right in front of her, but then the world explodes. A missile slams into the chopper, engulfing it in fire and metal. The explosion throws Jill backward as burning wreckage crashes across the rooftop. The promise of escape vanishes in an instant. From the flames, something moves. Nemesis steps through the wreckage. The fire clings to its massive frame as it locks onto Jill, its gaze cold, mechanical, absolute. No rage, no hesitation, only purpose. She scrambles to her feet, terror clawing at her chest. Her eyes dart across the rooftop, no exits, no cover, until she spots a car near the edge. Jill dives inside, slamming the door and turning the key as Nemesis advances, slow and unstoppable. The engine screams. Jill floors it. The car crashes into Nemesis, carrying them both straight off the edge of the roof. The impact is violent. Metal shrieks as they slam to the street below. Jill coughs and sputters, barely conscious as she drags herself free of the wreckage. Behind her, the car detonates, flames rolling across the pavement. For a heartbeat, there's silence. Then Nemesis stands, unaffected, unstopped. It walks through the fire like it isn't even there, burning debris falling from its coat as it advances once more. Jill stares in disbelief, the truth finally sinking in. This thing can't be killed, and it will never stop coming. Jill barely has time to breathe before the ground shakes again. Nemesis closes in, then impact. A rocket streaks through the air and detonates against the creature's chest, throwing it backward in a blast of fire and concrete. The tyrant staggers, stunned, its massive frame collapsing into rubble. Before Jill can react, a man grabs her arm and pulls her into cover. Move! Now. He's fast, confident, military trained. He doesn't wait for permission. They run as the monster struggles to rise behind them. Once they're clear, the man finally stops. He lowers his weapon and offers a hand, introducing himself as Carlos. Jill doesn't take it. Carlos doesn't push. Instead, he explains quickly, there's a subway station beneath the city. Survivors, a safe zone for now. Against her better judgment, Jill follows him underground. The station is dim, crowded with frightened civilians and armed soldiers. Some are wounded, some are shaking. All of them are waiting for something to go wrong. Carlos introduces himself properly this time. He's a mercenary with Umbrella's private military force, UBCS, Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service. The name hits Jill like a slap. She turns on him, anger boiling over. This is your fault. Umbrella did this. Every corpse out there, every scream, I've seen it before. Carlos looks genuinely caught off guard. He shakes his head. No, Umbrella sent us to help, to evacuate civilians. That's the mission, he tells her. Before the argument can escalate, another man steps in. Mikhail Victor, the platoon leader, older, wounded, sharp-eyed. The moment he looks at Jill, recognition flashes across his face. Stars, he says. Jill stiffens. Mikhail explains the situation. The subway is their only way out, but it's dead. No power, no control. If they can get it running, they might evacuate what's left of the city. He asks her for help. Jill hesitates. Every instinct tells her not to trust Umbrella, not their soldiers, not their promises. But she looks around the station at the civilians clinging to whatever hope they have left. What choice does she really have? She agrees. Jill heads back into the city, alone. The streets haven't improved. Fires rage. Zombies wander freely. The air itself feels poisoned. Every block is a reminder of how fast everything fell apart. While navigating the ruins, Jill encounters an injured UBCS mercenary slumped against the wall. He's bleeding badly, but insists he's not infected. He begs her not to leave him. Jill kneels, trying to help, but suddenly a gunshot rings out and the mercenary drops dead before he can even hit the ground. Another UBCS soldier, Nikolai, stands behind him, weapon still smoking. Jill spins on him, fury in her eyes. What is wrong with you? Nikolai doesn't flinch. He was bitten, he says coldly. Jill argues. He wasn't showing symptoms. He could have been saved. Nikolai scoffs. You're soft. No wonder so many stars are dead. He tells her the truth as he sees it. Infected turn. Always. Better to put them down early than risk it. Survival means thinking about yourself first. He orders Jill back to the subway station. Says he'll handle things from here. Jill refuses. She finishes the mission herself, restoring power to the station, bringing systems back online, piece by piece. The lights flicker on, and the machinery groans to life. The train can run again, but the cost is clear now. This is more than a fight against monsters. It's a clash between people who still believe in saving others and people who've already decided who deserves to live. Jill heads to the control center to put the subway car itself back online, but she's abruptly attacked by no other than Nemesis, once again set on ending her. It jumps, evading her attacks and throwing her around. Nothing she does is good enough. She manages to get the controls online, fleeing back to the subway station as Nemesis follows, turning anyone it encounters into zombies. Jill makes it back to the station, but there's no relief waiting for her. Carlos tells her the subway still needs at least 40 more minutes of maintenance. Outside, the undead pound against the doors, growing louder by the second. Nikolai and Mikhail arrive, exchanging tense words with Carlos. Nikolai turns his attention to Jill, cold and dismissive. He calls her a liability, says she hesitates when it matters. that she'll get everyone killed. Then he storms off before anyone can stop him. Before Jill can respond, Nemesis crashes into the station, its focus snapping straight to her yet again. Jill doesn't hesitate. Ignoring Carlos's protest, she runs, drawing the creature away from the subway, away from the survivors. The chase drags on for nearly 30 minutes, through ruined streets and burning alleys, until at last, she loses it. Carlos radios in, relief in his voice. The subway is ready. They'll wait for her. For a moment, it feels like she's won. Jill doesn't get far before Nemesis strikes again, setting the area ablaze. Cornered, she has no choice but to confront it head-on. Timing it perfectly, she blows up a fuel tank, engulfing the creature in flames as the building erupts around her. She leaps from the roof, narrowly escaping the inferno. But even as Jill rises, it fires a rocket launcher at her, relentlessly and unyielding. Umbrella's determination to see her dead is clear. Carlos radios in urgently, instructing Jill to lead the creature back to the station. Together they lure into position, where another fuel tank detonates, toppling Nemesis over once more. With the threat temporarily neutralized, Jill and Carlos retreat to the subway, racing toward the only chance of survival.
Good work. Your reputation is well deserved. Get inside. The subway's about to leave. Carlos, Tyrell, you have your orders. You need to go back out into the city and find Nathaniel Bart.
This isn't the last ride out of town, right?
Do not worry. Once the civilians are safe, the train will be back.
It's all right. You're going ahead. I'm not gonna die on you, leave you in a cold, cruel, Carlosless world.
Okay.
You'll need to find this scientist. His vaccine research could save us all.
You see? You're learning. The only life that matters is your own.
Good luck. Let's go.
Jill boards the departing subway car, heart hammering in her chest. Beside her, Mikhail and Nikolai exchange quiet words, commenting on how strange it was that the undead had managed to ambush them, and how suspiciously the gates had been locked, as if someone had planned it. Before they can process it, the subway is rocked by a massive explosion. Smoke and debris fill the car as Nemesis crashes aboard. Chaos erupts, survivors scream, and in moments only Jill, Mikhail, and Nikolai remain. The creature advances, and Jill can barely comprehend it. How is it still alive? Adrenaline surges as they sprint through the wreckage, the sound of Nemesis close behind. Jill's muscles burn, but she refuses to look back. Then, unexpectedly, Nikolai stops, a cruel smirk on his face.
Nikolai, what are you doing?
It's not after you.
Nikolai!
Get off my train, Sparta!
And in an instant, Jill realizes the truth. He's betraying them. Without warning, he abandons both her and Mikhail to the onslaught of Nemesis, and Mikhail makes the ultimate choice. With a grim set to his jaw, he explodes a grenade, forcing the subway car off the track, sacrificing himself to give her and everyone else a chance at survival. The car screeches and crashes, throwing Jill into the wreckage, battered but alive. The perspective shifts, now following Carlos and Tyrell as they race through the crumbling city, desperate to locate the cure and find Dr. Bard. Their mission grows darker when they encounter a horrifying sight. Brad Vickers, once a member of STARS, now fully zombified. There is no hesitation. Carlos is forced to put him down before they can continue. Pushing forward, they infiltrate the Raccoon City Police Department, storming the STARS office in search of Bard. The office is empty, eerily silent, but the computer flickers to life, a voice crackling over the speakers. Bard isn't there.
Dr. Bard.
Oh, thank God. Do you know how long I've been trying to reach somebody?
Don't worry, we're gonna get you out of there. Just tell me where you are.
I'm trapped in a hospital, surrounded by every kind of abomination. Look, just send in STARS. They're gonna know what to do.
No, negative. RPD's overrun too.
Then figure it out! Umbrella's gone crazy. They're killing all the researchers. I am the only one who knows how to make the vaccine to stop the zombies.
So you can either sit there with your in your hand or send somebody who's capable of getting me the hell out of here.
I like him already. Yeah, you would. You heard what he said. We can't turn him over to the company.
That's not our call to make. That's Mikhail's call. I'm gonna check the computer, see if I can trace the doc's location.
While looking around, Carlos gets a call from Jill explaining what happened. Tyrell stays to deal with Bard while Carlos runs back to the subway. Jill crawls out of the wreckage as the sole survivor, or so she thinks.
Can't even swim. Nikolai left us to die.
Wait, what?
What the f? It's back!
Jill, what happened? Jill, come in!
Jill discovers all too quickly that Nemesis doesn't care about obstacles. Even water won't slow it down. The creature lunges, unrelenting. Jill fights with every ounce of strength, smashing vehicles into it, setting explosions that tear through the streets. Limbs fly, metal bends, and the creature slumps, but it won't go quietly. In one final strike, it drives a claw through her arm, injecting her with a lethal strain of the virus. She collapses to the ground, foaming at the mouth, convulsing as the world blurs around her. From the shadows, Nikolai appears, grinning, savoring the chaos he's caused. 12 hours later, Carlos finds her unconscious and barely clinging to life. Unlike the cold, calculating corporation he serves, he shows what Umbrella never could: humanity. While Jill slowly succumbs to the virus, Carlos risks everything to save her, breaking into a hospital overrun with the undead, navigating corridors where death waits around every corner, all to retrieve a vaccine. Carlos uncovers the bitter truth. Umbrella never intended to save Raccoon City. They were architects of destruction, and Jill and the few who remain alive were nothing more than collateral.
Commitment, honesty, integrity, these are the core values that create the foundation for Umbrella.
The evacuation was a lie. Raccoon City was always meant to be erased. He searches the hospital and finds Bard, who has been killed, not by zombies, but shot by Umbrella, silencing him forever.
This is VRC Chief Nathaniel Bard, September 29, 11 p.m. I am acutely aware that my time's running out. And I hope and pray, by making this recording and bringing the truth to light, that I can restore some small shred of honor to my name. All of Raccoon City's suffering began with the release of a biological weapon known as the T-virus. My employer, the Umbrella Corporation, engineered this virus, and they ordered my team to develop a vaccine, which we did. Now, I keep samples of this vaccine here in my office. The rest of it is stored underground. But those sons of the board, they want to destroy it. They don't want the world to know what they've done. So they're trying to erase all evidence that the virus ever existed. Now, I'm not a fool. I know they don't want me to...
Jill knew all along. And she trusted me anyway.
He feels betrayed by the world, by Umbrella, and even by himself. Every choice he made to help feels like it's only caused more pain. He hurries, navigating the chaos of Raccoon City to secure a vaccine for her, injecting it carefully. He watches as her trembling body gradually stabilizes, relief washing over him, but it's short-lived. The door bursts open. Tyrell storms in, urgency written across his face. His words hit like a hammer. The rest of the country has abandoned Raccoon City. The government has decided to destroy the city entirely. There's no time. Evacuate as many survivors as possible. Now.
Attention all citizens. The contagion spreading throughout the city has been designated uncontainable. On October 1st, Raccoon City will be completely destroyed in a missile strike. All residents capable of rational thought are urged to evacuate immediately. This is not a test.
They defend the hospital before Carlos runs into the city to find more vaccine, leaving Tyrell to watch Jill as she wakes hours later. The moment she's back on her feet, she's already moving, ignoring Tyrell's warnings, ignoring the pain still burning through her veins. Carlos is out there, and wherever Carlos is, danger won't be far behind. Nikolai watches from the shadows, calm, calculating, still loyal to Umbrella. Jill Redfield is a loose end, and Umbrella does not tolerate loose ends. He sabotages her, but she presses forward. Tyrell finally catches up to Jill, breathless but determined. For the first time since the outbreak began, he brings something that sounds like hope. He made contact. Someone listened. If they can deliver proof that Umbrella caused this, proof that a cure exists, the government will delay the strike. Raccoon City might be saved. But there's a catch. They have hours, not days, not even half a day. But before Jill can respond, before hope can even settle in, the ground begins to shake. Yet again. The Nemesis. In a blur of violence, Tyrell is lifted from the ground, crushed and torn apart, like he's nothing more than an obstacle. His screams are cut short. His body hits the floor.
Tyrell!
No! Keep going. We're almost there. No!
No! Oh!
As Raccoon City bleeds out its final hours, Jill stops running. She turns the hunt around. Again and again, she faces the Nemesis, each encounter worse than the last. What was once a weapon becomes something unrecognizable. Its body warps and mutates beyond design, beyond control, driven by a single command: kill Jill Valentine. Each battle costs her more blood, strength, but she endures. Deep within Umbrella's dead laboratories, Jill pieces together the impossible, the vaccines, real proof, tangible salvation. For the first time since the outbreak began, she holds the future of the city in her hands. She has it. Raccoon City can be saved. The missile strike can be stopped. And Umbrella can be exposed. For a moment, just a moment, it feels like they've won. Then Nikolai steps out of the shadows, calm, smiling, unbothered by the sirens screaming overhead or the city collapsing around them. To him, this was never about saving anyone. It was about data, results, how far terror could be pushed before the world finally broke. Umbrella doesn't fail, and it doesn't allow survivors who can tell the truth.
The wisdom I've been trying to impart on you is getting through. Now I know you can't put a price on life. But I'm in this business to get paid. So let's make a deal. You go down there, battle the Nemesis, and I'll recall it all and sell the combat data. Put on a good show, and maybe I don't need the vaccine. Agreed? Good.
Jill is forced back into a fight. No escape left, no ground left to give. The creature rises again, barely holding a shape, its body melting and reforming as it drags itself forward. Then gunfire from above. Carlos appears on the upper platform, shouting her name as he unloads everything he has. Together they push it back, flesh leaking from bones as the monster finally begins to collapse. Jill claws her way up from the pit, smoke and heat licking at her heels as the thing screams itself apart. Then Jill turns and sees Nikolai. He's already moving, already smiling, the vaccine clutched tight in his hand. Jill raises her weapon. So does he. Two survivors at the end of the world, standing on opposite sides of the truth. She demands the vaccine. Nikolai laughs. The payout is worth every life it cost. The city was dead the moment Umbrella signed the contract. Drop the gun, Jill. The standoff shatters as the wall between them explodes. Nemesis is reborn. Nikolai runs, vaccine in hand, leaving Jill exactly where Umbrella always intended her to be. Disposable. Carlos takes off after him, and Jill turns back once more, facing the nightmare again.
This isn't gonna work.
Opening compartment.
Now we're talking.
Come on! Next time, take the hit!
Good riddance.
Jill sprints after them through the crumbling facility, every alarm screaming that time has run out. Carlos is ahead, closing the distance. Nikolai is already turning, already raising his weapon. The shot rings out. The vaccine shatters, glass and hope scatters across the floor. Above them, the sky ignites. The missile launches. Nikolai laughs, breathless and triumphant. His mission is complete. The city is lost, and Umbrella's sins will burn with it. Carlos tackles him before he can finish the thought. The two crash into the floor, fists flying, rage against greed. Nikolai fights like a cornered animal, clawing for survival, but Carlos is stronger. He pins him down, forearm tightening around his throat, and looks to Jill. Do it. Jill raises her gun. Nikolai's confidence breaks. He pleads, promises the truth, names, proof, a way to expose everything if they let him live. But Jill doesn't hesitate. She pulls the trigger. Moments later, the helicopter lifts off, rotors cutting through smoke and fire. Jill and Carlos watch in silence as Raccoon City disappears beneath them. A whole city erased, and the truth buried. Umbrella survives, but so do they. So does Jill, the one person Umbrella wanted dead. Umbrella calls it containment, but Jill calls it genocide. And for Jill Valentine, this is no longer about survival. It's about revenge.
I felt empty and cold as the heat from the blast washed over us. All this death wasn't caused by a monster-making virus. It was greed. Human greed. I decided then and there, the ashes of Raccoon City would be Umbrella's ashes too. I would end them, once and for all.
Canonically, Jill and Carlos are the only survivors. Raccoon City didn't die in one night. Before the missile, before Nemesis, before the city became a silhouette burned into the sky, it suffered. For most people, the outbreak didn't begin with monsters crashing through the walls or helicopters falling from the sky. It began quietly, in a bar. At Jay's bar, people complained about headaches, about nausea, about the air feeling wrong, too heavy, too still. No one realized they were already infected. No one realized the city had already been written off. Then the screaming started, the doors burst open, and the dead flooded in. Panic replaced disbelief as Raccoon City revealed its true face. 8 people escaped together, not because they were heroes, not because they were prepared, but because they refused to die. A cop who kept his head down, a security guard who'd seen collapse before, a subway worker who knew the city's veins, a surgeon clinging to logic, a reporter chasing a truth no one wanted exposed, a waitress trying to keep strangers alive, a plumber fixing what kept breaking, and a student carrying secrets she barely understood. They ran through bars, hotels, hospitals, sewers, and streets, already rotting from the inside. Everywhere they went, The same truth followed them. Infection crept forward slowly, accelerating under fear and stress. Outbreak shows the antivirals didn't cure it, they only delayed the inevitable. Umbrella knew this, they always had. Raccoon City wasn't a disaster. It was a test. Evacuation routes failed. Witnesses vanished. Researchers were silenced. Anyone who survived too long became a liability. And yet, some people still escaped. How many? Umbrella never said. But the truth survives in fragments. Years later, a single name appears in a file. A reporter, alive, Alyssa Ashcroft. Proof the outbreak happened. Proof that civilians were there. Proof that some people escaped Umbrella experiments with their lives. And the truth? Leon saw the city fall. Claire carried its future in her arms. And Jill survived Umbrella's execution order. Outbreak reveals the truth that Umbrella buried deepest. Not the fall of heroes, but the destruction of ordinary people, mothers, fathers, workers, students. Lives Umbrella decided didn't matter. Raccoon City was erased. The witnesses who went looking for answers were next. Far from the world's eyes, on a nameless island owned by the corporation, the experiments continue. Sheena Island isn't a place meant to advance science. It's a graveyard, a place where mistakes are buried and witnesses erased. A helicopter tears through the sky. Inside, a man fights to stay conscious as gunfire rattles the cabin. Hanging from the landing gear below is a scientist, desperate, screaming, already lost. With shaking hands, he raises his pistol and fires upward, not to escape, but to stop the truth from leaving the island. The shot strikes true. The helicopter spirals out of control. Metal screams, fire erupts, the island rushes up to meet him. The scientist dies on impact, but the man survives. He wakes alone in the wreckage, smoke curling around him, blood on his hands. He doesn't know his name. He doesn't know why he's there. Only the distant echo of gunfire and the smell of decay thick in the air. Zombies roam freely through military installations and civilian housing alike. Sheena Island was turned into a live fire testing ground. Soldiers, residents, prisoners, all reduced to numbers on a report, all expendable. As the man presses deeper into the ruins, he finds the body of the scientists from the crash. Clutched in his hand is an identification tag bearing a name, Mark Thomas. The name stirs something, recognition without memory, familiar but unreachable. He keeps moving, through empty corridors, through places that should have been safe. Each step raises more questions than answers. Why was he brought here? Why was he silenced?
Vincent.
Who is this? Vincent? Who's that? Wait. Am I Vincent?
Vincent, you are a murderer. A murderer.
A murderer? What are you talking about? Answer me! Who did I kill?
The man, now calling himself Vincent, becomes a target the moment he steps into the streets. Survivors recognize his face. Accusations follow him everywhere he goes. Murderer. Monster. They scream that he killed someone, that he's responsible. Vincent doesn't argue, because he doesn't know if they're right. His confusion turns to dread as people beg him for answers he doesn't have, for mercy he doesn't remember denying. Faces blur together, fear reflecting back at him like a distorted mirror. Somewhere in the ruins, a truth waits, and he's terrified of what he'll find. Then the sound changes everything. Helicopters, cleaners.
Remember your mission! We're doing a clean sweep of the area! Everyone and everything must be cleansed! Now move out!
Umbrella's containment unit sweeps across the island, efficient and merciless. Their orders are simple. Erase the outbreak, erase the evidence, and erase anyone still breathing. Sheena Island is being wiped from the map. The remaining civilians turn on Vincent. They point, they curse. They say Umbrella came because of him, that he's the reason the cleaners were sent, the reason they're all going to die. Vincent stands in the middle of it all, blamed for a sin he can't even remember committing. He runs with the last civilians through streets already marked for death. Sirens scream overhead. Gunfire answers them. One by one, people fall. Vincent turns a corner and freezes. 2 cleaners stand in his path, weapons raised. No hesitation, no words, just gunfire. But gunfire erupts from above. The cleaners collapse, bodies hitting the pavement like discarded equipment. Vincent looks up, breath caught in his throat. A civilian stands at the window, hands shaking, gun still smoking. For a heartbeat, Vincent feels something he hasn't felt since waking up on this island. Relief. Someone chose me. The gun turns. "You're the reason they're here!" The man screams, eyes wild with terror. "You're the reason we're all going to die!" The shots tear through the wall as Vincent dives for cover, splinters exploding around him. There is no explanation he can give, no memory he can offer, no name he can defend himself with, only fear. He runs, not toward safety, not toward answers, just away. He stumbles into a room and slams the door shut, chest burning, hand shaking so badly he can barely stand, the gunfire fading outside. Inside, the room is quiet. Too quiet. Images lay on the tables and hang on the walls around him. His face fills them. Surveillance images, medical reports, test logs. His name repeated over and over, burned into Umbrella's records like a crime scene photo.
No, this is me. I am Vincent. It was all my fault. Who are you?
Wait. Please don't kill me. I didn't know anything about you then.
Stop.
The experiments, the decisions, the people were reduced to numbers. The island turned into a grave because he said it was necessary. Vincent wasn't framed. Vincent wasn't misunderstood. He wasn't chasing the truth. He is the truth. The island isn't trying to kill him because he's innocent. It's trying to erase him because he built it. He didn't lose his identity. He ran from it. And now, there's nowhere left to hide. He really is the monster. A woman's voice cuts through the noise. His mother. Her face flashes in his mind, distorted, fading in and out like a corrupted tape. She's crying, begging him to stop, to walk away from Umbrella, to come home. She tells him he's not beyond saving, that whatever he's done doesn't have to define him. As Vincent pushes deeper into the island, he hears movement behind a locked door. Inside, a young girl, Lily, is trapped, shaking, terrified. When she sees him, her fear turns into panic. She screams and bolts, clawing at the door the moment it opens. Vincent catches her before she can escape. "Please," he says, voice cracking. "I just need answers. I won't hurt you." A shadow rushes in. Her brother, Lot, swings a bat, rage and fear driving every blow. Vincent stumbles back, raising his hands, refusing to fight. "You're wrong," he pleads. "You don't understand. I'm not." Lily slips free and runs. Lot hesitates only a second before following her, leaving Vincent standing alone, in the dark, words echoing uselessly in the air. Why won't anyone believe him? Why does everyone look at him like he's already dead? Vincent tells himself the truth is simpler than Umbrella's lies, that he isn't a monster, that whatever they think he did, he can still prove them wrong. He chases the kids through the ruined streets. He follows them to their home and climbs through the window, calling out, begging them to listen. Inside, Lily is crying. She tells him her brother left, went to the factory. He heard there might be a way off the island, a chance to escape before the cleaners finish their work. Her voice breaks. He needs help, she says. He'll die if he goes alone. She looks at Vincent, not with trust, but with something far worse. Hope. And for the first time since the memories began returning, Vincent feels it too. Redemption. Vincent makes a promise he doesn't know if he deserves to keep. He swears he'll save the children, even if it costs him his life. And with that promise burning in his chest, he follows Lot to the factory. Inside, the air is cold and sterile. Glass tubes line the wall. Shapes float inside them. Not dead, not alive. Experiments suspended between states grown instead of born. Lot fights desperately, swinging his bat with everything he has, but it isn't enough. A creature strikes him, sending him over the balcony, his body dangling as Vincent runs to him.
Lot! Hang on!
The boy apologizes, and then he tells Vincent the truth. The name hits harder than any blow. He isn't Vincent. He never was.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
What are you talking about? It's not your fault. Vincent is the one who caused everything. Well, I mean,
You? What do you mean? You're the detective. Your name is Ark Thompson.
What? Really? I'm not Vincent? Then why did you run away from me?
Because I'm the one that told Vincent about you.
The memories flood back all at once. His real name is Ark Thompson. Not a survivor of the outbreak, but an investigator sent into it, chosen by Leon Kennedy himself, asked to infiltrate Umbrella after Raccoon City and find proof that they were still operating in the shadows. Ark remembers everything. Umbrella discovered him, drugged him, shot him, left him for dead, then wiped his identity and dropped him, hoping the island would finish what they started. But to Umbrella's dismay, Ark doesn't die, and now he understands why the entire island wants him dead. He finds the man behind it all, Vincent Goldman, the island commander, the real Vincent, a man who speaks of bioweapons, the way others speak of tools. To him, tyrants aren't monsters, they're metrics. Goldman never deployed them to contain the outbreak, he deployed them to hunt Ark, because Ark was dangerous, because he knew too much. This was an execution. Ark pushes forward through the ruins, memory snapping back into place. He sees the island for what it is, proof. Goldman dies, not with dignity or regret, but torn apart by the very monsters he believed he controlled. Even as he dies, he's convinced Umbrella will endure. Ark escapes the island alive. Behind him, the facility explodes, another secret erased, another crime added to Umbrella's long, bloody ledger. But Ark carries something they failed to destroy. Evidence. Survivor doesn't give us heroes, it gives us aftermath. It shows what Umbrella does when no one is watching, when there's no city left to burn, when the only thing standing in their way isn't a weapon or a monster, but the truth. And Umbrella's always feared the truth more than anything else. Raccoon City is gone. 3 months later, Claire is captured and arrested by Umbrella after being caught trespassing in one of their facilities, still searching for her missing brother Chris. Her hunt leads her to a secret Umbrella facility in Paris, where she's finally captured. Instead of prison, she's shipped to Rockfort Island. A remote, Umbrella-owned complex uses both training base and a dumping ground for inconvenient people. Then, everything goes wrong. Claire wakes with a violent gasp as the ground trembles beneath her, the walls groan, dust rains from the ceiling. For a moment she thinks it's an earthquake, then she remembers where she is. A holding cell, cold steel bars, concrete walls, no windows, no answers. Before she can even sit up, footsteps rush past her door, keys rattle, the lock snaps open. The jailer stands there, pale, shaken, eyes unfocused like he's already somewhere else. He doesn't threaten her, doesn't shout, he just stares, as if he's forgotten what he's supposed to be. "You're free," he says. The words don't make sense. Free? After everything they did to capture her? After dragging her across the world to this island? After throwing her into a cage like she was nothing? Claire doesn't move. She studies his face, searching for a trick, a lie, a catch, but there's nothing there except fear. The man swallows and says it again, quieter this time. The prison has fallen. The island has been overrun. Whatever order once existed here is gone. Leaving now, he tells her, might give her a chance. Not a good one, just a chance. There will be no evacuation, no rescue, no way off the island. He isn't offering hope, he's offering time. The jailer stands behind, slumping against the wall, eyes hollow. He doesn't follow her. He doesn't even look at her anymore. Whatever fight he had left died before she woke up. Claire grabs a torch from the wall, her hands shaking as her heart slams against her ribs. The cell that held her shuts behind her with a dull echo, and for the first time since she was captured, she isn't being dragged forward. She's running, but she doesn't make it far. Hands claw their way out of the rubble, bodies rise from burning wreckage, skin blackened, eyes empty. The dead crawl from the flames, drawn to her like the fire gave them purpose. They move with only one goal, make her the same as them. Claire screams and runs, boots slipping on ash and broken concrete as the undead close in from every side. Teeth snap inches from her skin, fingers tear at her jacket. She breaks free and bolts forward, but a blinding light locks onto her. A security spotlight snaps on her, hitting her in place like an execution mark. Gunfire erupts. Bullets tear into the ground around her as another escaped prisoner opens fire, panic driving his fingers against the trigger. He isn't aiming to warn her, he's only trying to survive. Claire dives behind a ledge just as the concrete explodes beside her. She rolls, raises her weapon, and aims back at him, heart pounding so hard it hurts. "Stop," he shouts, hands flying in the air. "I thought you were one of them. I swear, I almost..." His voice breaks. He lowers his gun, shaking. He apologizes again and again, words tumbling over each other as fear drains into exhaustion. His name is Steve. He tells her he's looking for the airport on the island. If he can reach it, he can leave. That's the plan. That's the only plan. Claire asks to come with him. Steve scoffs, the fear hardening into something sharper. He says she'll slow him down, says he works better alone. Then, without waiting for a reply, he turns and disappears into the smoke and ruins, chasing an escape that may not even exist. Claire presses on by herself, through alleys choked with corpses, through corridors stained with blood and panic. She ducks through back doors, squeezes past barricades, barely slipping away from grasping hands and snapping jaws. Every step forward feels borrowed. And then she sees him again. Steve stands frozen in front of a framed photo, staring like the world has stopped turning. Claire follows his gaze. The face in the picture steals the air from her lungs. Chris Redfield, her brother.
Chris Redfield? Is he a relative of yours or something?
You mean my brother?
Ah, your siblings.
Looks like my brother was never even here. Umbrella probably doesn't know where he is either.
What did he do? Why are they after him?
I don't know. But he's been missing for 3 months. I was in Paris looking for him. I broke into one of Umbrella's labs. But I got caught.
And you were sent here.
What about you? What's your story?
It's dumb. You don't want to know.
Just tell me.
I didn't even do anything. Some other jackass screwed up. Landed the two of us in here.
Steve finally breaks the silence, his voice low, almost careful. He tells Claire the island wasn't always a prison. It belonged to a noble family, the Ashfords, one of Umbrella's oldest benefactors. Wealth, influence, secrets buried deep enough to rot. He says only one of them is still alive, Alfred Ashford, and according to the rumors, isolation has hollowed him out. Loneliness drove him mad, and whatever still rules this island isn't a man, as so much what's left of one. Claire barely responds. She's already moving, already focused on something else. She tries to reach Leon, fingers shaking as she sends the message, clinging to hope that someone, somewhere, is listening, that she isn't completely cut off from the world. Steve wanders the room while she works, poking at things, cracking jokes that echo too loudly in the empty space. Each one grates on her nerves, because they're too light for a place like this. She finally snaps at him, tells him her brother will come, Chris will find her, he always does. Steve stops. The humor drains from his face, replaced by something sharp and bitter. He tells her not to rely on anyone, not family, not friends, not promises. He says the only person she can count on is herself, because that's the truth no one tells you until it's too late. He learned that lesson the hard way. Before Claire can answer, he turns and storms off again, anger masking fear, leaving her standing alone with her message still unanswered. The silence settles in. Then she hears it, a voice, soft, melodic, completely out of place. Someone is singing. Claire looks up as a figure appears at the top of the staircase, swaying gently, the song drifting down like a lullaby meant for the dead. The sound crawls under her skin, every note wrong, every step closer to tightening the knot in her chest. Whatever waits above isn't friendly. Claire chases the sound without thinking, driven by instinct more than reason, and narrowly collides with the truth head first. The passage opens into a massive mansion, its halls towering and silent, preserved like a corpse, dressed for display. The air is heavy here, old, watching. As she moves through the corridors, the story of the mansion begins to reveal itself, piece by piece. This was Alfred Ashford's domain, a man who trusted no one, a man who sealed himself away from the world. The staff whispered that he kept to his private chambers, always with his sister, Alexia, a woman no one was ever allowed to see. When anyone questioned her absence, Alfred's mask would crack, rage would spill out where answers should be. His outbursts became so violent, so unhinged, that the staff learned the only way to survive was silence. Eventually, they stopped asking. Eventually, they stopped coming near him. At all. Claire feels a chill settle in her spine. Whatever Alfred became, it wasn't sudden. It was cultivated, fed by isolation, obsession, and something far worse. She moves deeper into the mansion and stumbles across a control panel, its surface worn, smooth by use. Against her better judgment, she presses a button. The lights flicker, a screen hums to life. Static clears to reveal old footage. Children, Alfred and Alexia. They stand side by side, dressed impeccably, smiling for the camera. Their eyes linger just a moment too long. Their smiles frozen like a porcelain mask. The image stutters, repeats, then completely freezes. Claire can't look away. Whatever still haunts these halls existed long before the outbreak ever reached the island. Yeah, his family had some serious problems. The thought barely finishes forming before Claire forces it down. She can't afford to linger. Not here. Not now. Whatever happened to the Ashfords, whatever twisted history soaked into these walls, it isn't her fight. Then the sound hits her. A scream. Raw. Agonized. But human.
Yeah! Help me! Steve?
Steve has trapped himself inside a small room, pounding on the door in a blind panic as death presses in from every direction. The space is suffocating. The walls feel like they're closing. His shouts crack with terror as he screams for help, certain he's about to die, alone. Claire forces the door open and drags him free just in time, and for a moment it looks like he might finally stop running. But fear wins again. Steve bolts without a word, vanishing down the corridor like a ghost that refuses to be saved. Claire barely has time to breathe before a gunfire erupts. Bullets tear into the stone around her as she dives for cover. A voice echoes through the mansion, sharp, furious, unhinged. Alfred Ashford steps into view, eyes burning with rage. He accuses her of destroying everything, of getting herself arrested on purpose, of leading the world's armies straight into his family's sanctuary. Claire shouts back, refusing the lie. She didn't cause this. She didn't release the virus. She didn't murder the island. Alfred doesn't hear her. He rants about legacy, about bloodlines, about his grandfather, one of Umbrella's original founders, about how his family built the future while people like her ruined it. He reloads calmly, deliberately, firing again as Claire scrambles behind the pillar. To him, she isn't a person. She's the embodiment of betrayal. Then he laughs, a hollow, delighted sound. He tells her he wants to take his time to enjoy this, and with that, he disappears deeper into the mansion, leaving Claire shaking but alive. She runs through collapsing halls and sealed doors until she stumbles into a laboratory that should never have existed. Inside, creatures thrash against containment glass. A scientist screams as something tears into him, flesh and bone snapping like paper. Claire turns away, stomach twisting. The dead aren't the worst things here. Alfred is. He stalks her from above, firing down from balconies, triggering traps with sadistic precision. Tyrants are unleashed to hunt her. Claire realizes the truth with chilling clarity. She can't keep running. This island was never meant to let witnesses escape, and as Alfred's laughter echoes through the corridors, Claire understands that only one of them is leaving this place alive. The creature crashes down in front of Claire, its massive frame blocking out the light as it towers over her. The ground trembles beneath its weight. She scrambles backward, breath ragged, weapon shaking in her hands. There's no room left to run, no cover, no escape. It raises its arm, claws curling, ready to end it in a single, merciless strike. Then, at the last possible second, something cuts through the chaos. Gunfire.
Oh yeah, that felt good.
Steve and Claire move together through the ruined halls, side by side, for the first time. Steve's minigun roars, shredding anything that staggers into their path. Zombies fall in pieces, walls crack under the recoil, and for a brief, fragile moment, it almost feels like they might survive this place. The silence between gunshots doesn't last. Claire asks about his family again, gently this time. Steve snaps. He yells at her to drop it, that some things aren't meant to be talked about. His hands tighten, his anger spilling out as he unloads the rest of the magazine into the wall, metal screaming as bullets chew into stone. When the echo fades, so does his voice. They keep moving, not looking at each other, the weight of what wasn't said hanging heavy between them. Then a figure stumbles out from the shadows. A zombie, slow and broken, reaches for Claire. She turns, and Steve freezes. His fingers tighten on the trigger, but he doesn't fire. He can't. His breath catches in his throat as recognition crashes into him like a wave. This isn't another monster. It's his father.
No!
Steve collapses to his knees, the minigun clattering to the floor. His body shakes, and for the first time since Claire met him, he looks small, human. Tears spill down his face like he can't stop them. He buries his head in his hands, shoulders heaving as if he's been holding this in for years, and it finally broke him. Claire watches silent because she doesn't know what to say. When the crying finally slows, Steve lifts his head, eyes red and hollow. He confesses everything. His father worked for Umbrella, but he did more than that. He stole from them information, research files, anything he could sell to the highest bidder, but eventually he got caught. The consequences weren't corporate punishment, they were personal. Because of his father's betrayal, Steve's mother was killed, and then Steve and his father were sent to this island, dumped like trash. Steve's voice shakes with rage. He hates him for being an idiot, a fool, a man who ruined everything, a man who destroyed their family. He doesn't just blame Umbrella anymore, he blames his father. Claire steps away from Steve without looking back, letting him have his grief in peace. She doesn't want to intrude on something she can't fix. She moves through the ruined halls with purpose, driven by the need to do the smallest thing she can to make a difference. She finds the jailer, the man who released her earlier, still alive, still trapped in the chaos. His face is tired, his eyes haunted. Claire kneels beside him and gives him the medicine she's been carrying like a promise. He takes it with trembling hands. For a moment, there's silence. Then, with a weak breath, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a key, a simple metal key. He tells her, "You'll need this." Claire doesn't ask why. She doesn't question it, she only nods. She leaves the jailer behind and heads back toward the stairs, toward Steve. Her steps are steady, but her heart is pounding because she knows the island is still full of danger. She climbs, and then she hears it. A voice, not unfamiliar, but a voice that shouldn't have existed here. A voice she thought she'd escaped. Wesker.
Greetings. You must be the lovely Claire Redfield.
Who are you?
Let's just say that I'm a ghost, coming back to haunt your dear brother.
Wesker?
It seems there's not much explaining to do, is there? I was the one who attacked this island. Who'd have thought you'd be hanging about? All the better for me. Now that the cat dragged in this nice surprise, your ever so caring brother will definitely show up. I must thank you for being such good bait.
I don't know what went on between you two, but you have him all wrong. My brother is not the kind of person you think he is.
I despise Chris.
What are you gonna do to him?
Oh, how your brother will weep to see you die. What?
Wesker has changed. He moves with the confidence of someone who knows the future. Claire realizes with a sinking dread that this isn't a man anymore. He's a weapon, a predator. something that doesn't belong in a world with rules. And while Wesker prowls the shadows, Claire pushes onward. She fights her way through the mansion's darkest corridors, each step a battle against monsters and madness, until she finally reaches the top, Ashford's room. The air is thick with cold and power. Inside, Alfred Ashford stands with his sister Alexia, two figures in the dim glow of the room, like a twisted portrait of a family that never should have existed. Alfred speaks with a calm that feels rehearsed, almost religious. His voice is steady, but there's something in it that makes Claire's skin crawl. Alexia watches him with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. She tells him what she expects of him, that the Ashford legacy, the family's revival, their rebirth depends on his success, and to achieve it, he must kill Claire. Alfred's expression doesn't waver, doesn't hesitate, he simply nods, as if the thought is already finished. Alexia tilts her head, amused, and then she says softly, "I will handle it, myself." Claire steps forward, and her eyes land on the desk. Documents, files, the kind of paperwork that feels like a confession, written in ink. She reads them. Alexia is a prodigy, a genius, the most brilliant mind on the island, and the most beautiful. And Alfred, well, Alfred would do anything for her. He idolizes her. He's built his entire world around her, like a man building a cathedral for a god no one else can see. Claire feels the chill deepen as she flips through more journal entries, more evidence of Alfred's obsession. The way he writes about her isn't love, it's devotion, it's worship. It's the kind of obsession that doesn't stop when someone says enough, it only grows. One of his journal entries read, "Alexia, my sister is a genius and possesses unmatched beauty. She is everything to me. I would overcome any obstacle and be willing to risk my life for her. For Alexia, I must revive the glorious Ashford family which fell during the era of my father Alexander. Together we will restore our family name. I'll build a palace where only nobles may gather. I cannot allow the unwashed to see my dear Alexia, to whom my life is devoted to. She reigns the world as queen, with I as her servant. That is my dream, and how sweet it'll be. Those accomplishments will be the proof of my love towards Alexia. It is the purpose of my existence. All other people are meaningless, and they will soon prostrate themselves before Alexia and I." Claire's lips curl in a bitter, disbelieving smile. What a nut job, she thinks. Her brother Chris may be stubborn, but he loves her. He'd do anything to protect her. That kind of devotion is normal, human. But this is something else, and it borders on psychotic. Soon enough, Claire comes face to face with Alexia, only it wasn't a woman in a dress and a mask of calm. It's a figure holding a gun pointed straight at Claire's chest, finger already on the trigger. Claire freezes. This is it. This is the end. But the door crashes open. Steve bursts in, confused and panicked. Alexia turns, firing without hesitation. The bullets slam into Steve, sending him crashing to the floor. Steve fires back. Alexia stumbles, and in that moment, she runs, disappearing into the maze of the mansion. Claire and Steve chase her, hearts pounding, lungs burning. They sweep through the room where she was standing. Then Claire sees it, a wig laid out like a discarded secret. It must belong to Alexia. Claire reaches for it. The hair bristles, catching on her fingers, and she feels the weight of what it means. But before she can even process it, Alfred appears. He launches at Steve like a man possessed. Steve goes down hard, the impact rattling through the room. Claire backs away instinctively, watching in horror as Alfred lands in front of a mirror. A scream rings from his body as he looks at it. There, forced to look at himself, Alfred finally confronts the truth he's been running from. Alexia was never here. Unable to cope with his sister's disappearance, Alfred had been cosplaying the entire time.
This must be...
What? No!
Wait a second. What just happened?
So there never was an Alexia after all.
You mean he thinks he's two people? Okay, that's it. Let's get out of here.
The self-destruct system has been
That freak! He's trying to blow us up along with the entire facility. Come on, we gotta get to that airport.
Right.
I will not allow you fools to escape!
Alfred now, without his wig, but still wearing the mask of Alexia, unleashes the deadliest tyrant he has. But Claire, like she always does, fights through the nightmare and kills it. She and Steve burst out of the mansion into a sky full of fleeing survivors and aircraft. The island is burning, collapsing, and time is already running out. They race to the docks, diving into a waiting submarine, and push onward toward the airport, hearts pounding, bodies screaming. But Claire can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. At the airport, she hesitates, just for a moment, while Steve urges her to move, shouting for her to hurry. Claire finally relents, and they rush towards the plane. A smile flickers from the shadows. Wesker, unseen, watching, waiting. Then the plane takes off, leaving the smoking island to explode behind them. Meanwhile, the man they thought was Alexia, or perhaps something worse, climbs into his own helicopter, intent on revenge. He chases them, hunting down the two who ruined everything. In a brutal act of desperation, he hijacks their plane, forcing it into a deadly spiral through the sky. Claire has words for him.
Alfred! You cross-dressing freak!
The plane crashes, and when Claire and Steve awaken, they're in Antarctica, right inside another Umbrella base. They decide their best bet is to move toward an Australian outpost nearby. They attempt to use an excavator to break through the wall, but the machine only releases toxic gas, forcing them to separate again to find a shutoff. As Claire navigates the base, she learns the horrifying truth about life inside Umbrella. Workers forced to labor without breaks or vacation, treated like prisoners rather than people. She discovers the original founders, Edward Ashford and Oswald E. Spencer, and learns how they first discovered the mother virus before creating a new strain, the T virus. And to hide their illegal experiments, they built Umbrella, a company built on lies, blood, and power. Edward Ashford was Alexandra's father. He was also Alfred's father, and the man who began the Ashford legacy in Umbrella's shadows. While studying the mother virus and the emerging T virus, Edward died in a tragic accident, an explosion of science gone wrong. His death left Oswald Spencer alone, and Alexander left with a family name that now felt like a curse. Alexander was already falling behind. Other researchers were catching up, passing him, proving his work was not as brilliant as he believed it should be. He had disgraced the Ashford name, he had disappointed his father, he had shamed their ancestor Veronica, whose legacy was supposed to be the foundation of everything the Ashfords stood for. Spencer was moving faster than ever, pushing to seize control of Umbrella completely, and Alexander refused to let that happen, so he built a hidden research facility in Antarctica, far from prying eyes. He gave his project a code name to keep it discreet, Project Code Veronica. He claimed it was all for Veronica, that he would bring her back. Alexander believed he could clone Veronica using preserved DNA, then combine it with a gene meant to enhance intelligence. In his mind, he was creating a new lineage. This ambition gave birth to twins, Alexia and Alfred Ashford, designed to be reincarnated heirs of Veronica's genius and legacy. Alexia, especially, became convinced she was Veronica reborn. She saw herself as superior, destined to rule. Her obsession with the T Veronica virus, born from ancient ant and plant DNA, wasn't about science, it was about domination. Alexia didn't want to cure humanity, she wanted to transcend it, to create a global hive mind empire with herself at the center as queen. In the end, Ashford's goal was to use Veronica's genetic blueprint as a weapon for a new world order. Claire and Steve face Ashford again in a brutal fight, forced to the edge of the railing above a dark abyss. In a desperate move, Steve shoves Ashford over the edge, watching him fall into the void. There's no relief, only the heavy knowledge that the nightmare isn't over. They shut off the toxic gas, break through Umbrella's walls, and flee into the open air. Stealing a car, they race towards an Australian base, driven only by the need to survive and to keep the truth alive.
Alexia.
Meanwhile, Chris's story is unfolding parallel. He arrives by boat in an isolated island, chasing a lead passed him by Leon. Umbrella, Rockfort, Claire, every trail leads here. He's here to end this and find his sister. Chris scales the jagged cliffs, the ocean crashing violently below him, every step a reminder that he's already too late. The island is quiet now. Too quiet. As he searches the ruins, encounters a familiar face, the jailer, the same man who released Claire. The jailer tells him the truth. He helped Claire escape. She was on one of the planes that left the island minutes ago. She's alive. Relief flashes across Chris's face, but it doesn't last. The jailer urges him to leave, to follow her, to escape while there's still time. He tells Chris they are the only ones left alive on the island. They move together through the ruins, heading for the shoreline, and then the island reminds Chris what Umbrella leaves behind. The ground erupts beneath them. A massive worm bursts from the earth in a spray of dirt and concrete. Chaos explodes in seconds. Chris fires, emptying rounds into the creature, but it's too fast. The jailer is hit. Mortally wounded, he collapses, bleeding out on the stone. Chris drags him back, trying to save the man who already knows he's out of time. With his final breath, the jailer begs Chris to go, to find Claire, to make sure someone survives this nightmare. The jailer coughs once, then reaches into his coat with trembling fingers. With his last strength, he presses the medicine into Chris's hand, the same medicine Claire gave him, a lifeline passed from sister to stranger to brother. The jailer forces out a weak smile, eyes softening for the first time in hours, and just like that, the last person who helped Claire is gone. Chris stands alone on the island, fists clenched, grief turning into fury. Umbrella took his city, they hunted his sister, and now they've taken one more life. Chris Redfield isn't leaving until Umbrella pays. With a heavy heart and fire in his eyes, Chris pushes forward. His journey takes him deeper into the cold, twisted core of the island, into corridors choked with grotesque life, and then, in a remote control room, he sees her, Alexia, fully awake, unhinged, radiant in her own nightmarish way. She stands in front of a monitor, singing softly, almost sweetly, like a lullaby meant for the dead. Her voice echoes in the empty room, and Chris watches, frozen, as the screen flickers with her image. Her song fills the silence. Then a shadow shifts behind him. Wesker. He doesn't step into the light. He doesn't need to. A grin spreads across Wesker's face. Slow, cruel, victorious, because for the first time in a long time, he has a chance for revenge, a chance to finish who he believes betrayed him. Wesker believes Chris abandoned the mission at the Spencer mansion, that his interference let Jill escape, let Claire escape, and Umbrella's perfect order was disrupted. To Wesker, that's unforgivable. He watches Chris watch Alexia through the monitor, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Wesker unleashes monstrous creations into Chris's path, twisted abominations designed for one purpose: kill him. But Wesker forgets one thing. Chris Redfield doesn't fall. He doesn't quit. Just like Claire, like every nightmare Umbrella threw at him, Chris survives. Limbs severed, walls cracked, blood on his hands, and ash in his lungs. But Chris survives. Still breathing, still moving, still coming for the truth. And when he rounds the corner, heart pounding, rifle raised, there he is. Wesker. Face to face, standing in the wreckage of ambition and betrayal.
Long time no see, Chris.
Wesker? He's still alive? What are you doing here?
I came for Alexia.
Who?
An organization hired me to capture her.
Wait, you attacked the island. And my sister.
Chris is hurled backward, his body slamming into unforgiving stone, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs. Before he can recover, Wesker is already on him. A hand clamps around Chris's throat and lifts him, effortlessly, fingers tightening as the world begins to blur. Wesker leans in close, voice low and venomous. He tells Chris exactly how much he hates him, how every plan he built, every future he envisioned, was shattered because of him, how Chris forced his hand, forced him to sell his soul to a new organization, to become something no longer human. Wesker laughs as he tightens his grip, amused by his own transformation. Then he delivers the knife twist. He tells Chris that Claire is in Antarctica with Alexia, and that Chris will never see her again. Chris struggles, fists swinging in blind defiance, but the blows barely register. Wesker doesn't even flinch. A cold smirk creeps across his face as he slowly chokes the life out of Chris until laughter suddenly echoes throughout the room. Alexia. Her face flickers onto a nearby monitor, laughing maniacally, her amusement cutting through the moment. Wesker glances up confused, just long enough to lose focus. With a snarl, he hurls Chris across the room. Chris crashes into the incubators, glass shattering as alarms scream and something inside is released. The creature lunges, but Chris, battered and desperate, kills it in a frenzy of gunfire. Using the chaos, he tears himself free and runs. He escapes Wesker's grasp, but not his hunt. Monsters flood the corridors, endless tunnels, narrow alleys, crumbling buildings. It feels like hundreds of them, each one trying to tear him apart before he can take another step. But Chris keeps moving, keeps fighting, keeps surviving, and finally, through blood and exhaustion, he sees it, a single aircraft. He boards the plane and takes off, leaving the island behind, carrying only one thought with him as the cold sky stretches ahead: Antarctica, where his sister is waiting. Inside the Antarctic base, Chris finds the wreckage of Claire's plane. Twisted metal, scorched walls, blood frozen onto the floor, but no signs of his sister. Just bodies. Just silence. Just the lingering sense that he's already too late. As he pushes deeper into the facility, the truth begins to surface through words, journal entries, Alfred's writing. Fanatic, emotional, unraveling. At first, the entries speak of betrayal. Alfred writes about discovering a hidden room filled with his father's secrets, where Alfred swears he will never trust his father again. Then the tone changes, the words grow darker, more unhinged. Alfred confesses that he and Alexia began experimenting on their father's corpse after his death, secret experiments hidden from the staff, from Umbrella, from the world, a desperate attempt to undo disgrace through science. A later entry, written a month after the experiments began, reads like a confession soaked in horror. The tests failed. Alexander didn't come back as a man. He became something else, a monster. Alfred writes that they bound him and sealed him away in an underground prison cell, locking their own father beneath the earth like a shame they couldn't erase. And then comes the final turn. Alexia speaks. She tells Alfred she wants to continue the experiments, but this time on herself, that she will use her own body to restore the Ashford's name, to bring their family glory once more. She insists on being placed into cryogenic sleep for 15 years while the experiment takes hold. Alfred writes of his heartbreak, of the pain of losing her while she still breathes, but he agrees. He swears he'll protect her, no matter the cost. He finds another journal, this one written by Alexia herself. What he reads is somehow far worse. She describes the discovery of an ancient virus hidden within the genes of a queen ant, and then she explains why it fascinates her. The ecosystem of the ants seems truly ideal to me. There's a queen ant in each anthill, and the soldier and worker ant are the queen's slaves. They dedicate their lives to the queen. The death to the queen ant means doom to the entire anthill. However, the soldier and worker ants can be easily replaced as long as the queen ant is alive. This is exactly the same relationship between myself and the other ignorant masses. Chris closes the file. This was never about survival. This was never about family. This was about control, about worship, about becoming something that rules while the rest of humanity exists only to serve. The entry continues. Alexia writes that she fused the ant-derived gene virus into the mother virus itself, refining it into something new, something final. She tested it first on her father, Alexander Ashford. Just as she predicted, the virus didn't save him. She gave it a name. Veronica. With the proof she needed, Alexia turned her focus inward. She describes injecting the virus into her own body, believing herself worthy of what came next. But there was a problem. The mutation progressed too rapidly. Her body couldn't adapt fast enough. Not yet. So she made a decision only someone like her could make. She sealed herself away in ultra-low temperature, cryogenic sleep. Her calculations were precise. 15 years. That's how long her body would need to fully adapt to coexist with the virus. to emerge not as human, but as something greater. And until then, she writes, she would entrust her survival to her brother. Until then, I have no choice but to trust the capsule that I will be in to the inept but loyal soldier ant who is my brother. For me to obtain ultimate power, some risks need to be taken. Alexia enters cryosleep willingly, joyfully, convinced that when she awakens, she will be the queen, that she will release the T. Veronica virus upon the world, that every living thing will submit to her, the perfect ecosystem. Chris lowers the file, disgust settling in his chest. Alfred worshipped his sister, devoted his life to her, but Alexia never returned that love. To her, Alfred was only a tool, a servant, a disposable soldier ant. Chris thinks of Claire, of the bond they share. Not control, not obsession, just love. Just love. The difference matters more than ever now. And then he finds her, Claire, unconscious, cocooned in a thick, mucus-like residue. Chris rushes to her, tearing her free, shaking her desperately. "Claire!" he shouts, again, louder. Her eyes flutter. She gasps. She's alive. The siblings collapse into each other, holding on like the world might tear them apart again if they let go. For the first time since Raccoon City, they're together.
How did you get here?
Leon contacted me.
Leon? You know him?
Yeah, he tracked me down right after you went missing. Look, Claire, we can talk about this later, but we gotta get out of here first.
Wait, Steve, he's here somewhere. We can't leave without him. You're Alexia Ashford.
Oh, you know my name.
I thought you were dead.
No, I've just been hibernating for 15 years to become one with the Veronica virus.
Veronica virus?
I still have some experiments to perform. Would you care to play along? Your friend awaits you in the Colosseum. You don't want to be late.
Hurriedly, the siblings give chase, feet pounding against the cold steel as they race after Alexia towards Steve. Their breath burns, curses slipping out between gasps, hearts hammering in their chests. They're so close, too close to slow down now. Then the ground erupts. A massive serpent bursts into their path, its body crashing through the corridor. The impact tears them apart. Chris is thrown down into darkness below, his cry cutting through the chaos as he's injured, trapped, out of reach. Claire screams his name, panic flooding her all over again. She just found him. She just got him back, and now the island is trying to take him away all over again. From below, Chris calls up to her, forcing the words out through pain, telling her to go, to save Steve, to not stop for him. Every instinct in Claire fights it, but she knows he's right. With a shattered look back, she turns and runs. She finds Steve exactly where Alexia promised he would be, and one look is enough to tell her the truth. She's already too late.
Oh, Claire.
No, I can't do it. Who did this to you?
That crazy woman told me she was gonna perform the same experiment on me that she did on her own father. She's completely insane.
What's wrong?
Claire! Can't breathe. Claire! Help me!
Steve is gone. He crashes through the gate in a blur of rage and metal, eyes empty, body twisting into something barely human. He raises the axe and brings it down, driven by instinct and infection, ready to end it all in a single strike. Claire freezes, staring up at him, certain this is where her story ends. Then something flickers. Just for a heartbeat, his eyes change. The monster falters. The boy she knew fights his way back to the surface, wrestling against the thing Umbrella turned him into. His grip loosens, the axe stops. Steve shoves her away instead of killing her, his voice breaking as he begs her to run. His body trembles, strength failing, the virus finally winning. He collapses under his own weight, the last of him slipping away as Claire stumbles back, tears in her eyes, knowing the man she knew is already gone.
Steve? Steve? Steve?
Meanwhile, Chris stays pressed against the cold stone of a pillar, watching the impossible unfold. Wesker stands before Alexia, his voice calm but ruthless, demanding what he wants most. Her body. The last remaining sample of T. Veronica is inside her, and he will stop at nothing to take it. Alexia only laughs, then steps forward. The air itself seems to burn. She erupts into flame, her form twisting and shifting into something far more monstrous. Chris watches in stunned silence as the two of them clash, Wesker's inhumane precision against Alexia's raw, burning power. Chris is pinned by the spectacle, helpless, until a blast of fire finally reveals his hiding place. Wesker doesn't stay to finish the job. Laughing, he flees, hoping Alexia will end Chris for him. But Chris escapes, shaken, and finds Alexander Ashford's journal and lab reports. The entries are short, clinical, and horrifying. Alexander writes that he discovered a way to fuse intelligence into new life, using a surrogate mother to produce children designed to be brilliant. The twins were born, a boy, intelligent but not exceptional, and a girl whose mind exceeded everything Alexander had ever seen. He named them Alfred and Alexia, convinced she was the reincarnation of Veronica and the key to restoring his family's glory. But as the entries continue, his tone shifts. He realizes Alexia is obsessed with the virus, obsessed in a way he cannot control. He tries to reason with her to pull her back, but she refuses, her mind already gone. Chris finds Claire trapped inside a room, trembling, sobbing over Steve's death. She's broken, raw, and desperate. Through her tears, she tells Chris the only way out is to activate the building's self-destruct sequence. If the sequence runs, the electronic locks will disengage. Chris runs, sets the countdown, and watches as the doors unlock, giving them a narrow path to escape. But there is no peace. As they rush towards freedom, Alexia appears again, calm, smiling, almost delighted at the thought that she has already killed Steve. She tells them coldly that everyone exists only to serve her experiments. Then she transforms once more, becoming an even more terrifying creature than before, and Chris and Claire are forced to face her one last time.
If you are seeing this message, that can only mean that Code Veronica has reached a critical stage. The year is 1983, and I am afraid that my only daughter has become obsessed with the Veronica virus. She has even got to the point of experimenting on her own body. My daughter dreams of unleashing this thing into the world. This last step is the only way I can think of to help her. Whether you are on Umbrella's side or not, please help her.
Even though it was he who created my brother and I. But he was such a miserable old man.
I'll keep her busy. Just go for the emergency elevator.
Chris,
I can take care of this. Just go.
Alexander's voice echoes through the base one last time. Dead, but not gone. The broadcast crackles to life, and Claire and Chris hear the confession of a man who once called himself their father. He tells them the only way to stop Alexia is to use the weapon he left behind, a final act of redemption from beyond the grave. Chris looks at Claire, desperate, and tells her to run. Now, he fights the monster with everything he has, using the weapon as his last hope. The blast hits, and Alexia explodes in a firestorm of destruction, collapsing into ash. Chris turns the corner and finds Wesker waiting, holding Claire like a prize. Wesker doesn't rush. He doesn't need to. He's been waiting for this moment, and he savors it like a victory that was always meant to be his. He taunts Chris, telling him Alexia was worthless, that the virus was never the real prize. The real prize was revenge. His revenge. Chris snaps back, furious and desperate. Alexia's dead. The virus is gone. You're not getting anything now. Wesker only smirks. You think you've won, he says, but I already won. You brought me everything I needed. Wesker reveals that the T. Veronica virus has been forced into Steve's body, and his men have already taken him away. Chris charges anyway, commanding Claire to run yet again as he attacks, but Wesker is too powerful, too fast. Punch after punch connects with Chris's face, each strike throwing him like a ragdoll across the room. The air fills with fire and metal as Wesker laughs, watching Chris struggle in the flames. The building begins to collapse, and in the chaos an explosion rips through the wall, separating them through flames. Wesker disappears into the smoke, leaving Chris alive, but shattered, with one final promise burning in his chest. He will stop Wesker, no matter what it costs.
Hey, you know that I always keep my promises.
Claire and Chris stumble out of the wreckage, lungs burning and bodies shaking, but the fire in them hasn't died yet. Chris grabs control of the helicopter, forcing it into a steady flight path as the island collapses behind them. He looks at Claire, exhausted, terrified, but still standing, and says the only thing that makes sense now. They're finishing this, not just for themselves, but for every life Umbrella has ruined. The helicopter roars forward, cutting through the stormy sky, and Chris redirects their course towards Umbrella's heart. They're taking the fight to Umbrella, and they're going to destroy it. The fall of Umbrella was never clean, and Umbrella would not abort their mission. Even as the world began uncovering the truth behind Raccoon City, fragments of the corporation continued to operate in the shadows, desperately clinging to power. One of those fragments took refuge aboard a luxury cruise ship known as the Spencer Rain, a floating palace of glass and steel drifting through North Atlantic. Officially, the ship was a research vessel. In reality, it was a mobile laboratory, quiet, transporting bioorganic weapons and conducting illegal experiments far from the eyes of the world. The disaster begins when the ship is seized from within. Morpheus, a former Umbrella commander, initiates a violent coup. Once loyal to the company, Morpheus believed that Umbrella would elevate him for his service. Instead, he was discarded, betrayed by the very corporation he helped build, and sentenced to death. In response, he infects the ship with the T-virus, transforming the Spencer Rain into a drifting tomb filled with the undead. If Umbrella would abandon him, he would expose its sins to the world in blood. To contain the incident, the US government deploys Bruce McGivern, an agent tasked with infiltrating the ship and preventing a full-scale biohazard outbreak. Bruce boards the vessel alone, unaware of the nightmare waiting inside. What should have been a controlled investigation immediately collapses into chaos as he discovers the hulls crawling with zombies, passengers, crew, and soldiers alike, all victims of Umbrella's final experiments. As Bruce pushes deeper into the ship, he encounters Fong Ling, a Chinese operative, and Morpheus' actions have given her a chance to confront the rot at the head of the corporation. Their alliance is uneasy at first. Necessity binds them together. Survival aboard the Spencer Rain demands trust, even among strangers. Throughout the ship, the truth of Umbrella's collapse becomes clear. Research logs and abandoned laboratories reveal a company eating itself alive, executives silencing one another, commanders defecting, and scientists continuing experiments long after ethics ceased to matter. Bioweapons roam freely, hunters stalk the corridors, mutated creatures infest the flooded lower decks, and experimental organisms crawl through the shadows. Umbrella is no longer in control of its creations. At the center of it all stands Morpheus, having injected himself with a prototype virus known as T plus G, combining the T virus and the G virus. He views himself as the final evolution of Umbrella's ideology, power through mutation. The virus begins to reshape his body and mind, warping his identity as his hatred deepens. Morpheus broadcasts messages to the outside world, declaring the corporation's crimes and daring anyone to stop him. As the infection worsens, Morpheus loses what remains of his humanity. The virus twists him into a grotesque form, neither fully human nor fully monster, just a reflection of Umbrella itself. His obsession with revenge consumes him completely, proving that even those who oppose Umbrella can become monsters if they embrace its methods. Bruce and Fongling confront Morpheus in the depths of the ship, and in the end, Morpheus is destroyed, his body collapsing under the weight of his own transformation. The Spencer Rain is left a ruined husk, drifting silently as the outbreak is finally contained. Yet the victory rings hollow. Umbrella is weakened, but not erased. The events aboard the Spencer Rain prove that the corporation's true horror was never a single virus or single experiment. It was the system that allowed betrayal, ambition, and inhumane science to flourish. Dead Aim stands as a reminder that Umbrella didn't fall in one dramatic moment. It bled out slowly, leaving behind ghosts, monsters, and people who could never escape its shadow. Ultimately, Morpheus is not defeated because he is weak, but because his path leads nowhere. By embracing Umbrella's methods, he becomes indistinguishable from the corporation he hates. Umbrella didn't just create monsters in laboratories, they created them in boardrooms, command centers, and people who believed the system would protect them. Bruce and Fongling managed to contain the virus and destroy the ship, ensuring it can never hurt another person. And as the ship explodes, Bruce and Fongling make it off. For years, Umbrella had been the shadow behind every catastrophe, an untouchable giant whose crimes buried cities and lives alike. Entire populations were erased, reduced to footnotes and cover-ups. While the corporation endured, the Umbrella Chronicles finally allows us to witness something the series had only ever whispered about: Umbrella's end. Not as a clean victory, but as a desperate, overdue reckoning. This is not triumph, it is the closing of a wound that has already bled the world dry. At the same time, it dives deeper than ever before into the truth behind Albert Wesker and who truly won.
It was near daybreak on July 25th when the incident at the mansion drew to a close. Except for Chris and a few others, the RPD stars were wiped out. All of the evidence of the event had vanished with the destruction of the mansion. For a brief moment, I felt the pain of coming death. However, this too was part of the plan. Nobody was aware of it, but I had been reborn. I cast off my frail humanity and became something greater. I died once. I will never forget the cold, dark fingers of death reaching out for me. However, even that death was a necessary component of the big picture. The virus that Birkin had created brought me back from the brink of annihilation. When I awoke, hatred became my master.
Emergency. The self-destruct
I found the tyrant that killed me was dead, and the facility was just moments away from self-destruction. I did not have time to enjoy my newfound life. I had something I needed to do.
must evacuate immediately.
Time to grab the data and get out.
Due to the emergency condition, all data has been backed up to the UMF-013.
Sergei was busy.
Wesker, Albert, I am afraid that as of 2400 hours, I have taken it upon my authority to revoke your access privileges to the mainframe system.
Impossible. Who are you?
Wesker, now fully infected and no longer pretending to be human, flees the collapsing Spencer mansion. In this moment, Wesker stops being an agent of Umbrella and becomes its inevitable successor. In 2003, Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine returned to the fight as veterans worn down by years of failure, betrayal, and loss. Their assault on Umbrella's final stronghold in the frozen mountains of Russia feels less like justice and more like obligation, something that simply has to be finished, no matter how late it is. Inside the facility are the final truths of Umbrella, abandoned experiments, assembly line monsters, and research logs that make one thing horrifyingly clear: Umbrella never learned. It never stopped. Even on the brink of collapse, it was still trying to perfect horror.
Umbrella's stock plummeted with government inquiries into their involvement in the Raccoon City incident. Before long, they were able to redirect responsibility for the incident. Part of the blame was cleverly shifted to the American government. Umbrella had strong ties and deep pockets, thus they were able to drag out the legal proceedings. Over time, it appeared that all evidence of Umbrella's involvement had vanished with the missile touchdown. How convenient for them. Though fortune has a way of turning when you least expect it. It was the year 2003. Umbrella had a base of operations in Russia, where they were working on a new BOW. They were preparing to arm the unstable regions of the world with their bioweaponry. Chris and Jill had joined a regional biohazard containment unit and had heard rumors about this nightmarish facility. They recklessly plunged in to shut it down. They have no idea of the awesome and terrible power that awaits them with the new BOW, Talos.
Threaded through this final operation is Albert Wesker, whose presence poisons any sense of closure. While Umbrella dies, Wesker thrives, moving through the ruins like a ghost, harvesting data, testing his inhumane abilities, and quietly ensuring that the research responsible for so much suffering is not lost. That truth was already evident years earlier in a forgotten jungle, through a weapon called Talos. Talos was never meant to be a monster that thought for itself. It was designed to be obedient. Unlike earlier tyrants, Talos was equipped with an advanced command and control system overseen by a Red Queen-style computer interface. This system allowed Umbrella and later Colonial Javier Hidalgo to override the creature's instincts, suppressing its tendency to attack indiscriminately. Talos did not roam. It did not hunt on impulse. It waited and listened. The computer processed battlefield data in real time. Damage tolerance, aggression thresholds, response to firearms, and obedience under stress. Every movement Talos made was a calculation. Every failure was recorded. Umbrella was testing whether absolute control over living weapons was possible, but the system had a flaw. Talos could be guided, commanded, even restrained, but never truly controlled. As damage accumulated and the control interface degraded, Talos reverted to Umbrella could never erase. Raw survival instinct. The machine could issue orders, but it could not grant loyalty. In the end, Talos became proof that Umbrella's greatest dream, perfection, domination over life itself, was still out of reach. At the center of this tragedy stood Colonial Javier Hidalgo. Javier believed power could save him. Once a feared South American drug lord, he reinvented himself as a military strongman after his empire collapsed. When his wife fell terminally ill, Umbrella offered him what no nation could, a virus that kept her alive. Suspended between life and death, the cost was obedience and human lives. Javier accepted. Talos became his enforcer, his shield, and his symbol. Through it, Javier ruled through terror. Convinced Umbrella's science had elevated him beyond ordinary men, but he misunderstood his role. To Umbrella and to Wesker, Javier was never a partner. As Talos was pushed to its limits and Javier's world burned, the truth became unavoidable. Umbrella never intended to save his wife, his country, or him. When Javier died, Umbrella lost a failed experiment, but Wesker gained priceless data. Javier Hidalgo wasn't evil because he loved power. He was tragic because he believed power loved him back. When Umbrella finally fell, the world credited governments, lawsuits, and military intervention. Wesker allowed that lie to stand because the truth was far more disturbing. Umbrella's collapse was inevitable. Wesker dismantled Umbrella from the inside, siphoning its research, selling its secrets, and ensuring its most valuable assets survived under new ownership. By the time Chris and Jill struck Umbrella's final base, the corporation was already hollow. Its power was gone, its future stolen. So when Wesker speaks of Umbrella's defeat, he speaks with ownership. He knows that stars would have never beat them without him, and he laughs knowing he's in charge now. Umbrella's name disappears, but its legacy survives, scattered, stolen, and weaponized for the future. The Umbrella Chronicles make one thing painfully clear. Evil didn't end here, it evolved. The company that created the nightmare is gone, but the nightmare has learned to live without it.
Y que aquí te ofrecemos arrastrado por la furia y acógenos del paraíso en tu seno. Oh Señor, nos traeríais salud.
The world has technically moved on from Umbrella, which collapsed after its bioweapons were exposed, but the damage it caused still echoes everywhere. Governments now secretly compete to control bioorganic weapons, BOW, rather than eliminate them. Leon S. Kennedy, once a rookie cop, is now a hardened US government agent who was asked to join after Raccoon City fell, having trained for years. His mission now is to rescue the president's daughter, Ashley Graham, who has been kidnapped by a mysterious cult and taken somewhere in rural Spain. Leon and 2 other officers set out, where they are quickly attacked and separated. Both of his companions are murdered, leaving Leon the sole survivor. He hurriedly searches for his missing partners, coming across a rundown house. Inside, he finds a man who acts anything but friendly, muttering under his breath. Leon introduces himself as the police, asking if he's seen his fellow officer, when his gaze falls down to something horrible. The officer's bloodied name tag. Just as Leon processes what this means, the man attacks him violently from behind, where Leon easily kills him. Leon explores the house and finds bodies, but also finds signs that this group of people were in fact the ones who took the president's daughter, Ashley, codename Baby Eagle. This lead leads him deeper into the forest and into a village overrun by creatures. Not zombies, but definitely not human. Leon realizes this is nothing like Raccoon City. They're intelligent, aggressive, and coordinated. These people, known as Los Ganados, retain their humanity on the surface, but something else is clearly controlling them. He fights through dozens of them before the church bell rings, and just as quickly as they'd attacked, they all leave, wandering into the church building and locking the doors.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Leon continues his search. Louis Sierra, who has been kidnapped. Leon tries to free him before being violently attacked from behind. Osmond Saddler, the one who controls them, leading them to mass and performing human sacrifice at large. The source of his control is Los Plagueis, an ancient parasitic organism that predates modern science. Unlike the T-virus, Los Plagueis doesn't reanimate the dead, it hijacks the nervous system of a living host. The parasite grants enhanced strength, resilience, and obedience, while still allowing speech and tool use. This makes the infected far more dangerous than traditional zombies. The parasite had been long buried beneath a castle in Spain, forgotten by time until it was rediscovered. Saddler believes Los Plagueis is a divine gift meant to unite humanity under his control. By infecting others with the plague, he can literally command their minds. His ultimate plan is global domination. He intends to spread Plagueis across the world by infecting powerful individuals who would unknowingly carry the parasite back to their countries. Ashley Graham is central to his plan. The idea is simple and horrifying. Ashley will return to the United States, reunite with her father, and slowly spread the parasite into the highest levels of government. Leon becomes a pawn in Saddler's game, forced to fight against time to remove the parasite before it fully matures, leaving him powerless forever.
Ashley. Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Just let me go.
Listen. Easy with that. My name's Leon. I'm hearing the president's orders and that went well. Hey, it's dangerous outside. You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
Pursue them. The lost lambs are escaping. Deliver unto them salvation.
Leon and Ashley start their trek, attempting to escape and make it to the designated helicopter pickup while the crazy cult is hunting them. Leon fights through dozens of cult members before Louis appears, helping him hide in a barn. Louis tells them that he was also once infected, but managed to remove the plague with surgery. Leon and Ashley agree, to which Louis runs off, only to reveal he's working with none other than Ada Wong, the same Ada from all those years ago who knew Leon when he was only a rookie in Resident Evil 2, and it's clear she hasn't changed a bit. Ada Wong operates in the shadows, manipulating events for an unnamed organization. Her goal isn't to stop Las Plagueis at all, it's to obtain a sample. Though she occasionally aids Leon, her loyalty is never to him or humanity, only to her mission. Louis secretly helps her as she promises him escape and protection once he's finished. More bad news comes in for Leon. His dispatches stated the weather is too bad for the chopper to make it in, and Leon and Ashley are forced deeper into the woods to hide, where they fight Osmond again, and more of his controlled creations. Several people serve as the pillars of Osmond Saddler's cult, each representing a different part of the operation that keeps the entire system functioning. Together, they form the chain of control that allows Saddler to spread Las Plagueis across the region and eventually the world. At the lowest level is Mendez, the imposing village chief who acts as Saddler's reinforcer. Among the rural population, Mendez is both feared and obeyed, maintaining order through intimidation and sheer physical dominance. Once a human villager, he fully embraced the parasite and now possesses monstrous strength and resilience far beyond normal limits. His role is simple but crucial: keep the villagers loyal to the cult and eliminate anyone who threatens Saddler's plan. Through Mendez, the quiet farming community becomes a hostile, fanatical force devoted entirely to the parasite's will. Higher up the chain sits Raymond Salazar, the last descendant of a once noble European family that ruled the massive castle overlooking the region. Salazar represents the corruption of old power. His ancestors had originally sealed the Las Plagueis parasite away centuries earlier, recognizing its danger, but Salazar, manipulated by Saddler's promises of power and influence, betrayed that legacy and helped release the parasite once again. Twisted both physically and mentally by genetic experimentation and Plagueis infection, Salazar becomes a grotesque creature, petty, theatrical, and completely devoted to Saddler's vision. Through him, Saddler gains access to the castle and its underground laboratories, transforming a historic stronghold into the heart of his cult's operation. Then there's Jack Krauser, once a decorated U.S. soldier and a former partner of Leon Kennedy. Krauser becomes convinced that power is the only true law, seeking strength at any cost. He willingly infects himself with Las Plagueis, believing the parasite will grant him the superiority needed to reshape the world. Ultimately, however, Leon and Ashley are captured multiple times by Saddler and his followers.
You have come, my child. What do you want? I simply wish to share this gift with as many as possible. A humble wish, don't you think? You see, we are all connected through the holy body. And now your flesh and bones, your very thoughts, are already one with us. Why do you reject serenity when you need only accept the sacred gift? Like she did.
Saddler! Ah, yes, the time has come for this lamb to join our covenant. Oh, blessings on him and the sweet mercy they bring. Exalt all and let it be so. Leon! Go!
With Ada's assistance, they escape. Making it to the lab, Leon and Ashley manage to remove their Plagueis using a device designed to kill the parasite without killing the host. This restores their free will and removes Saddler's leverage. With nothing left to lose, Leon wages all-out war against Saddler, dismantling the cult from within and confronting him directly. Saddler mutates into a massive plague abomination, revealing his true nature, someone only interested in control. Leon defeats him with Ada's help, destroying the last known master of the Plagueis strain. Ada steals an amber sample from Leon. Despite its name, it isn't ordinary, fossilized resin. It is a hardened substance that formed around an ancient Las Plagueis organism deep underground, preserving the parasite in a dormant state for centuries. When it was rediscovered, it provided researchers with one of the oldest and purest samples of the parasite ever found. Unlike the Plagueis already infecting the villagers, the amber contains the original strain, making it incredibly valuable for experimentation and bioweapon development. Because of this, multiple groups seek control of it, including Ada Wong. The amber could allow scientists to recreate or even enhance the lost Plagueis parasite. Leon watches Ada, disappointment etched in his face as she leaves in a helicopter. There is no time, however, as the facility begins self-destructing. Leon grabs Ashley, and they flee on a boat. Leon's current mission is complete, but his journey is far from over. Umbrella may be gone, but the world is now more dangerous than ever. Lost Plagueis survives in samples, black markets, and secret labs, ensuring the cycle of bioweapon horror will continue. The Darkside Chronicles revisit some of the darkest chapters in the series, while revealing a piece of history that would quietly shape the future. The story is framed as a series of memories told by Leon Kennedy long after the nightmare of Resident Evil 4. Looking back, Leon reflects on the missions that hardened him, the battles he barely survived, and the people who were lost along the way. These memories paint a picture not just of bioterror and survival, but of the emotional weight carried by those forced to fight it again and again. Much of the story returns to the tragedies that defined the early years of the Outbreak. The fall of Raccoon City during Resident Evil 2 is revisited, reminding us of the moments the world first saw what Umbrella's experiments could unleash. We also revisit the events of Resident Evil Code Veronica, where the Ashworth family twisted legacy revealed just how far Umbrella's influence had spread. Together, these moments highlight a harsh truth. When Umbrella Corporation finally collapsed, its evil didn't disappear with it. Its research, its viruses, and its horrors scattered across the world, sold to the highest bidder. But the most important story in Darkside Chronicles lies in a mission few people ever knew about: Operation Javier. Years before the events of Resident Evil 4, Manuela Hidalgo was born in a remote region deep within the Amazon, growing up under the protection of her father's powerful cartel, while unknowingly carrying a tragic legacy. She inherited a rare, degenerative disease from her mother, Hilda Hidalgo, who had previously been taken away for experimental T-virus treatment that ended in horrific mutation. Manuela was told her mother had died, and her father Javier devoted himself to protecting and spoiling her while keeping her hidden within their private estate. But when she turned 15, she was diagnosed with the same fatal illness. Desperate to save her, Javier used his criminal connections to obtain the T. Veronica virus, hoping it could stabilize her condition. The treatment required years of careful control, something Javier could not properly maintain. This left his cartel to abduct girls from nearby villages to harvest organs in order to keep Manuela alive. Horrified when she eventually learned the truth that innocent people were dying so she could survive, Manuela fled to a nearby village seeking refuge. When Javier discovered where she had gone, his desperation turned into cruelty. He flooded the village by releasing water from a dam and unleashing T-virus infected prisoners into the chaos, triggering a massacre that left the settlement devastated and Manuela alone, surrounded by the consequences of her father's obsession to keep her alive. Leon is sent on a covert mission to South America alongside soldier Jack Krauser. Their target is a powerful drug lord, Javier. They encounter his daughter, who admits that against her will, Javier has already managed to keep her alive for over 15 years.
Her organs must be transplanted regularly.
What are you talking about?
He helps with the pain, keeping the virus at bay. But that's only for the first 15 years.
If you had just let me die, none of this would have ever happened.
No. I couldn't just watch you die. In nature, the predators who prey on others only grow stronger and thrive.
You crazy, selfish old fool!
Considering you brought my daughter back, I will grant your death's meaning.
Leon and Jack fight their way through jungles filled with infected creatures and grotesque experiments, slowly uncovering the horrifying truth behind Javier's operations. What they found was a father driven mad by grief, willing to unleash biological horrors on the world if it meant saving the person he loved the most. In the end, the experiment spiraled completely out of control. Javier himself mutated into a towering bioorganic weapon, forcing Leon and Jack to destroy what remained of the man.
I understand now. I feel this pain because I am still human. But if I were no longer to feel pain, then that would mean that No. I choose to die a human.
Manuela, desperate not to become a monster, tries to take matters into her own hands, but she's saved by Leon before the monster can kill her. After the mission, Manuela is taken into government custody to monitor her health and is deemed stable. However, even after the mission ended, its consequences lingered. Something inside Krauser changed that day. Witnessing the power of the bioweapons and the corruption surrounding their use shattered his faith in the system he once believed in. The war, the governments, the endless cycle of death, it all began to feel meaningless. Slowly, bitterness replaced loyalty. The mission that was supposed to stop a threat instead planted the seed for another. The scars left by Operation Javier eventually pushed Krauser down a darker path, leading him to betray everything he once stood for and align himself with Osmond Saddler years later. Where Leon chose to keep fighting to protect others, Krauser chose power, convinced that strength was the only truth left in a broken world. Through Leon's memories, he reminds us that every victory in this war comes with a cost, sometimes measured not just in lives lost, but in the people who slowly lose themselves along the way. Canonically, Leon Kennedy, Jack Krauser, and Manuela Hidalgo survive. Sometime around 2005, the bioterrorist group, Group 2, Velcho, strikes Mediterranean city of Terra Grigia. 2 Velcho, aka the Greyhound, was a violent Italian nationalist group led by Dr. Jack Norman, described as an armed cult. They actively opposed the construction of Terra Grigia, a futuristic and self-sustaining city in the Mediterranean coast, believing modern society was corrupt and that they were destined to punish it. In their eyes, anyone who didn't share their ideology was disposable. Before the city's destruction, Morgan Lansdale, head of the Federal Bioterrorism Commission, FBC, secretly manipulated Veltro. He wanted a massive disaster to expand his agency's power. He gave Jack Norman the tools to carry out the attack: luxury ships for transport, and even hunter BOWs to assault civilians. Veltro attacked Terra Grigia, killing thousands and causing absolute chaos. The Federal Bioterrorism Commission attempts to contain the chaos, but Director Morgan Lansdale sabotages their attempts and sacrifices the city using orbital solar rays, leaving destruction and death in his wake. But sadly for Veltro and Norman, Morgan Lansdale never planned on letting them survive. Once the city is destroyed, he remotely releases the virus onto Veltro ships, wiping out most of the group. Norman survived on the Queen Ditto ship. 2 other cruise ships, Queen Zenobia and Queen Semiramis, are taken out to sea during the city destruction. Trapped in a sealed compartment, the surviving Veltro members died one by one, leaving only Norman. In desperation, he injects himself with T-Abyss, mutating into a monstrous creature. The survivors of this incident, like Parker and Jessica, eventually join the BSAA, while veteran operatives Jill and Chris investigate the remnants of Veltro's operations. Their search leads them to the abandoned cruise ship Queen Zenobia, a floating tomb drifting silently in the endless Mediterranean. Every hallway echoes with loss, every door conceals unnatural horrors, and the ship itself feels alive, watching their every move. Chris and Jessica were sent to investigate. However, they've been radio silent and unable to communicate. Worried, Jill and her partner Parker board the ship in search of them. Aboard the ship, they discover Veltro's plot to contaminate the oceans with the virus T-Abyss. They dismantle the virus and ultimately confront Norman, whose mutated form stands as a grim reminder of the cost when lives are treated as expendable. They kill Norman, gathering incriminating evidence, which they turn into the BSAA, directly resulting in Morgan's arrest for the atrocities committed.
Means of dispersion?
The cruise ship is equipped with a UAV. That is your delivery system.
Very well. Now show me the goods.
Bonafide T-Abyss. No vaccine. Not yet.
Yes, of course. A little bit of this could turn a city inside out.
I think we're done. I'll be on my way.
Who would have thought, yes? That the lowly terrorists would receive a helping hand from the venerable commissioner of the FBC.
As you can see, it's not likely you'll be wriggling out of this one.
I seem to have underestimated the BSAA. And perhaps you as well.
We found this in the off-limits area near Terra Grigia. We're done analyzing it, so you can have it back.
Director O'Brien, surely you understand our dilemma. Without the Terra Grigia panic, the ignorant masses would be unaware of the threat that lies before them.
I'm placing you under arrest on suspicion of conspiring with Veltro in the planning and execution of the Terra Grigia panic.
With all due respect, Director O'Brien, the BSAA is making a huge mistake.
Where have I heard that before?
The Queen, Zenobia, explodes, sinking beneath the waves, but the damage is already done. With Morgan Lansdale arrested, the FBC is dissolved and its remaining members transferred to the BSAA. O'Brien also decides to step down from his position as head of BSAA due to the overwhelming guilt of using his agents as pawns, even if they did expose the truth. The survivors are left with the sobering truth that heroism in this world means enduring both horrors and human betrayal, carrying the weight of a city sacrificed in the name of control. Canonically, Jill, Parker, Jessica, and Chris all survive.
Bioterror. The world lives with it. You live with it. Viruses are stolen, re-engineered, misused with tragic results. And who are you supposed to trust? Politicians who sell their souls for a few votes? CEOs who betray consumers for a quick buck? Count on us instead. We're above the politics, always watching, always ready to face the threat head on. We are the unflinching mop that sops up the evils of bioterrorism and chemical warfare. They call us Terra Save. Because Terra doesn't have to end with a wrist.
Claire Redfield and Maura Burton, Barry Burton's daughter, are now working for Terra Save. They and other Terra Save members are attacked at a fundraising event and taken from a moment of normalcy and thrown into captivity at gunpoint, waking up on a remote island where survival is treated like entertainment. Metal bracelets clamp around their wrists, ticking silently, watching their fear. In this place, terror isn't a reaction, it's a death sentence. Every breath matters, every scream could be the last. The island is rotting, forgotten, and filled with people who were once human. The afflicted are not fast or powerful, they're broken, trembling reflections of what fear does when it's pushed too far. A voice speaks to them through their bracelets and calls herself the Overseer. She recites riddles and clues, toying with her victims. Claire and Maura eventually cross paths with two other Terra Save survivors, Gabriel Chavez and Pedro Fernandez. The two men had barely escaped a brutal attack in the woods where a swarm of infected creatures descended on their group. In the chaos, their leader, Neil Fisher, ordered them to run while he stayed behind to hold the monsters off. Believing he had sacrificed himself so the others could survive, Gabe and Pedro fled into the ruins, carrying both the shock of the attack and the guilt of leaving their leader behind. Gabe, Pedro, Maura, and Claire unite, relieved. But whatever hope their reunion brings is quickly crushed when the mysterious Overseer reveals the truth. Every captive on the island has already been infected with a specially engineered virus, one that doesn't activate through time or exposure, but through fear itself. Panic, terror, despair. Those emotions trigger the infection, transforming its victims into monsters. The Overseer's twisted experiment is simple: break them psychologically and see who survives. Whoever proves strongest, who can endure the fear without succumbing to it, will become the perfect body for her to claim. Pedro, pushed beyond his limits and unable to withstand the pressure any longer, finally breaks. The virus takes hold, warping his body into a grotesque creature, forcing the trio to face the horrifying truth of the Overseer's experiment. They killed what was once Pedro. The remaining trio manages to hold on to a fragile hope. After discovering an abandoned helicopter, Gabriel volunteers to help get it running, believing they might finally have a way off the island. But the Overseer is always watching. Gabriel boards the helicopter taking off, but just as the escape attempt begins, she activates the town's emergency alarm system, deliberately drawing hordes of infected creatures toward the survivors. At the same time, she sabotages the helicopter controls. As the craft spins out of control, Gabriel panics, causing his T-Phobos virus bracelet to turn red. He desperately tries to cut off his mutating hand with a knife, but the helicopter crashes into a building, exploding in flames. His charred corpse is later found by Barry Burton 6 months later, with his arm grotesquely mutilated and his bracelet still active. Gabriel and Pedro were brave, but the island is designed to destroy that strength. The constant terror, the endless tests, the creeping realization that they are nothing more than lab rats begins to crack the group. Claire and Maura are forced to continue alone. While searching through the ruined, monster-infested town, they encounter a quiet and mysterious girl named Natalie Corda. Alone and frightened, Natalie has somehow managed to survive the horrors of the island, and the two decide to take her with them as they continue their desperate search for a way off. But survival on the island demands more than weapons and strength, and very quickly Natalie is kidnapped and separated from them. Claire fights with the experience of a veteran, but Maura carries a different burden, one far heavier than any gun: her refusal to use firearms. Years earlier, when she was just a child, Maura accidentally shot her younger sister with one of her father's unsecured handguns. The moment shattered her childhood and left behind a wound that never truly healed. Since then, she has sworn never to touch a gun again. Neil Fisher was once one of TerraSave's most trusted leaders, calm, intelligent, and deeply experienced in the horrors of bioterrorism. Before leading TerraSave, he had served in the FBC during the Terra Grigia panic. During that tragedy, Fisher witnessed the devastation of bioweapons firsthand. Amid the chaos, he rescued a young girl named Natalie Corda, whose parents had been killed in front of her during the outbreak. Fisher carried the terrified child to safety, giving her a small teddy bear to comfort her, before ensuring she was evacuated and placed under TerraSave protection. To many, it looked like proof of his compassion and leadership, but the Terra Grigia disaster changed him in ways no one truly understood. Fisher became deeply influenced by the FBC's former commissioner, Morgan Lansdale, who believed that extreme actions, even sacrificing lives, were sometimes necessary to prepare the world for the threat of bioterrorism. Over time, Fisher began to share that same dangerous philosophy. Years later, terrified by the growing threat of the Ouroboros virus, Fisher secretly entered negotiations with Alex, a former Umbrella scientist conducting experiments on an isolated island. Alex needed test subjects for her T-Phobos project, a virus that activated through fear and could potentially create a powerful host capable of transferred consciousness. In exchange for a sample of Ouroboros, something Fisher believed could help create a vaccine, he agreed to betray his own organization. Fisher personally selected 11 candidates, all people who had already faced the horrors of bioterrorism and might survive the T-Phobos trial. Among them were Claire Redfield, Maura Burton, Gabriel Chavez, Pedro Fernandez, and even Natalia Corda, the very girl he had once saved. He placed himself on the list as well, believing that if Natalia failed, he might become Alex's chosen host. To deliver the candidates, Fisher arranged a TerraSafe fundraising event in 2011. During the party, Alex's forces stormed the building, releasing gas that knocked everyone unconscious before transporting them to the island, where the T-Phobos experiment would begin. One by one, the captives were forced into terrifying situations designed to trigger the virus through fear. Eventually, Claire and Maura discovered the truth. After learning Natalia had survived the tests, Fisher abducted her from the streets and delivered her directly to Alex, believing the girl was the perfect candidate for her plan. The child he had once rescued from Terra Grigia had become nothing more than a bargaining chip, but betrayal runs deep in the world. When Fisher finally demanded his reward, the Ouroboros sample that Alex had promised, she turned on him without hesitation, seeing him as a liability now that the experiment was complete. Alex infected him with the very virus he had been trying to obtain. The transformation drove Fisher insane. His body twisted into a massive, grotesque monster as the Ouroboros virus consumed him. Claire and Maura's journey across the island becomes a struggle to hold onto their humanity in a place designed to strip it away piece by piece. But the island forces people to confront their deepest fears. The pair run into the transformed Neil Fisher, now fully infected. The man they once trusted is gone, replaced by something barely human. He rants about restoring the FBC and continuing Lansdale's vision before violently attacking them. When Claire is suddenly overwhelmed and in danger of being killed, Maura is pushed to the breaking point. With no other choice, she finally picks up a gun, confronting the trauma she's carried for years, and pulls the trigger to save her friend. In that moment, the past collides with the present, and Maura is forced to become stronger than the fear that once defined her. Meanwhile, the Overseer is getting ready to take control of Natalie.
You're perfect. 6 months from now, you're going to awaken as me. And the world is going to be very afraid. So good night, my darling. Sleep well. All this time wasted. My whole life has been a prelude to this. My true birth.
Time to meet the cause of our misery.
Claire and Mora finally reach the Overseer's tower, confronting the woman who has been tormenting them from the shadows. Through a thick pane of glass, the Overseer calmly greets them, as if this moment had always been inevitable. Claire raises her weapon and demands she surrender, but the woman on the other side only smiles faintly. She explains that her experiment has already reached its conclusion, and that the only escape left for her is death. Claire prepares to fire, expecting a final confrontation, but instead of aiming at her, the Overseer slowly lifts her gun towards her own head. For a brief moment, the room falls silent. Then, she pulls the trigger. The shot echoes through the chamber as her body collapses lifelessly to the floor. Almost immediately, alarms begin screaming through the tower. Just like so many facilities before it, the entire complex begins a self-destruct sequence, the building shaking violently as explosions ripple through the structure. Claire and Mora race for the exit as the tower tears itself apart around them. But tragedy strikes at the final moment. A collapsing section of the structure crashes down, pinning Mora beneath the debris. Claire desperately tries to free her, but the wreckage won't move. Mora, knowing there's no time left, tells Claire to go to survive. With the building seconds from exploding, Claire is forced to make an impossible choice. Through tears, she runs to the edge of the collapsing tower and throws herself into the ocean far below. The explosion roars above the water, consuming the facility in fire and falling steel. When the smoke clears, Mora never comes out. Claire awakens dazed as she's rushed to the hospital quarters by several staff, one being Barry Burton himself.
What happened to Moira? Was Moira with you?
Mary. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. I tried to save her. I should have...
No. Moira. Why, baby?
Unknown to everyone else, Mora survived the explosion. In the final moments before the tower collapsed, she was pulled from the wreckage by a lone man named Yevgeny. With the island still crawling with monsters and nowhere else to go, Mora stayed with him, the two surviving in the ruins for the next 6 months. During that time, Yevgeny learns his daughter had been taken to the mines as part of the Overseer's experiment. The hope that she might still be alive pushes him forward, clinging to the belief that he could still save her. Together, he and Mora searched the dark tunnels and abandoned facilities, but the truth they eventually uncovered was far crueler than either of them had prepared for. His daughter had already died, just another victim of the island's twisted tests. Mora watched as the realization settled over Yevgeny's face, the quiet devastation of a father who had arrived too late. In that moment, she thought of her own father, Barry Burton. The fear, the grief he must have felt believing she was dead, and Mora made a silent promise to herself she wouldn't let Barry suffer that same fate. Somehow, she would survive. Yevgeny dies shortly after.
Oh, but I am you. Now, tell me why you're so upset. I can't find Lottie. She's my friend. Wow, what a coincidence. I have a postcard from Lottie right here.
Dear Natalia. did you leave me behind? Won't you love me anymore? I'm all alone now. I'm so sad. I might tear my eyes out.
Body.
Gosh-a-rooney, you little...
I was supposed to win this game of tug of war.
But there's still plenty of time to get under your skin.
And next time, you won't see me coming.
A boat?
I'm here, baby. Please be alive.
Months later, Barry Byrne arrives on the same island, driven by desperation and hope. He's a father chasing a ghost. Guided by the possibility that his daughter might still be alive, he runs into Natalie, who stands on the pier. Through her, the island's horrors feel even more unsettling. Natalie admits she doesn't know what happened to her parents, or even why she was brought to the island in the first place. As far as she understands, she simply ended up here. Despite her calm and quiet nature, it quickly becomes clear that Natalie is different. She can sense things others can't, danger lurking in the shadows, monsters hiding just around corners, long before they reveal themselves. While Barry struggles to navigate the ruins and darkness of the island, Natalie sees the threats clearly, guiding him through the nightmare as if she's somehow connected to it, in ways neither of them fully understand. The truth behind the nightmare is Alex Wesker, a woman obsessed with defeating death itself.
I can't stand her.
Who? The woman here with Wesker?
That is Wesker. Alex Wesker.
Two Weskers? You gotta be me.
So you finally came.
Unlike her brother Albert, Alex doesn't seek power through domination, but through fear. Alex intended to copy her consciousness and transfer it into the mind of Natalie, whose mind she believed was strong enough to host her. For the process to work, Alex would have to die, allowing the copied consciousness to awaken inside Natalie, who had been placed in a 6-month coma to prepare her body. But the moment Alex pulled the trigger on herself, something unexpected happened. For the first time in her life, she felt fear. That single emotion activated the T-Phobos virus already inside her body. Instead of dying, Alex survived the gunshot, her body violently mutating as the virus took hold. Her hair turned gray, her flesh sagged, and her skeleton twisted and expanded until she became a grotesque, hunchback creature. Forced to hide her deformity, Alex began wearing a robe and a mask, and relied on a titanium brace to support her warped spine. The realization shattered her. Her plan had failed, yet somehow succeeded at the same time. When she later confronted Natalie, Alex caught a glimpse of something terrifying, a fragment of her own consciousness awakening within the girl. A copy of her mind had transferred after all. The discovery broke what remained of Alex's sanity. Viewing Natalie as an imperfect version of herself, she labeled the girl the false one and swore to destroy her. Barry and Natalie run and manage to escape. For the first time in what feels like forever, there's a quiet moment between them, and in that silence, Barry finally opens up. He admits something he has carried for years, the truth about why his relationship with Mora has fallen apart. When Mora was younger, Barry had forgotten to properly secure one of his firearms. In a terrible accident, Mora had picked it up and shot her younger sister Polly. The moment shattered their family, but instead of taking responsibility for what happened, Barry lashed out In anger and fear, he yelled at Mora, blaming her for the tragedy, never admitting that the fault was truly his for leaving a loaded weapon within reach of a child. Now believing Mora is gone, the weight of that mistake crushes him. The guilt, the words he wishes he could take back, it all sits heavy on his conscience. Barry tells Natalie that if he couldn't save Mora, then the least he can do is make sure Natalie survives. He makes a quiet promise in that moment. He won't fail again. Not this time. Alex attacks again, and Natalie and Barry become separated, but something strange happens. Alex retreats, seeing her perfect copy cloned for the first time as it brutally takes hold of Natalie's body. Angry that it's living in perfection, while she's been reduced to a horrifying mangled creature, she flees, and Natalie and Barry are reunited before heading towards the tower once more. Natalie manages to open security doors as the system recognizes her as Alex Wesker. Barry and Natalie eventually come face to face with Alex Wesker one final time. Driven completely by desperation and rage, Alex makes a final gamble. She injects herself with the Ouroboros virus, believing its power will allow her to transcend the ruined state of her body and destroy the false one. But the virus doesn't grant her perfection. Instead, it twists her into something barely human. The cave trembles as the mutated Wesker advances, determined to kill Natalie and reclaim the identity she believes was stolen from her. Barry fights to protect the girl, but Alex is overwhelmed. Just as Natalie is seized and death seems inevitable, a gunshot echoes through the cavern. Mora steps out of the shadows, alive. She fires at Alex, buying them precious seconds. Father and daughter lock eyes for the first time in months. The shock, barely registering before survival takes over. The three of them run through the collapsing tunnels as the enraged creature crashes after them, the cavern tearing itself apart around them. They finally reach the edge of a cliff, overlooking the raging sea below, trapped with nowhere left to run. For a moment, it feels like the end. Then they hear it. The distant sound of helicopter rotors cutting through the air. Claire Redfield sweeps in just in time, hovering above the cliff as Barry and Mora make their final stand. With Claire's support, they unleash everything they have, finally destroying Alex Wesker once and for all. In the aftermath, the weight of everything finally settles in. Barry and Mora share a quiet moment, apologies for the past, gratitude for the second chance they almost never had. Years of pain and distance begin to heal in a single embrace. Barry then reveals something that brings a rare moment of light after so much darkness. He's going to be a father again. Natalie, now safe, throws her arms around him, excited and hopeful for a future that once seemed impossible. The ending confirms that Polly, Mora's sister, never actually dies from the gunshot wound and survives the ordeal, the Burns becoming a happy family again. But Resident Evil rarely ends with simple closure. The final scene shifts to Natalie in her new room, far away from the island and its horrors. Everything appears peaceful at last. She sits quietly reading, the nightmare seemingly behind her. For the first time, life feels normal again. But then, she smiles. And for just a moment, there's something in that smile that doesn't quite belong to her.
A cage went in search of a bird, but now the bird is gone. The bird has changed.
Throughout Revelations, canonically, Claire Redfield, Natalie, Barry, Mora, and Polly Byrne all survive. Terrorist groups now possess the very weapon that once destroyed entire cities, and civilians across the world are the ones paying the price. To combat the rising threat, the BSAA sends veteran operative Chris Redfield to West Africa, where reports of illegal bioorganic weapons are piling up and casualties climb by the day. There, he partners with local agent Sheva Alomar, and together they discover a new outbreak caused by an evolved strain of the Lost Plagueis parasite, the same parasite first seen years earlier, but this infection is different. The victims, known as Magini, aren't mindless monsters. With advanced intelligence and coordination, and their ability to hunt. While investigating the village, Chris speaks with their local contact, who tells them their only lead is a man named Irving. But before they can learn more, the infected swarm the streets. Chris and Sheva are forced to fight their way through the chaos as the Magini overwhelm the area, killing the very civilian who had just tried to help.
You don't know what you're talking about! You can all go to—
Wait a minute. That's the...
Schifo! What? Well, now to Zuia.
They're forced to retreat again, barely escaping as the infected surge through the streets in a violent stampede. Just when it seems they're about to be overwhelmed, a helicopter roars overhead. Their teammate, Kirk, opens fire from above, blasting the horde back and giving Chris and Sheva the chance to escape. Shaken but still moving, the two press forward and soon discover the bodies of other BSAA operatives, Team Alpha. The unit sent in ahead of them. Most are already dead, the mission having gone horribly wrong. Captain D. Chant, the only remaining alive member of Alpha Team, is fatally wounded and warns them of Irving's deception before handing them a data file and succumbing to his injuries. Standing among the fallen, Chris and Sheva realize the situation is far worse than they thought. The name keeps coming up in every report, every clue left behind. Irving. And now, more than ever, they know one thing for certain. He has to be stopped.
Chris to HQ, do you copy?
This is HQ. Excellent work out there. We'll analyze the data immediately.
This whole town's gone to... The people here, they're acting like those Ganado detailed in the Kennedy report. And aside from that, there's something new, something we've never encountered before.
Our transportation has been taken out too. Requesting a mission update.
The mission stands. Capturing Irving is your top priority. We believe he may have fled to the mines on the other side of the train station.
Wait, we're the only two left. You want us to go in there alone?
Delta team have been dispatched and are on their way. They'll assist you in locating and apprehending Irving.
Per orders, Chris and Sheva push deeper into the nearby mines, fighting through crude traps and waves of locals driven mad by the infection. Overhead, their pilot Kirk suddenly comes under attack from flying bioweapons, and within moments his helicopter spirals out of control and crashes, cutting off all contact. Chris and Sheva rush toward the crash site, battling through more Magini before finally linking up with a squad from Delta Team, their captain, Josh Stone. Josh tells them to keep moving and continue the hunt for Irving while his team handles the aftermath. As they dig through the data left behind, Chris learns the truth behind the outbreak. The terrorists have developed Las Plagas Type 2, a far more advanced strain of the parasite Leon Kennedy once encountered years earlier. Unlike the original, which took weeks or months to fully control its host, this new version can take over a body in seconds. Eventually, Chris and Sheva corner Irving, weapons raised, and nowhere left for him to run. But before they can finish it, a mysterious figure in a bird mask suddenly appears and pulls him to safety. Frustrated, Chris searches through Delta Team's files, looking for answers, but instead, he finds something far more shocking. Confirmation that Jill Valentine, his old partner, thought long dead, is still alive. Chris refuses to ignore it. The mission suddenly becomes personal. Determined to find her, he abandons the pursuit of Irving and sets out after the lead. Sheva refuses to let him go alone, and together they board a boat heading into the unknown.
Jill and I were pursuing a man named Albert Wesker. Wesker. He was a top official with Umbrella and the leader of our STARS unit. I met him again after the Raccoon City incident on Rockford Island. Since then, we've been trying to track him down. Then a few years ago, we got a tip from a reliable source, the whereabouts of Umbrella's founder, Oswell E. Spencer. So we paid him a visit, hoping he'd lead us to Wesker. Wesker!
found and she was presumed dead. The person I saw in that data looked like her. I have to know if she's still alive.
You two were close.
We were partners.
In 2006, 3 years prior, he and Jill were hunting Albert Wesker, tracking him to the estate of Umbrella's former president, Oswald E. Spencer. They arrived hoping to capture Spencer and extract answers, only to find him already dead and slain at Wesker's feet. The confrontation was brutal. Wesker, fueled by hatred, was more than a match for the duo and readied himself to end Chris once and for all. In a desperate act of courage, Jill threw herself between them, tackling Wesker through a window that hung perilously over the cliffs. When no bodies were recovered, the BSAA had no choice but to assume both had perished in the fall. Chris stares grimly at Sheva, and in return, Sheva finally opens up to Chris. She tells him the reason she joined the fight in the first place. When she was a child, her parents died in what officials called an accident, but it wasn't an accident at all. Umbrella had been secretly testing bioweapons in Africa, and the cover-up cost her family their lives. Ever since, she's been chasing the same goal as Chris, ending the nightmare Umbrella started. With that shared purpose between them, the two step onto land with their weapons raised, ready to finish what they started. Not long after, they run into Captain Josh again. He's frustrated that they ignored orders to leave, but in the end, he decides to help them. Josh splits off in search of an escape route, while Chris and Sheva push deeper into the facility, only to run straight into Irving and his mysterious accomplice. Irving laughs wildly, bragging that the entire place has been rigged to explode. He flees onto a ship, leaving Chris and Sheva to fight their way through another swarm of Majani. Josh manages to radio in and secure a boat, and the three escape just as the facility erupts in a massive explosion behind them. But the Majini aren't finished. Boats full of infected launch into the water after them, beginning a relentless pursuit across the waves. Gunfire rips across the ocean as Chris, Sheva, and Josh fight to stay ahead, while something nearby, Irving, grows more unstable and desperate, furious that they keep slipping through his grasp.
What are you going to do about them?
You're just one of Excella's playthings! It was your master who was supposed to take
One more time. What are you going to do about that?
Alright. I'll handle it!
Use it.
This.
The trio finally catch up, their boat slamming against Irving's ship. As Chris and Sheva climb aboard, their weapons drawn, Irving is waiting for them, wild-eyed, furious, completely unhinged. He rants that everyone has always looked down on him, treated him like he was nothing. He screams that he won't be disrespected anymore, that they'll finally see what he's capable of. In a desperate act of rage, Irving pulls out a syringe filled with the virus and injects it into his own body. Within seconds, the mutation begins. His body twists and expands, bones cracking as he transforms into a grotesque monster that lunges at them.
I'm far beyond anything you could ever hope to become!
Chris and Sheva unload everything they have into the creature, fighting until Irving finally collapses. The mutation begins to fall apart, and what's left of him slumps against the deck, dying. With his last breath, Irving spits curses at Excella, laughing bitterly as he warns them that it's already too late. No one can save the world now. No one can stop the Ouroboros project. Chris demands answers, but Irving only smirks through the pain, telling them the truth lies ahead in the caves. The boy's body convulses, and he dies right there on the deck. Josh pilots them toward the cave entrance, uneasy about what they're walking into. He urges them to fall back, to wait for proper support from HQ, but Chris and Sheva refuse. They've come too far to stop now. Realizing he can't change their minds, Josh tells them he'll try to get backup approved and come back for them if he can. With that promise, he turns the boat around and sails off, leaving the two of them alone as they step toward the dark cave entrance. and whatever Umbrella's legacy has waiting inside. As they continue investigating, the trail leads to Tricell, a massive, multi-nation pharmaceutical corporation that publicly presents itself as a legitimate medical and biotech company. In reality, Tricell secretly took over many of Umbrella's abandoned research programs after the company collapsed, buying up its data, scientists, and experimental viruses through the global black market. Behind the scenes, Tricell had been funding illegal bioweapon development, distributing parasites and viruses to terrorist groups while continuing Umbrella's research under a new name. At the center of it all is Chris's longtime enemy, Albert Wesker, who has been manipulating Tricell from the shadows. As the truth unfolds, Chris learns that the origin of nearly every major virus traces back to Africa, where Umbrella founder Oswald E. Spencer first discovered the progenitor virus. Spencer believed humanity needed to be forced into evolution to reach godhood, and he groomed Wesker as part of that vision, admitting Wesker was manufactured. But Wesker eventually rejected being anyone's pawn. After learning the truth, he confronts Spencer and kills him, deciding to carry out evolution his own way. His plan is to unleash Ouroboros, a virus designed to wipe out most of humanity while granting immense power to the rare few whose genetics allow them to survive, creating a new world ruled by the worthy. He will become a god. Chris and Sheva push deeper into the facility and discover something far worse than they expected. Rows upon rows of paw chambers stretching across the room, each one filled with human bodies, thousands of them. Evidence that Tricell has been kidnapping people from all over the world and using them as test subjects for their experiments. Chris frantically searches through the pods until he reaches one labeled for Jill. His heart drops. The capsule is empty. Before he can react, a screen flickers to life. Excella's voice echoes through the room, calm and mocking. She admits that the order for the BSAA to retreat never came from headquarters at all. It came from her. The entire operation had been manipulated from the start. When Chris demands to know where Jill is, Excella only laughs smugly, clearly enjoying his anger. She refuses to answer, telling them they should leave while they still can before the connection cuts. But Chris isn't leaving. Not now. He and Sheva push forward, determined to confront her directly, only to run straight into someone Chris never expected to see again. Standing beside Albert Wesker is Jill.
Where's Jill?
Jill? Maybe I'll tell you. Maybe I won't.
Stop playing around. We want some answers.
You haven't changed.
Wesker, you are alive.
This is Wesker.
We last met at the Spencer estate, wasn't it? Well, isn't this one big family reunion? I would expect you to be happier to see us. Us? So slow to catch on.
Jill.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play.
Jill had been captured and brainwashed, forced to serve Wesker and aid in Tricell's viral experiments. When Chris sees her, there's nothing behind her eyes. No recognition, no hesitation. She attacks alongside Wesker with ruthless precision, the two of them easily overpowering Chris and Sheva. Chris refuses to fight her like an enemy. Even as Jill pins him to the ground, threatening to kill him, he keeps pleading with her, begging her to remember who she is. For just a moment, something flickers in her eyes, a trace of recognition. Then it vanishes as her body suddenly convulses in pain. Chris notices the device embedded in her chest, a parasitic control unit forcing her obedience. Acting quickly, Chris and Sheva rip it free, breaking Wesker's hold over her. Jill collapses, finally herself again. She apologizes, explaining she couldn't control her body, but her mind was fully aware of everything she was being forced to do. Chris and Sheva don't blame her for a second, but there's no time to dwell on it. Wesker's already moving to the final stage of his plan. Leaving Jill to recover, Chris and Sheva chase after him before he can launch the virus that could kill billions. Their pursuit leads them to a massive volcanic facility where Wesker prepares to unleash Ouroboros across the world. Here, Wesker betrays Excelia, injecting her with Ouroboros and watching as the virus twists her body into a monstrous form. She screams, cursing Wesker for his selfishness before unleashing her fury on Chris and Sheva.
Sorry, Excella, but it appears Ouroboros has rejected you. Though you have been an excellent asset, I have one last task for you.
Albert! What the hell?
Farewell, old friend.
Chris and Sheva sprint through the crumbling volcanic facility, the roar of the self-destruct sequence filling the air as concrete cracks and fire erupts around them. As the monster-fied Excella rips the boat apart, Jill's voice comes through the radio. She warns them about Wesker, explaining that his inhumane strength is the result of a highly unstable virus he injects himself with regularly. She emphasizes that the serum he uses to stabilize it is delicate. Too much would act like a lethal poison. She provides the details of the serum's effects, a small but critical advantage, before the call abruptly ends, leaving Chris and Sheva to process the weight of the information while racing against the clock. They reach the launch area, and Wesker stands at the center, poised and confident, fully aware of their presence. His calm demeanor is terrifying. He believes himself a savior, convinced that unleashing the Ouroboros virus is necessary for humanity's evolution. Every movement he makes radiates precision and inhumane speed. Chris and Sheva ready themselves, the weapons aimed, adrenaline surging. The battle begins. Sheva seizes a critical moment, plunging the serum-laden needle into Wesker. The overdose destabilizes him instantly, his movement jerking and faltering as the virus overwhelms his body. But Wesker refuses to be contained. He flees, attempting to escape in his aircraft with the virus secured. Chris and Sheva chase him into the cargo hold just before the plane takes off. The metallic hum of the engines, the vibrations through the floor, and the narrowing confines of the plane heighten the tension. Wesker, now cornered, smirks, confident and defiant. He taunts them, declaring that it's too late and that in less than 5 minutes the missiles carrying the virus will deploy globally. The stakes are clear, billions of lives hang in the balance. Chris swings open the cargo door, and the roar of the wind in the plane engines fill the space. The three of them survive, battling in the molten heart of the volcano. Wesker plunges his arm into the virus Ouroboros, mutating into the godlike form he always dreamed of. Even so, gods can fail. Jill and Josh sweep in with a helicopter just in the nick of time, the struggling Wesker sinking into the lava as Sheva and Chris hurriedly board the chopper and together land one last devastating RPG hit. Albert Wesker is officially dead. Canonically, Josh, Chris, Jill, and Sheva survive. For years, Wesker believed evolution would crown him the future of the human race, but instead, his legacy ends in fire, defeated not by power, not by superhumans, not even by gods, but by the very humanity he spent his life trying to erase. The nightmare comes again, heavier, darker, and the question lingers, is the world even still worth saving? The world faces a new global bioterror crisis as a deadly virus known as the C virus spreads across multiple continents. Unlike previous outbreaks, this virus mutates its victims into grotesque creatures called Java, who retain human intelligence and coordination. They have multiple eyes and are able to use firearms, making them deadly and unpredictable. Governments and organizations are overwhelmed, and once again, the legacy of viral experimentation threatens humanity on a global scale. Veteran operative Leon S. Kennedy teams up with agent Helena Harper in the United States, investigating a terror attack in the city of Tall Oaks. The president himself is infected, and Leon is forced to shoot him as they continue their investigation.
Bioorganic weapons are a global threat. Start working with the rest of the world. We have to come clean. My desire to reveal the truth. I'm going to tell them everything. It might create more problems than it's time to take responsibility. We want to have any chance. I've always valued your friendship, Leon.
Stay right where you are. Mr. President! Don't make me do this.
As Leon and Helena push deeper into the chaos of Tall Oaks, they encounter a terrified government official stumbling through a building. He's frantic, barely able to speak, repeating that a strange fog rolled into the city without warning. When Leon asks him to explain, the man can barely focus. His only concern is finding his missing daughter. Leon and Helena help him search, eventually discovering the girl Liz. For a brief moment, it seems like they might have made it just in time, but the virus has already taken hold. Liz collapses and dies before her father's eyes. The man breaks down in grief, clutching her body and sobbing uncontrollably until the infection turns him as well. Moments later, he rises again as one of the undead, forcing Leon and Helena to confront the horrifying truth of what's happening to the city. Not long after, Dispatch, aka Hunnigans, delivers the news no one wanted to hear. Nearly 90% of Tall Oaks, or 70,000 people, are already infected. The outbreak has spread too far, too fast. Hunnigans reveals that the attack was orchestrated by a shadowy group called Neo Umbrella, intent on spreading the virus to further their own goals. With the city collapsing around them, Leon and Helena push toward the local cathedral, where they discover a small group of survivors hiding in fear. They're exhausted, terrified, and waiting for rescue that may never come. Outside, the streets belong to the infected. Inside, hope is beginning to fade. The people trapped in the cathedral are starting to realize the same terrifying truth. No one is coming to save them. Leon and Helena open a hidden door inside the cathedral, unknowingly releasing an infected corpse that immediately attacks the survivors who had been looking to them for protection. Chaos erupts as the creature tears into the terrified crowd. Leon and Helena barely acknowledge the horror folding behind them. Instead, they drop through the opening and continue downward, choosing the larger mission over the people they just left behind. Below the cathedral, they discover a secret laboratory, something Helena swears wasn't there only days earlier. While searching the facility, Leon finds a recording labeled Happy Birthday Ada. The tape reveals a disturbing experiment, Ada Wong, being created from a test tube. Deeper in the lab, Helena reunites with a woman named Deborah. Their reunion lasts only seconds before Deborah's body violently mutates, her skin burning and splitting apart as something new begins forcing its way out from inside her. Just as the creature fully emerges, Ada steps from the shadows and fires a crossbow bolt straight into it, dropping the monster instantly. But Deborah doesn't stay dead. Moments later, the mutated body rises again, more unstable and violent than before. Realizing there's no saving her anymore, Helena sobs, being forced to let her go.
No more tears! Not until I avenge your death. Please. Forgive me. I'm gonna make him pay for this.
Look at me. It's gonna be okay. Look at me. Look at me. It's gonna be okay. Just keep your eyes on me. Help me. I'm gonna get you out of here, Deborah. Deborah, look at me. We're gonna get through this. No, let her go! Get away from me! Not her! Not my sister! Take me! Please! I'll do anything! Please! Please! Please don't hurt her!
Afterwards, Helena finally confesses the truth to Leon. She admits that she helped Derek Simmons breach the president's security, a mistake that allowed the entire catastrophe to unfold. Ada Wong coldly remarks that the president was never truly in charge anyway, before disappearing with a grappling line. Realizing the scale of the conspiracy, Leon quickly tries to contact Ingrid Hunnigan to warn her about Simmons, but she never answers. Instead, Simmons himself picks up the call. Calm and calculating, he reminds them that they were the only two people with the president when he died, making them the perfect suspects. Helena angrily accuses him of orchestrating everything, but Simmons barely reacts. As National Security Advisor, his job is to stop terrorists, and according to the official story, Leon and Helena are the terrorists. He tells them to turn themselves in before coldly ending the call. A short time later, Ingrid Hunnigan finally manages to reach them. She confirms their worst fear. Derek C. Simmons is already on the move, heading for his private jet and fleeing the country for Lingxing, China. Realizing they're out of time and now being hunted by their own government, Leon asks Hunnigan for something almost impossible. He begs her to fake both his and Helena's death to erase them, long enough to pursue Simmons themselves. It's reckless, dangerous, and completely against protocol. After a moment of silence, Hunnigan agrees. Within hours, the official story reports Leon and Helena dead, giving the two fugitives enough time to disappear and board a flight to China, chasing the man responsible for everything.
We just entered Chinese airspace.
Good. How you holding up?
Why didn't you turn me in? You could have cleared your name.
Maybe. But it wouldn't have stopped Simmons. Besides, you started to grow me a little bit.
Their flight to China ends in disaster. Their plane crashes violently into Lingxing, tearing through buildings before skidding to a halt inside a massive container shipping yard. In the chaos, Leon encounters someone he hasn't seen in years, Sherry Birkin, the little girl he once helped rescue from the nightmare of Raccoon City. Now grown and working as a government agent, she's accompanied by Jake Muller, and both insist Leon and Helena are mistaken. Derek Simmons couldn't possibly be responsible. They work directly under him. Before the argument can go any further, a towering Ustinik crashes into the yard, forcing them apart in a wall of fire. With no other choice, the two groups split up, agreeing to meet Simmons themselves. Moments later, Leon and Helena round a corner and find Ada Wong, once again, this time surrounded by BSAA soldiers with weapons drawn, leading them to Chris Redfield. He demands Ada surrender, furious and grieving the loss of his men. Convinced she's working for Neo Umbrella, Leon immediately steps in, insisting Simmons is the real enemy. Chris refuses to believe it. The two men stand locked in a tense standoff, guns raised at each other. neither willing to back down. Before the situation explodes, Ada casually tosses a flash grenade at her feet. The blast blinds everyone in the alley, and by the time the light fades, she's already gone. Chris orders the BSAA to pursue her, while Leon and Helena push forward through the chaos, still chasing the man at the center of it all.
Simmons!
Well, this is unexpected.
No! Wait!
Ah, Agent Birkin, impeccable timing. Kindly take these two into custody, won't you?
They said you were involved in the terrorist attack. Is it true?
What, are they running down the street screaming it to anyone who'll listen?
Answer me!
It's for the benefit of the United States and global security.
I can't see how killing the president is good for the country!
The president's dead?
Well, we have Leon to thank for that.
God damn, Simmons!
Dispose of them.
They finally catch up to Derek Simmons, but something is terribly wrong. Already infected, he stumbles onto the roof of a moving subway train, racing through Langshing. Leon and Helena chase after him, leaping onto the train and raising their guns. Simmons snarls that they have the wrong person. According to him, Ada Wong is the real traitor, the one who infected him and plans to unleash even more destruction. His anger quickly spirals into a rant. Why is Leon so obsessed with protecting the president? The man was a threat to the country anyway. He had planned to reveal the government's role in the Raccoon City destruction, a truth Simmons believed would shatter public trust forever. As he rages, Simmons suddenly groans and clutches his neck. The virus takes hold. His body mutates violently, erupting into flames as the transformation begins. Leon and Helena unload their weapons into the creature, while a rescue helicopter swoops in overhead. But when the crew sees what Simmons has become, they choose to leave him behind. Abandoned by the very people meant to save him, Simmons flies into a final rage. He tears through the train, derailing it completely. Steel and fire crash off the bridge as Leon and Helena leap into the water below, just before the wreckage collapses. For a brief moment, it feels like the nightmare might finally be over. Then, Ingrid Hunnigan calls. Sherry Birkins and Jake Muller have been abducted, and the reason is terrifying. Simple. Jake's blood may be the key to curing the C virus.
What is that?
Okay, I've got a Chris Redfield on the line, patching it through to his aircraft.
Chris Redfield.
Leon, where are you?
Chris, we're just outside of Tachi. Why?
Get the out of there!
Leon asks Chris to go rescue Sherry and Jake, who he tells him is Albert Wesker's son, where Chris then tells Leon devastating news. Ada Wong is dead. Leon and Helena confront Derek Simmons one final time. During the fight, they knock the mutated Simmons from a great height, setting him crashing down where his body's impaled on a massive spike below. With Simmons finally dead, Leon and Helena recover his communication device, evidence that proves Leon had been telling the truth and clears his name. In the quiet moment afterward, Helena notices something else as well. Despite everything that's happened, Leon still seems to care about Ada Wong. Chris and his team are on the move, they encounter Ada Wong, who traps Chris and Pierce, one of Chris's soldiers, behind bars as Ada throws a grenade, infecting all the other units with the C virus. This attack devastates Chris's team. In the chaos, he suffers a head injury that leaves him with severe amnesia. When Chris eventually wakes up, he has no memory of who he is. Months pass as he drifts through life as a bitter, drunken shell of the soldier that he once was, hiding inside a rundown bar. 6 months later, Pierce finally tracks him down and forces him to confront the truth. With Chris's memories returning, so does the rage. But something in him has changed. The calm, disciplined leader is gone. In his place is a man driven by anger and guilt, focused on a single goal: finding Ada Wong and making her pay for what she did to his men. Eventually, the two storylines collide. Chris Redfield finally corners Ada Wong and immediately opens fire, only to be tackled by Leon Kennedy. The two men exchange blows before drawing their weapons on each other, the confrontation bringing the timeline together at the moment their paths first crossed. While Leon and Helena were originally chasing Derek Simmons, Chris and Pierce had tracked Ada to a rooftop overlooking Lei Xing. Calm and seemingly unbothered, Ada tells them they're already too late. The real plan is already in motion. The city is lost. Soon, she says, it'll become another Raccoon City, and after that, the rest of the world will follow.
It'll be the whole world. You got me. Well played. But no one can stop it now.
What the hell just happened?
This looks like a different strain. There are 2 missing.
Just take what's left. We'll bring it back to HQ for analysis.
After the confrontation, Chris Redfield and Pierce Nivens set out to find Jag Muller, the son of Albert Wesker, whose blood may hold the key to stopping the C virus. Along the way, Chris quietly admits something to Pierce. When this mission is over, he's done. After everything he's lost, he plans to turn in his gun for good. This will be his last operation. He even asks Pierce to take his place when he's gone. Eventually, they locate Jake alongside Cherry, but the reunion isn't friendly. Jake is far from happy to see them, still bitter about the people chasing him and suspicious of anyone connected to the government.
I can see your father in you.
How did you know?
Wait, hold on a second. So you knew him?
Yeah, I did. But I'm the one that killed him.
It was you?
That's right.
Chris? You better put a leash on that puppy.
This is between me and him. Go ahead. Shoot. You have every right to. Just promise me you'll survive. The world depends on it.
Who the hell are you to tell me what to do?
Stop it!
Put your gun down, now!
Tell me, we just following orders? Or was it personal?
Both.
Jake, please stop.
Put a bullet in your head.
Put your gun down.
Drop your weapon.
Don't do this!
There are more important things at stake than you and me.
The HAOS project was the ultimate weapon created by Carla and Neo Umbrella, a massive, bioorganic weapon so dangerous it required an entire underwater facility just to contain it during development. The plan was simple and terrifying. Once fully grown, it would release a sea virus across the entire planet. Unlike earlier creatures that spread infection locally, HAOS could reproduce the virus inside its own body and disperse it into the atmosphere in a dense gas, potentially infecting the entire world. Even if Carla died before the creature finished developing, Plan D would release the creature anyway, allowing it to spread the virus before its unstable form collapsed. The enormous BOW chases Chris and Pierce through the flooded complex, forcing them into a desperate running battle as the facility collapses around them. The HAOS corners the two soldiers, severely injuring Pierce and crushing his arm beneath debris. With no other option left, Pierce injects himself with an advanced strain of the sea virus. The mutation grants him incredible electrical powers, which he uses to shock and drive back the monster, forcing it to retreat. When the creature emerges again, smaller but more aggressive, the final battle begins. Using Pierce's electrical attacks to expose the creature's vulnerable organs, Chris manages to destroy the creature's heart, but even then, the monster refuses to die. As the facility begins its final meltdown, Pierce forces Chris into an escape pod and launches him to safety.
Here we go, Pierce. We're getting out of here.
Pierce! No, don't do this!
Open the door!
God! Listen to me! We can still both get out of here! There's still time! What are you doing? No, Pierce! Don't! You can still make it out! God! Pierce!
No! Piers, open the goddamn door! That's an order!
Moments later, HAOS returns for one last attack on the escaping pod, only to be blasted away by another surge of electricity, likely Pierce's final act. Seconds later, the entire underwater facility explodes. With it, HAOS and Pierce Nivens are lost beneath the ocean, ending the most dangerous bioweapon Neo Umbrella ever created. Pierce wasn't supposed to be the one left behind, but he chose it anyway, making sure Chris lived on, even if he couldn't. Loyal to the very end, he never stopped believing in him, even when Chris stopped believing in himself. And in the end, because of that, you could say Pierce didn't just save his partner. Pierce had saved the world. Ada Wong, known as one of the world's most capable spies, receives a strange message from Derek C. Simmons, a powerful presidential advisor who claims to have information that could change her future. Curious, Ada follows his instructions and infiltrates a submarine whose security systems are mysteriously keyed to her fingerprints. Inside, she discovers documents ordering the capture of Jake Muller, a man whose blood contains antibodies to the C virus, but something doesn't add up. The orders were issued more than 6 months earlier, and Ada has no memory of ever receiving them. Someone else has been acting in her name. Simmons contacts her again, explaining that those missing orders are a key piece of a much larger plan. Neo Umbrella will soon launch bioterror attacks, first in Tall Oaks, then in Langxing. Refusing to be left in the dark, Ada heads for America to uncover the truth. Simmons' prediction proves correct. Tall Oaks falls into chaos as the president is infected and killed during the outbreak. While investigating Simmons' laboratory beneath the city, Ada briefly crosses paths with Leon Kennedy and Helena Harper, learning how Simmons kidnapped Helena's sister and blackmailed her into helping trigger the attack. As Ada continues deeper into the lab, she uncovers something even more disturbing, a recording that appears to show herself being born from a cocoon. The truth quickly becomes clear. The woman responsible for the earlier orders wasn't Ada at all, but a clone created by Neo Umbrella by the name of Carla. Determined to stop someone from using her identity to spread global chaos, Ada sets out to find and eliminate her imposter. Her search leads her to China, where a massive bioterror attack is already underway. There, she crosses paths with a familiar face, Sherry Birkin, Jake Muller, Leon Kennedy, and even Chris Redfield. Ada notes dryly that the situation is starting to feel like an unwanted Raccoon City reunion. Following Chris's investigation, Ada infiltrates a New Umbrella aircraft carrier where she uncovers the truth behind her imposter. The clone was created by Simmons himself. Frustrated that the real Ada would never become the obedient weapon he wanted, he tried to manufacture a version that would serve him completely. After countless failed experiments, he finally succeeded by infecting scientist Carla Radames with the C virus combined with Ada's DNA, but Simmons underestimated her. Carla's original consciousness slowly resurfaced, twisting the experiment into a revenge plot against him and the world. By the time Ada arrives, the clone has already been cornered and killed, but Carla's mutated body rises again, declaring herself the true Ada Wong. After a brutal battle, Ada finally destroys her, but still, there's unfinished business. As the bioterror crisis engulfs Langsheng, Ada rescues Leon and Helena during their final battle with Simmons. Together, they fight their way to the Quad Tower, where New Umbrella stored all the research connected to Ada and the clone program. While Leon and Helena finish Simmons for good, Ada slips into the laboratory and destroys everything: Carla's notes, the data, and a final cocoon containing another potential clone. With New Umbrella's secrets reduced to ashes and the tower collapsing around her, Ada calmly answers her phone. A new mission awaits, and just like that, Ada Wong disappears once again. In the end, manages to stop New Umbrella and prevent the global spread of the C virus. The blood of Jake Muller becomes the key to developing a potential cure, offering the first real hope against the outbreak. It is also revealed that years earlier, William Birkin had experimented on his own daughter, Sherry, exposing her to the virus that granted her extraordinary regenerative abilities, something that ultimately helps her survive the horror she faces once again. Canonically, Chris, Helena, Leon, Ada, Jake, and Sherry all survive.
Hey, baby! I just wanted to send a quick hello and I love you. Oh, good news! I'm gonna be coming home soon. Yay! Oh, I cannot wait to be done with this babysitting job and come home to my loving husband. I miss you. Oh, I gotta get back to work. I love you, Ethan. I miss you so much. I'm sending tons of kisses. Bye, baby.
Ethan. You were right. I did lie to you. I shouldn't have. All I can say is that if you get this, stay away.
On October 10th, 2014, a violent hurricane tears through the Gulf Coast near Dulve, Louisiana. News reports describe ships disappearing at sea, including a mysterious tanker that vanishes in the storm. For the Baker family, it begins as just another day on their plantation, but that night will destroy their lives forever. While investigating the swamp after the storm, Jack Baker discovers an unconscious young girl washed ashore. Believing she is a victim of the hurricane, he carries her home, worried, and places her in his son's bedroom. The girl's name is Evelyn. Jack's daughter, Zoe Baker, is asked to find clean clothes for the child. When Evelyn awakens, she looks at Zoe with eerie calm and whispers only a few words.
They're mine now.
They're mine. Moments later, lightning strikes the property, knocking out the power. Zoe goes to investigate, and when she returns to the bedroom, she's confused to see Evelyn is gone. Zoe soon discovers something is terribly wrong. When Zoe approaches, Marguerite, Jack's wife, suddenly grabs her, screaming incoherently As insects begin pouring from her mouth, Jack rushes in and pulls Zoe away, restraining his wife. But whatever infected Marguerite spreads quickly. When Zoe returns with the rope to restrain her mother, she witnesses a horrifying scene. Jack, now clearly losing his sanity, forces Marguerite underwater in the bathtub in a desperate attempt to stop her madness. Then, Jack turns the knife on himself. The infection is taking control. Terrified, Zoe hides as she watches her brother Lucas get dragged away by their father to receive Evelyn's gift. The girl has begun building her own family and destroying someone else's in the process. Realizing something unnatural is controlling them, Marguerite briefly regains enough awareness to tell Zoe to flee the plantation, to run while she still can. She shakes as she gives her the keys to the car and orders her to escape before it's too late. But escape is no longer possible. The infection has already long taken root. 3 years later, Ethan Winters receives a mysterious message from his wife Mia Winters. Mia had been missing for 3 years and presumed dead, but Ethan had never stopped mourning her. Mia's message is short and ominous, containing only a location: the Baker Plantation in Dalvey, Louisiana. Desperate for answers and a slight flicker of hope emerging, Ethan travels there and finds what appears to be an abandoned farmhouse. Deep within the basement, he discovers his wife, Mia, alive, imprisoned, and terrified. She cries and begs Ethan to leave immediately before Daddy finds them. But before they can escape, something tragic happens. Mia suddenly loses control and violently attacks Ethan. It's clear something inside her has changed and she's snapped. Forced to defend himself, Ethan kills her. Moments later, he's knocked unconscious. When he wakes up, he finds himself seated at the Baker family dinner table. Around Ethan sit the Bakers: Jack, Marguerite, Lucas, and a mysterious elderly woman in a wheelchair. The family attempts to force Ethan to eat a grotesque meal made from human remains, causing him to gag and retch, refusing to become one of them.
Come on. Don't you die on us now. You have work to do.
Where am I? What the heck?
Rise and shine, sleepyhead. It's time for supper.
Who are all you people? Where's Mia?
Eat it. It's good.
Dumb son wasn't no good if it hit him.
Yes.
Get out the way, Marguerite. His boy's got to eat. He got to have his supper. Come here, boy. Let's do this.
He's not eating it, Jack! He's not eating it! I made that for him!
Get her here!
You're a son of a... Oh, I can't believe it, he's son of a... Not eating it! He's not eating it!
This was supposed to be a very special feast. Come on, boy.
But before they can finish torturing him, they are interrupted by a phone call. Ethan manages to escape and begins searching the house for a way out. Throughout his escape, he receives calls from Zoe Baker, who reveals she is Jack's daughter, and secretly wants to escape the house too. But there's one caveat: the Bakers are nearly impossible to kill. When Ethan shoots Jack during a confrontation, the man simply regenerates, barely phased. The infection has turned him into something far worse than human. As Ethan explores the estate, he encounters monstrous creatures lurking in the dark holes. These creatures are known as molded victims, transformed through infection. The source of the infection is a psychotropic organism known as E-Series mold, and Evelyn is its host. Eventually, Ethan reaches the main yard where Zoe explains the truth. Both Mia and the Bakers are infected. The only way to escape is to create a serum that can cure the infection. To do that, Ethan must gather ingredients from an abandoned house deeper in the swamp. There he confronts Marguerite in a nightmarish battle, killing her mutated form and retrieving the ingredients needed for the cure. But before he can escape, Lucas captures both Mia and Zoe and forces Ethan through a deadly gauntlet of traps inside of the barn. After surviving Lucas's twisted games, Ethan rescues both women. Zoe creates 2 doses of serum, but before Ethan can cure them, Jack returns in a monstrous mutated form. Despite Ethan's wishes, Zoe convinces him to use 1 dose to kill Jack permanently. But now, there's a bigger problem. Only 1 dose remains. Ethan must choose who to save, Mia or Zoe, he stands in front of them like God himself, holding their lives in his hands as he trembles. Canonically, Ethan chooses to save his wife, Mia, ensuring her survival. Any attempt to save Joe results in both women dying, highlighting the brutal stakes of his choice. Regardless of the choice, however, Ethan eventually reaches the wreck of the tanker ship, the same ship that originally brought Evelyn to Louisiana. There, Mia's memories reveal the truth. She had been working for a criminal organization called The Connections. Their mission was to transport Evelyn, an experimental E-series bioweapon, to Central America, but Evelyn escaped containment during the storm. Obsessed with having a family, she infected Mia and the Bakers so they would become her parents. The infection allowed Evelyn to control anyone exposed to the mold. The Bakers were never truly evil. They were enslaved.
Yeah, it is your fault. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna let you die.
She didn't attack you?
Part of her imprinting protocol. I can't believe this is happening.
Here, take it. It has her tissue samples. You find her. You fix this.
Okay, Evie. Where are you? She's vomiting. I'll have to reset.
How's it going?
She's vomiting. Far more in excess of her body mass.
Oh, great. We're gonna be seeing a lot more of her ugly friends if this keeps up. All right. We need to find her, and fast. This is getting out of hand.
Agreed.
Are you mad at me, Mommy?
No, Evie. I'm not mad. Wait, what did you call me?
I don't want to live at the lab anymore. I want a house. And I want you to be my mommy.
Okay, Evie. I'll be your mommy. Just come back with me. Right now. Okay? Where are you, Evie? Evie, wait!
Did you find her?
Yes, but she ran off. She's making more friends, Alan. Those things are everywhere.
I told you so.
Are you okay?
You just worry about getting Evelyn back.
How did you get here?
Where's Evie?
She's out of control. Without the treatments, she's deteriorating.
Well, it's a good thing we're already dying.
Don't say that.
She trusts you. That little never trusted. Okay, wait. Evie! No, Evie! Evie!
Alan, listen!
I didn't mean to call you that!
She's
Evie,
trying to take control! You have to fight her! Evelyn, stop! Stop right now!
Don't touch me, don't!
We'll be together forever.
Now do you remember?
Yes, Evelyn. I remember.
Can we be a family like before?
No, Evie. We can't be a family. We were never a family. We will never be a family.
Then I don't need you anymore.
After escaping the tanker, Ethan discovers a hidden research facility beneath a nearby salt mine. There, he uncovers the full truth about Evelyn. She is designed to infect humans with psychotropic mold that allows her to control their minds. Those infected gradually succumb to insanity, develop extraordinary regenerative ability, and undergo grotesque physical mutations. Evelyn herself ages rapidly due to flaws in her design, her childlike appearance masking a terrifying and manipulative intelligence. It is this power that drove the Baker family to madness and set the stage for the Louisiana incident.
Ethan? Ethan? Hey, shh. I know. I'm not gonna hurt you. Hell, I never would have if I could have helped it.
What do you mean?
I'm no killer, son. Neither is Marguerite, nor my boy Lucas, or even Zoe here. That girl, Evelyn, she did this.
What the is she? Now, what did she do to you?
She infected us with her gift. That's what she calls it. I found her near a busted out tanker in the bayou. Everything changed after that.
So she infects you and then she takes control?
No. Not exactly, son. She just... She forces her way into your mind, your soul. You can't fight back. You are connected to her, and you can't resist the urge to... Oh, you're a different person after that.
Just like Mia. So Mia sent me that message because of Evelyn.
Listen, the girl just wants a family of her own. She's the key, all right? You find her, and you stop her. Ethan, free my family. Please.
The mysterious elderly woman seen in the Baker house is revealed to be Evelyn herself. Her body aged decades in just a few years. Using the lab equipment, Ethan creates a toxin capable of killing her. Ethan returns to the Baker house, where Evelyn assaults him with hallucinations and psychological attacks. Fighting through them, Ethan injects her with the toxin, but the injection triggers a massive mutation. Evelyn transforms into a gigantic mold creature and attacks Ethan. At the very last moment, a military helicopter arrives and drops Ethan a powerful weapon. With it, he destroys Evelyn once and for all. As the nightmare ends, Ethan is rescued by soldiers from Blue Umbrella, a reformed version of the infamous Umbrella Corporation. Leading the operation is none other than Chris Redfield. With Evelyn dead, the Baker House incident finally comes to an end, but the organization responsible for creating her, the Connections, remain at large, and the mold may not be gone forever. In the aftermath of the Baker House incident, the nightmare isn't over. Though Evelyn is dead, one final thread remains loose. Lucas Baker is still alive. Now operating deep within the salt mines beneath Dulve, Louisiana, Lucas has transformed the area into a twisted playground of traps, surveillance, and experimentation, continuing his work with the Connections, the organization responsible for Evelyn's creation. To stop him, Chris Redfield leads a strike team under Blue Umbrella, tasked with capturing Lucas and recovering any remaining data tied to Evelyn. But the mission goes wrong. Almost immediately, Lucas ambushes the team, capturing several soldiers and rigging the entire mine with deadly traps. When Chris finally tracks him down, Lucas kills one of the captured operatives without hesitation, just to prove a point. Then in a cruel twist, he straps a bomb directly onto Chris's arm, forcing him to play along or die. Unfazed, Chris pushes forward, fighting through waves of molded, navigating toxic gas-filled tunnels, and dismantling Lucas's traps one by one. He refuses to be controlled. With limited time before the bomb detonates, Chris manages to disable it using liquid nitrogen, tearing it free and continuing the hunt. As he presses deeper into the facility, the truth becomes clear. Lucas was never even under Evelyn's control. He had been secretly working with the Connections all along, using a special serum to resist Evelyn's influence while pretending to be one of her victims. Even worse, he's been feeding test subjects, including his own allies, into the molded experiments, covering up his actions as accidents. For Lucas, this was entertainment. In the final confrontation, Lucas attempts one last ambush, injecting himself and mutating into a grotesque, monstrous form. But even then, it isn't enough. Chris overwhelms him, putting an end to Lucas Baker once and for all. Before leaving, Chris destroys the system Lucas was using to transfer Evelyn's research data to an unknown recipient, cutting off the last known trace of her infection. With Lucas dead, the molded contained, and the operation complete, the Baker incident is finally brought to a close. But as Chris exits the mine, he receives another call, another mission, another threat, because in this world, bioterror never truly ends. After the events of the Baker residence, Zoe Baker is left behind at the pier as Ethan and Mia escape. In retaliation for helping them, Evelyn infects her further, causing Zoe's body to become completely calcified, trapped in a crystal-like state, frozen between life and death. Despite this, Zoe survives, and true to his word, Ethan Winters calls for help. Soon after, BSAA operators wearing Blue Umbrella gear arrive to recover her, but before they can secure the area, Zoe is found by her uncle, Joe Baker, the brother of Jack Baker. Suspicious of the soldiers and unwilling to trust them, Joe ambushes the team, knocks them out, and takes Zoe along, with one surviving soldier back to his home. The captured soldier reveals the existence of a cure for the E-type infection and provides its location. Joe retrieves it, but the dose is incomplete. It isn't enough to fully restore Zoe. Before they can act, a monstrous figure known only as the Swamp Man attacks, burning Joe's home to the ground and killing the soldier. With no other options, Joe carries Zoe onto a boat and ventures deeper into the infected swamp in search of a complete cure. Through sheer determination, Joe manages to synthesize a proper dose, but just as he's about to administer it, the Swamp Man returns, dragging Zoe into the water. Joe gives chase and discovers the truth. The creature is Jack Baker. Somehow Jack has regenerated once again, mutated beyond recognition, but still alive. He overpowers Joe, traps him inside a coffin, and throws him into the swamp, leaving him to drown. But Joe survives. Washing ashore near the ruins of the Baker estate, he discovers the remains of a destroyed BSAA vessel, and within it, a powerful experimental weapon, a mechanized combat gauntlet. Armed with it, Joe tears his way through the molded and tracks Jack back to the house. There, the two brothers face each other one final time. In a brutal, close-quarters fight, Joe finally puts an end to Jack Baker for good. With Jack gone, Joe returns to Zoe and successfully administers the cure. The infection recedes, and for the first time since the nightmare began, Zoe wakes up free. Moments later, BSAA forces arrive, led by Chris Redfield, and secure the area, bringing forth Zoe and Joe to safety. Not long after, Zoe receives a phone call. It's Ethan. He tells her he kept his promise, that he made sure help would come for her, and for the first time since the Baker incident began, Zoe Baker is finally safe. Long before the event of Ethan and Mia, the Baker estate had already claimed multiple victims, most notably Clancy Jarvis, a cameraman for the web series Sewer Gators, who arrived at the house in June 2017 alongside his crew to film what they believed was an abandoned property, only to be captured by Jack Baker. While his partners were killed, Clancy was dragged into the basement where he fought to survive against waves of molded, scavenging weapons and holding out through the night before being recaptured. He later awakens imprisoned by Marguerite Baker, who attempts to break and convert him through psychological torment, but Clancy manages a brief escape before being caught again, this time by Lucas Baker, who forces him into a series of sadistic games where survival is determined by luck, pain, and cruelty. Despite repeatedly winning, Clancy's fate is ultimately sealed. He is later killed in one of Lucas's traps, confirming that no one taken by the Bakers ever truly escapes. Ethan Winters and Mia Winters are given a second chance and are relocated, protected, and far removed from the horrors they barely survived. For the first time, it feels like it's over, but in the world of Resident Evil, nothing stays buried for long, because the infection didn't die in that house. It followed them, and years later, it would come back for their daughter. Canonically, Ethan Winters, Mia Winters, Zoe Baker, Joe Baker, and Chris Redfield all survive. Three years after the events of the Baker family, Ethan and Mia have been relocated to Europe by Chris Redfield, given a second chance at life far from the nightmares of Louisiana. Together, they raise their newborn daughter, Rosemary Winters. For a time, it feels like peace. They're happy. They're a real family again, until one night, everything is taken away. Chris and his Hound Wolf squad storm Ethan's home, open fire, and kill Mia in front of him before abducting both Ethan and Rosemary. During transport, their convoy is attacked, and Ethan awakens alone beside a wrecked truck, his daughter missing. Drawn into a snow-covered forest, Ethan stumbles upon a remote village, one already overrun by horrors. The locals speak of monsters, and soon Ethan comes face to face with them, savage, werewolf-like creatures known as lichens. Seeking refuge, Ethan finds a group of survivors hiding in a house, but their safety is short-lived. The lichens break in, slaughtering everyone. Ethan is captured and brought before the village's ruler, Mother Mirinda, and her four lords, Alcina Demetresque, Donna Beneviento, Salvatore Moret, and Carl Heisenberg. Deemed a nuisance, Ethan is thrown into a death trap but survives, and from that moment on, he begins his hunt. Guided by a mysterious merchant known as the Duke, Ethan learns the truth. Rosemary has been split into pieces, her body sealed within 4 flasks, each held by one of Mirinda's lords. If he wants his daughter back, he'll have to take them all down. Ethan doesn't hesitate. Driven by the love of a father, Ethan enters Castle Demetresque, where he's relentlessly hunted by Lady Demetresque and her daughters. Alcinia Dimitrescu was born into a noble bloodline, inheriting not only wealth and status, but a rare and painful blood disease that would define her entire existence. In her early life, she lived far from the village, even briefly stepping into the world of jazz music under the name Miss D. But after World War II, with nobility abolished, she returned to her ancestral lands, now controlled by a mysterious cult devoted to a being known as the Black God. There, she was chosen by Mother Miranda to undergo a terrifying experiment implanted with a parasitic organism known as Cadeau. Alcinia's body was transformed. She gained immense regenerative abilities, razor-sharp claws, and the power to mutate into a massive, dragon-like creature. She even stopped aging entirely, but the transformation came at a cost. Her blood disease remained, forcing her to consume human blood to survive. Worse, her body continued to grow uncontrollably. To Miranda, she was not perfection, only a failure. Still, Alcinia was allowed to rule Castle Dimitrescu as one of the four lords. Embracing her noble identity, she became cruel and tyrannical, viewing herself as superior to all others. Over decades, she turned her castle into a place of horror, feeding on servants, villagers, and anyone unfortunate enough to cross her path. Through experimentation, she gained 3 daughters, Bella, Cassandra, and Daniela, mutated beings formed from swarms of insects that mimicked human form. Alcinia loved them as her own, and together they ruled the castle, feeding on the living and turning their victims into grotesque creatures or even wine made from human blood. For nearly 70 years, her reign continued until Ethan Winters arrived. While looking for his daughter, Ethan ends up killing all 3 of hers. Enraged and grieving, Alcinia abandoned all restraint, hunting him down personally. He took everything. He ruined it all. He stole her family. She must kill Ethan Winters. Their final battle ended on the castle rooftops, where Alcinia, poisoned and mutating beyond control, transforms into a monstrous dragon. But even this form may not be enough to save her. As her body calcifies and crumbles away, she curses Ethan with her final breath.
You've ruined everything!
She taunts him relentlessly, laughing at the fact he'll never see his daughter again. Enraged, Ethan kills her, and the Dimitrescu bloodline, once noble and powerful, is erased forever. Ethan recovers the first flask containing part of Rose, where he then descends into the nightmarish domain of Beneviento, where psychological horrors replace brute force. Donna Beneviento was born into a once respected noble family, but unlike the others, her life was defined by loss and isolation. After her parents took their own lives while she was still a child, Donna was left alone, her mental state slowly deteriorating as she withdrew from the world around her. Unable to connect with people, she found comfort in a doll named Angie, speaking through it as if it were her own voice. As she grew older, the isolation only deepened, her world shrinking to the walls of her home and the dolls she created to replace the family she had lost. At some point, Donna is chosen by Mother Miranda and implanted with a Cadeau parasite. Unlike the others, her mutation wasn't physical, it was psychological. Donna gained the ability to produce powerful, hallucinogenic toxins capable of warping reality itself and trapping her victims in terrifying illusions. But despite this unique power, Miranda still saw her as a failure, mentally fragile, unstable, and unfit to be the perfect host. Even so, Donna was taken in as one of the four lords, a rare moment of belonging in an otherwise lonely life. That fragile sense of comfort would be shattered when Ethan Winters arrived. As he searches for his daughter, he encounters House Beneviento, unaware he had already fallen under Donna's influence. Inside, reality began to collapse. His weapons vanish, the house twists around him, and he is forced to relive memories of his wife through disturbing visions and recordings. Deep within the basement, he is hunted by a grotesque, infant-like creature, its cries echoing through the darkness, likely nothing more than a manifestation of Donna's control over his mind. But the true horror came at the end. Ethan is forced into a deadly game, searching for the doll Angie, who was given to Donna by her father. Ethan is being attacked from all sides. Each time he finds Angie, he stabs her until the illusion finally breaks, and in that moment, the truth was revealed. He hadn't been attacking a doll at all. He had been stabbing Donna. With no final words, no transformation, and no grand battle, Donna Beneviento simply crumbles away, her fragile body turning to dust, and just like that, one of the most tragic figures in the village was gone. Angie felt alive, but only because Donna wasn't, and Ethan Winters claims the second flask. Next comes Moray, a tragic, mutated creature cast aside by Miranda. Moray is possibly one of the saddest victims. His past is largely unknown, but he came from one of the village's founding families, once aligned with the other great houses. There are hints he may have lived a normal life long ago, possibly even a doctor or a fisherman. But whatever he once was is long gone. Like the others, Moray was chosen by Mother Miranda and implanted with a Cadeau parasite. The result was catastrophic. His body twisted into a grotesque, fish-like creature, and his mind deteriorated alongside it. Unlike the other lords, there was nothing regal or powerful about him, only decay. Miranda deemed him a complete failure, but despite this, Moray was allowed to remain as one of the 4 lords, ruling over a flooded section of the village. There, he lived in isolation, warping the environment to sustain his mutated body, and feeding on anyone unlucky enough to wander into his territory. Beneath his monstrous exterior, however, was something far more tragic, a desperate need for approval. Moray saw Miranda as a mother figure, and constantly tried to prove his worth, even conducting cruel experiments of his own, none of which ever succeeded. When Ethan Winters arrives, searching for his daughter, Moray was tasked with guarding one of the flasks containing her remains. Terrified of losing Miranda's approval, he begs Ethan not to take it, but when Ethan refuses, Moray lashes out in panic.
I'll just be taking this.
Wait! What are you doing with Mother's special child?
She's not hers.
Oh, you have something to say?
What do you mean, Mother's special child?
Mother wants her baby back.
Don't screw with me!
Wait, please. If you take it, then the others will laugh at me. But if I do better than them...
What do I care?
Wait, just a little longer, please.
What's so funny?
You're stupid. You talk too much. It's all over. I plugged the way in.
What do you...
This is my territory, and I won't let you leave.
Their battle ends in the drained remains of his reservoir, where Moray mutates further out of control and tries one last time to defeat Ethan and make Mother Miranda proud, but his body can't handle the strain any longer, and he explodes. In the end, Salvatore Moray didn't die as a lord, he dies as he lived, broken, desperate, and never good enough. Ethan retrieves the 3rd flask, and he runs. He doesn't know where, just away. Finally, he confronts Chris Redfield. He angrily accuses him before he's pushed away. Chris refuses to elaborate. He barely looks at Ethan as they are attacked and separated. Ethan enters Heisenberg's industrial factory, the home of a man who's been taunting him the entire time he's been here. Heisenberg offers Ethan a deal. Together, they could overthrow Miranda. Ethan refuses the moment he learns the truth. Heisenberg doesn't want to save Rose. He wants to use her.
Let me guess. You're thinking, take me out like the others, and then he gets to go and save Rose, right?
I'm healing my daughter.
Look, you got this all wrong.
Shut your hole!
Sorry about that. Take a seat. Listen, Ethan, you're being played.
What are you talking about? You think this is a game?
I said sit! Lady, supersized ugly psycho doll. An embryonic freak. Don't you get it? It's a test to see if you're strong enough to be a part of Miranda's family.
I don't want to be a part of Miranda's family.
Neither did I, but here we are. And I'm next in line, right? Kill me, move up the chain, look down.
I don't give a about your personal issues. I just want to fix my daughter.
So do I. Do you have any idea how powerful that kid is? Even Miranda's scared of her. Last time, you freak, I swear to God! You and me, Ethan. Together, we go save Rose, and we can use her to grind Miranda into paste.
My daughter is not a weapon. F you.
Last chance. You don't want to find out what's in that hole.
I'll take my chances.
You're fury.
Ethan runs and escapes yet another bloodthirsty monster before running into and attacking Chris Redfield. Again, the two scuffle before Chris reveals that the woman he killed wasn't Mia. It was Mother Miranda, who has the ability to perfectly mimic others. She infiltrated Ethan's home to steal Rosemary and succeeded. Chris had been trying to stop her all along. The only reason he took Rosemary was because Mother Miranda believed Rosemary could be used to revive her own daughter, Eva. She intended to trade a life for a life. Chris begins launching an assault with Blue Umbrella, and Ethan agrees he will meet him there. On the way, however, Ethan runs into Heisenberg again. This time, however, he's not offering Ethan a deal. Carl Heisenberg was once human, but that life was stolen from him the moment he was taken by Mother Miranda and subjected to her Coda experiments. Unlike the others, the process didn't break him completely. It changed him, giving him the ability to manipulate metal itself, but it never took his will. While the other lords served Miranda like loyal followers, Heisenberg hated her. He saw the truth, that everything she called family was nothing more than a lie. They weren't chosen, they were experiments, tools, and when they stopped being useful, they were discarded. So Heisenberg did something none of the others dared to do. He planned an attack. Hidden deep within his factory, he built an army of twisted, mechanical horrors made from corpses and metal, all under his control. His goal was simple: overthrow Miranda and take his freedom back. And when Ethan Winters arrived, Heisenberg saw opportunity. He tried to recruit him. Heisenberg reveals the truth. Ethan had been used to eliminate the other lords and proposes an alliance. Together they could kill Miranda, but there was a catch. Heisenberg intended to use Ethan's daughter, Rose, as a weapon. Ethan refuses, and just like that, any chance of alliance is gone. What followed was inevitable. Ethan fought his way through Heisenberg's factory, tearing apart his army piece by piece, until Heisenberg was left with nothing but himself. In desperation, he unleashes the full extent of his power, merging with metal and machinery to become something massive, monstrous, and completely out of control. In the end, Carl Heisenberg wasn't loyal, he wasn't noble, he was angry, broken, and used. But he was also the only one who saw the truth for what it was, that none of them were ever family, just experiments waiting to be replaced. Even though he failed, even though he lost everything, Heisenberg died fighting the one thing the others never could: Mother Miranda.
I dealt with Heisenberg. Now I'm gonna find Miranda and get Rose back.
Not without me. It's too dangerous. Wait there, you hear me? Ethan?
Rose?
Ethan! Ethan, respond!
Mia?
Our child. She's so important, isn't she?
She's everything to me.
And mine to me. With Heisenberg gone, you've lost your lead. What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I'm saving Rose.
You'd never know, do you? Even when I took Mia's place in your home. Poor Ethan.
Who are you? Where's Rose? Miranda.
Enough. Remember Evelyn and her power over them all? Rose is her successor.
As Mother Miranda finally confronts him, there's no anger in her voice, only certainty. To her, this is already over. She tells Ethan Winters the truth without hesitation, that Rose was never his to save, that she belongs to her now, that she will be reborn not as his daughter, but as Miranda's child, stronger, perfect, everything she was meant to be, and there is nothing he can do to stop it. Ethan can barely stand, his body already failing, but he still tries to fight, still refuses to accept it, because to him Rose isn't a vessel, she's his daughter. But to Miranda, he's nothing, just another failed piece of the past that needs to be erased. So she ends it, without hesitation, without mercy, no fireworks or dramatics. Miranda reaches forward and tears his heart from his chest, and just like that, Ethan Winters dies.
Vessel or not, I can't wait to see my true child again.
Captain, I've confirmed the death of Ethan Winters. I wasn't able to retrieve the body, but I've recorded evidence.
Share your screen, and I'll go over the situation. My team and I were careless. Yesterday, we took down the transformed Miranda, but we didn't kill her.
Who knew she could fake being a corpse?
Since Miranda could have infected Ethan, I forcefully took him and Rose with us. But the vehicle they were riding in was attacked. When I got to the wreck, Ethan and Rose were gone. The last time I was able to contact Ethan, I heard Miranda's voice. She murdered him, and she is not gonna get away with it.
As the chaos spreads across the village, Chris Redfield and the BSAA descend without warning, helicopters roaring overhead, gunfire tearing through anything that moves. There's no hesitation, no mercy, just a full-scale assault to contain what's already spiraling out of control. Pushing deeper to the village, Chris uncovers the truth buried beneath it all, a hidden laboratory, long forgotten but not abandoned. And inside, everything finally connects. Umbrella, the origins of the virus, the outbreak worldwide, everything. It all started here. At the center of it all lies the megamycete, an ancient, living organism capable of storing consciousness and reshaping life itself. It's here that Mother Miranda began her work over a century ago after losing her daughter Eva to the Spanish flu. Grief turned into obsession, and obsession became experimentation. The Lords, the Lycans, even Evelyn, none of them were miracles. They were failures, all attempts to bring Eva back, until now, Rosemary Winters, the first perfect vessel, the one compatible enough to finally make Miranda's vision real, to resurrect her daughter at any cost. And standing in the middle of it all, Chris finally understands the scale of what he's dealing with, so he makes a choice. If the megamycete is the source of everything, then it has to be destroyed. But that decision comes with consequences. As he prepares the charge, his own team pushes back, questioning him, calling out the thing he can't ignore. He never told Ethan the truth. He kept him in the dark, and because of that, Ethan walked straight into a war he didn't understand, a mistake that didn't just cost control of the mission, it cost Ethan his life. And for the first time ever, Chris doesn't have an answer for that. Chris finally reaches Mia, the real Mia, alive but shaken, trapped in the heart of Miranda's laboratory. Her eyes widen with recognition and relief as Chris pulls her free, the weight of the horrors around them pressing down. But the relief is short-lived. The truth hits hard. Ethan is gone, ripped from the world in the cruelest of ways. Mia's grief is immediate, visceral. She collapses into Chris's arms, trembling, disbelief etched across her face. She can barely whisper his name, and yet, even in her sorrow, she refuses to accept it. She has seen this before. She has lived through death and watched Ethan survive the impossible. Chris doesn't understand just how special Ethan Winters is. Ethan is in a limbo-like state. In a freezing wasteland, he encounters Evelyn, who reveals the truth he never knew. Ethan died 3 years ago, back in Dulvey, during his first encounter with Jack Baker. Ethan was murdered. Everything since then, his survival, his healing, was only possible because of the mold. He was never human again. His whole body is nothing but mold. He's been infected, revived one last time. Ethan pushes forward. At the ritual site, Miranda attempts to resurrect Eva using Rosemary, but instead restores Rosemary herself, resurrecting Ethan's daughter. Enraged and growing weaker, Miranda attacks Ethan. The BSAA sweeps in, opening fire just in time as Ethan grabs his daughter, the pair wrestling for the infant. In one final battle, Ethan defeats her, but the magma site begins to erupt. Knowing there's no escape, Ethan entrusts Chris with Mia and Rose, and his body finally begins to fail. Ethan Winters makes his final choice.
It's all right.
Ethan! Ethan! Come on, Ethan. Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Chris.
Ethan, you did it. It's finished.
I think we've finished each other.
Ethan, we gotta move. Keep moving, Ethan. There's a bomb in that thing that'll blow this whole village sky high. Hey, look at me. When I hit this trigger, we can't be anywhere near it. Mia's waiting for you. She's alive, you hear me? Alive.
Mia, I'm so sorry. I love you. Keep Rose safe.
Hey, hey. Hey. And you tell yourself. Now, come on, it's not that much further.
Watch over her. Teach her to be strong.
God damn it.
Goodbye, Rosemary.
Ethan. Get moving. We have to get clear.
No, we can't go. Not without my husband.
Mia, sit down and strap in.
Not before you tell me where Ethan is. I know he wouldn't abandon us. Tell me what's going on. Where? What was that?
I told you to sit down.
Where is he? Chris? What have you done?
He's gone. I tried. He stayed so we could all escape. I'm sorry.
Captain, you need to see this. BSAA didn't send soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
Ethan stays behind, detonating the explosive and destroying the Megama site, ending the source of the infection once and for all, at the cost of his own life. Chris escapes with Mia and Rosemary as the village is destroyed. Meanwhile, the BSAA HQ has begun deploying bioweapons of their own. They plan to fight fire with fire. Years later, Rosemary, now going by Rose, visits her father's grave. She's grown, changed, still carrying the power of the mold within her. At 16, Rose struggles with her abilities, isolated from the world. She's told there may be a way to remove her powers by a man on a bench, and it's hidden within the consciousness of the Megama site itself. Entering its realm, she relives the horrors of the past, twisted versions of the castle, the house, the village. There she's hunted, tested, and broken down. At the center of it all is Evelyn, still lingering within the mold, driven by jealousy and rage. But Rose isn't alone. A presence guides her, someone who she calls Michael. But in the end, the truth is revealed. Michael is actually her father, Ethan, or what remains of him within the Megama site. Ethan saves his daughter one last time, and together they confront Mother Miranda one final time. Mother Miranda admits to cosplaying as the agent on the bench to lure Rose directly to her. Rose unlocks her full power, defeating Miranda and escaping the mold's influence. Before she leaves, Ethan tells her what he never could in life, that he loves her, that he's proud of her, and then he's gone. The story of Ethan Winters doesn't end as a victim, nor as a man broken by the horrors he endured. It ends as a father who stood against the impossible, who faced monsters, betrayal, and a power beyond comprehension, and still chose to fight for the life of his daughter. Every wound, every scar, every desperate decision led him to that final moment where the weight of the world rested, not on soldiers or governments, but on his shoulders alone. In the blazing inferno of the Megama site, as the earth itself seemed ready to swallow him, Ethan made a choice no one else could. In the world of Resident Evil, where the line between life and nightmare is blurred, it is men like Ethan Winters whose courage and sacrifice may be the only thing standing between humanity and annihilation. His story is a testament to the enduring power of love, hope, and the unbreakable bond between a father and his child. "28 years after the Raccoon City destruction incident, the world believes that chapter is long closed, sealed under ash, government cover-ups, and the illusion that the nightmare ended in 1998. But the truth is far more unsettling. Raccoon City didn't die. It spread, not through headlines or outbreaks, but through people, through survivors, through something that never truly left their bodies. That truth begins to surface again through Grace Ashcroft, an FBI intelligence analyst, unknowingly tied to the very legacy she's investigating. The FBI begins finding bodies upon bodies. What starts as a series of strange, isolated deaths quickly reveals a pattern. Every victim is connected to Raccoon City. Survivors, witnesses, people who were supposed to have escaped long ago. As Grace follows that trail, it leads her somewhere deeply personal, somewhere she blocked out long ago, somewhere she swore never to return. Back to the abandoned Wrenwood Hotel, the place where her mother, Alyssa Ashcroft, was murdered 8 years earlier, right in front of her. The head of FBI, Nathan, urges Grace to confront her fears, and reluctantly, she goes. In the city of Wrenwood, not far from the ruins of Raccoon City, Grace Ashcroft arrives to investigate a string of deaths tied to the past. Outside the abandoned hotel, she meets Officer Norman Cole, who warns her the building is about to be demolished, as if whatever happened inside is meant to be erased. Inside room 204, she finds something impossible: photos of herself, dozens of them, alongside images of her mother, Alyssa Ashcroft. As she pieces it together, the past comes rushing back, slamming into her. In 2018, Grace and her mother were staying in this hotel while Alyssa worked as a freelance journalist, but something was wrong. Alyssa had been stalked for days by a hooded figure. Then one night, everything escalated. A strange phone call, a sudden blackout, and the quiet realization that they weren't safe. Alyssa didn't hesitate. She told Grace to run. As they tried to escape, the hotel manager attempted to calm them, only to be brutally killed in front of them. Alyssa fought back, shooting the attacker and buying them time. But just before they could make it out, Grace panicked and called the police. Despite her mother's warning, at that very moment, everything fell apart. Alyssa tried to steady her, telling her one final thing, that she was her hope, and then she was gone, killed in front of her daughter as the hotel descended into chaos and flames. The incident was buried, the hotel shut down, and the truth was lost with it. But Grace never moved on. She joined the FBI, chasing answers, chasing the reason her mother had to die. And now, standing in the same room where it all ended, one thing becomes clear. This wasn't random, and whatever killed Alyssa Ashcroft wasn't finished yet. Norman, the officer, attacks Grace, catching her off guard, the infection spreading. She's forced to push him out a window, his body crumpling below, before she runs straight into Victor Gideon.
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I'm the one who planted that body. I'm the one that brought you here. I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft. Rest now, Grace. We have so much to do.
A new outbreak ignites fast, chaotic, and merciless. Ordinary people turn within moments. Law enforcement collapses, the infection spreads like wildfire through Renwood, and in the middle of that chaos, Grace is taken, marked as the key to something called Elpis, a name that surfaces again and again, like a whisper from the past. At the same time, Leon S. Kennedy is pulled into the crisis. Older now, worn down by years of fighting bioterrorism, Leon carries the weight of every outbreak he's survived, but nothing prepares him for what he uncovers here, because this time the threat isn't just another virus, it's the truth about what those viruses left behind. The survivors of Raccoon City were not cured, and they were not clean. Instead, they were left with something dormant, a residue infection buried deep within their bodies, a slow, inevitable degradation referred to as the Raccoon City Syndrome. Decades later, it's waking up and it's killing them, quietly, inevitably. Escaping didn't save them, just delayed the outcome, and it's coming for Leon as well. As Leon fights through the infected streets and collapsing facilities, somewhere inside the care center, Grace Ashcroft regains consciousness, weak, disoriented, and hooked up to a machine slowly draining her blood. Panic sets in, but she forces herself to act. Using the IV line and shards from a broken container, she cuts herself free, barely holding on as she stumbles into the halls. As she searches for a way out, something begins following her. A twisted figure in a hospital gown, its pale form and unnatural movements barely human. Every step deeper into the facility feels like a descent into something worse. She manages to force open a set of barred gates leading towards the central hall, dragging herself forward in a desperate attempt to escape. And then it catches her. The creature slams her violently against the wall, overwhelming her in an instant. Arriving at Rose Hill Chronic Care Center on the outskirts of Renwood, Leon Kennedy steps into what appears to be a quiet, long-term care facility. A nurse greets him calmly, explaining that Dr. Victor Gideon has been expecting him and leads him toward the East Wing. Everything feels controlled and rehearsed, like Leon has already walked into something carefully prepared. Then the alarm hits, code 6. Panic spreads instantly. The nurse returns, confused, claiming it's just mass hysteria, but it's already too late. Staff and patients begin turning, the infection spreading in real time. The illusion of safety collapses in seconds, and Leon is forced to fight his way through the chaos. The nurse is brutally killed in front of him, and the facility descends into violence. As Leon pushes deeper inside, he stumbles upon Grace Ashcroft being dragged away by something inhumane. Acting on instinct, Leon intervenes, firing and pushing the creature backwards before he can take her. For a brief moment, they meet, two strangers caught in the same nightmare. Leon identifies himself, Grace does the same, but neither of them has answers. She doesn't know why she was taken. Leon doesn't understand why the FBI is involved. From the shadows, Gideon triggers the facility's containment system, sealing them inside and separating them. With no time left, Leon hands Grace his weapon, Requiem, and tells her to run. Moments later, he comes face to face with the man behind it all. Gideon tries to talk, but Leon doesn't want to hear it. He attacks. It doesn't matter. Gideon is ready. He overpowers him effortlessly, disarming and choking him into unconsciousness. And as Leon fades out, Gideon notices something dark bruising beneath his skin. Recognition. Leon isn't just here to stop an outbreak. He's already infected, marked by what Gideon calls the Umbrella Curse. Left completely alone, Grace is forced to navigate the facility on her own, surrounded by infection, experiments, and the monster still hunting her. As she searches for answers, she encounters a dying staff member, Jeff Gray, who desperately warns her to stay away from a girl named Emily, but Grace doesn't listen. She discovers Emily, a blonde child sealed behind glass, isolated from the rest of the facility. Through her, Grace learns the truth about the creature stalking her. Emily once had a cellmate, Marie, who was taken one day and came back as something no longer human. Marie was never meant to live a normal life. Born inside the hidden facility known as Ark beneath the ruins of Raccoon City, she was one of many cloned children designed for a single purpose: to replicate and surpass Grace Ashcroft. Alongside another clone, Emily, Marie was transferred to Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center, where both girls were held in isolation, observed, and treated as test subjects rather than human beings. They were labeled part of Subject 170, an experiment led by Victor Gideon, attempting to create a perfect clone capable of inheriting memories. The goal was simple and horrifying: to produce someone who could activate Elpis. And while countless clones came and went, living, failing, and dying, to Gideon, Grace remained the only success. Gideon had found Grace's DNA in Oswald Spencer's files and assumed she must be a perfect clone with his memories. Marie and Emily were just replacements, attempts to recreate what Gideon could no longer control. Then, everything went wrong. In 2026, Marie was injected with a mutated strain of infected blood. The result wasn't perfection, it was instability. Her body changed, growing stronger, faster, but her mind began to break. The intended memory inheritance never appeared. Instead, something else took over. She escaped, tearing through her confinement. Marie burrowed into the basement, abandoning what little humanity she had left. The facility marked her for termination, installing high-intensity UV lights to contain her newfound weakness to light. But it didn't matter. The staff never got the chance to stop her. One by one, she hunted them, and she fed. By the time the outbreak consumed the facility, which was triggered when Gideon sabotaged everything after capturing Grace, Marie had already claimed the East Wing as her territory. While searching for a way to free Emily, Grace comes face to face with Victor Gideon inside a researcher's office. Desperate for answers, she demands to know why she was taken, but Gideon doesn't see it as kidnapping. To him, it's liberation. He reveals that Grace is the key to something called Elpis, chosen not by chance, but because of what she is, because of who made her. Terrified, Grace escapes, outsmarting him just long enough to disappear. Determined to save Emily, she returns and frees her, but the moment they succeed, the nightmare returns. The creature Marie takes Emily and drags her into the basement, and Grace follows. Below the facility, the truth is worse than anything above. Cells filled with former patients, bodies discarded like waste, evidence of relentless experimentation, and somewhere in the middle of it is Emily, unconscious, surrounded by dolls, in a cold, lifeless room. As Grace fights to reach her, Marie hunts her, non-stop. When she finally frees Emily, it triggers something even worse. The entire basement begins to open, cells unlock, the infected are released. As Grace rushes to escape with Emily, Marie climbs up to the elevator itself, clawing her way closer with every second. They barely make it. Grace forces the doors open, pushing Emily out to safety, but at the last second, Marie grabs her leg, trying to drag her back down. The cable snaps, sending the creature plunging into the darkness below, leaving Grace injured, but alive. They meet a pilot, Harry Reid, who offers them a way out, but only if Grace retrieves the confiscated helicopter key. With no other choice, she agrees. But what she finds, instead, changes everything. Beneath the helipad lies a hidden lab, one filled with evidence of human experimentation and blood extraction. There, Grace overhears Gideon confirming the truth. Her blood is special. She is the key. And with that confirmation, he initiates the facility's self-destruction, releasing every remaining mutation inside. What follows is pure chaos. Grace fights her way through flooding corridors of blood and monsters, barely escaping with the key. She makes it back to the helicopter, urging Reid to take off, but it's already too late. The infected break through, the aircraft loses control, and they crash. Reed is killed on impact, Emily is badly injured, and as the wreck burns behind them, Grace pulls her to safety, fleeing into a graveyard now crawling with the infected. No escape, and no safety, just survival, and the growing realization that everything happening here is because of her.
Emily, it's me. Emily? Oh no! Wake up! Come on! Oh no! Oh, Emily!
Driven by a single goal, to save Grace Ashcroft and uncover the truth behind Elpis, Leon pushes through the ruins of Raccoon City, a place long buried by the world, but never truly gone. Leon works alongside Sherry Birkins, and on the way, Sherry uncovers something deeply unsettling. Elpis doesn't even exist in any official database, not the CIA, not the Pentagon. It's been completely erased. When she attempts to dig deeper, she's immediately ordered to terminate the investigation. Leon recognizes what this means. This is being deliberately hidden. He warns her to back off, but Sherry refuses. She chooses to stay in, risking everything to help him. As Leon reaches the outskirts of the city, he finds a graveyard of destruction frozen in time. Using coordinates recovered from Victor Gideon's data, he fights his way towards the city center, battling through mutated horrors before arriving at a sealed military barricade. There, remnants of BSAA remain, but even they are divided, operating without clear command. When Leon activates a laptop in the camp, he unknowingly exposes his position. Gideon and a man named Zeno immediately become aware of him. They are watching. They know he's coming. With no choice but to move forward, Leon scavenges detonator parts from a fallen soldier, uncovering fragments of a deeper mystery, including footage of a killer with no identity, a man who doesn't exist on any record. Once he assembles the detonator, Leon blasts open the path into the city and speeds forward on a motorcycle, racing through the ruins. But that moment doesn't last. Gideon returns, launching a relentless attack with heavy weapons, turning the empty highway to a battlefield. The pursuit ends in a desperate gamble. Leon ignites a fuel trail, triggering an explosion that sends Gideon plummeting into the abyss below. Leon reaches the Raccoon Police Department, now repurposed as a BSAA surveillance base. Inside, he's confronted with memories. The names and faces of those who died here still linger, including Marvin and Robert. It's a reminder that Raccoon City was abandoned, its people left behind. Through the system, Leon finally locates Grace. She's alive, but in enemy hands. At the same time, Grace is being pulled deeper into the truth. Taken into the ruins of the same police station, she is forced to listen as Zeno reveals what Elpis truly is. A hidden creation tied directly to Oswald E. Spencer. Something so dangerous that when Raccoon City fell in 1998, powerful forces ensured it stayed buried. The destruction of the city was a cover-up. Entire organizations manipulated events from the shadows to protect the secret, and anyone who got too close, including Adam Benford, was eliminated. Then comes the truth that breaks her. Zeno reveals that Emily is not a natural-born child, but rather a clone. One in a long line of genetic experiments. The earliest of these clones, Chloe, is identified as the first of the series' 70 subjects, essentially the prototype for all clones. The purpose of these clones was to replicate the abilities and characteristics of the original successful clone. Grace is then shown surveillance footage of Chloe in February 1990, wandering the Raccoon City orphanage. The footage is horrifying. Chloe observes her fellow Series 60 children committing violent acts, killing Umbrella researchers and nurses. The demonstrations that Umbrella's experiments on children. Chloe's path leads her to ARC, where she uncovers the truth about her origin as a test tube baby, the product of Umbrella's genetic engineering program. Upon showing symptoms likely of the virus or other mutations, she is subdued and killed by a researcher. emphasizing Umbrella's complete disregard for the lives of these children once they cease to be useful. The weight of this overwhelms Grace. She realizes that she is indirectly connected to these experiments, that hundreds of children were experimented on and died, and that her own mother was murdered in the process. Worse, Grace comes to understand that she herself was engineered, part of the same program of creation and manipulation. The emotional impact is crushing, and she faints under the shock of this knowledge. Leon finally reaches her, ready to pull her out, but Zeno makes his move. He unleashes a bioweapon to hold Leon back, forcing him into one more fight, while Grace is taken deeper into the nightmare all over again, dragged away from the surface, from the truth she had just learned, and closer to the place where everything began. Pursued relentlessly through the crumbling halls of the Raccoon Police Department and into the ruins outside, Leon Kennedy faces off against the terrifying T-501. In a final desperate act, Leon pierces its heart, ending the threat once and for all, and finally getting entry into Ark itself. Inside the cold, echoing chambers, Leon surveys the remnants of Umbrella, Tricell, and HCF, each creating a silent reminder of humanity's obsession with bioweapons. His search leads him to the heart of the facility, named Pandora, where Grace Ashcroft and Zeno stand over the secrets of Elpis. Before Leon can intervene, he is intercepted by a squad of heavily armed Connection soldiers and their commander. Though the soldiers fall quickly under his skill, a brutal fight ensues against the commander. Leon emerges victorious, but battered, and rushes into Pandora, where he confronts Zeno himself. Outmatched by Zeno's agility, which is very similar to that of the dead Albert Weskers, Leon is on the brink of defeat when Grace, in a moment of desperation, seizes his fallen weapon and threatens to take her own life, buying Leon the time he needs to disable the facility cranes and rescue her. They plummet together into the waste disposal unit, leaving Leon unconscious and gravely weakened by his progressing virus syndrome. Hours later, Grace stays by Leon's side, tending to him as his condition worsens. Realizing the stakes of the mission, she understands that Leon, a survivor of Raccoon City, has risked everything to see this through. He explains his resolution. His goal has always been to make a difference, to atone for the failures of the past. Grace unlocks a crane so Leon can escape, but she stays behind to investigate. Leon's body, however, continues to fail him. At the entrance to Pandora, Leon's condition reaches its peak, and he vomits blood before collapsing, teetering on the edge of death, all alone. Meanwhile, Grace delves into the Ark's archives, uncovering records about herself. A floppy disk, retrieved from her mother's belongings, reveals the last interview Alyssa Ashcroft conducted with Oswald E. Spencer in 2004. Shockingly, Grace learns that she is a natural-born child, and not a clone, but given to her mother through Spencer's will. Spencer, the founder of Umbrella's corporation, took Grace in as an infant after encountering her in the ruins of Raccoon City. Contrary to the assumptions of those around him, this was not part of any sinister experiment or bioweapon plan. Instead, it was an act of personal redemption. In this interview with Alyssa, Spencer emphasizes that Grace was a completely normal child and explains that, to face the weight of his own failures, he wanted to do one genuinely good thing before his death. Recognizing the danger to Grace from shadowy forces like the Connections, an organization that had seized control of Umbrella after its fall, Spencer entrusted her to Alyssa's care. He feared that these powers would see her as a valuable asset or a threat and potentially harm her. This, however, confused people such as Victor Gideon and Zeno, who believed she was the key to a powerful bioweapon, Elpis. But in reality, she is simply a normal girl who survived a T-virus infection. However, Grace wasn't born with her immunity. She had been secretly injected with Elpis, which was not actually a virus. It was Spencer's antiviral creation, ensuring that she could survive where others would succumb. What many perceived as extraordinary about Grace is therefore the result of Spencer's foresight and compassion, not of any pre-engineered power. As Grace processes the revelation, she notices Leon collapsing on a surveillance monitor just outside Pandora. She rushes to his side, tending to him before confronting Zeno once more.
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The Connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since. This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
Come on! Grab time!
I got you.
Faced with the choice of how to handle Elpis, Grace is asked, what does the Creator desire? Grace chooses hope, believing in Spencer's regret and her mother's words.
So, the prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
Only if you let Leon live.
Very well.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope, a blind hope.
This is it.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did. He...
Well done.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends. He...
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
Leon!
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Amazing. I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us, and paid the price with his life. He was nothing!
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you!
We can't let him have it.
Your ignorance is staggering.
6 vials appear. Elpis, a cure. Zeno, blinded by arrogance and thinking he will become stronger, injects himself with a vial, only to have the infection neutralize his once existing powers, as Grace explains the truth. She was never special, and Elpis is truly designed to undo everything Spencer caused. Chaos erupts further as Victor Gideon arrives. He marvels at Spencer's genius and confronts Zeno, whose arrogance led to his downfall. Gideon injects himself with a parasite, decapitating Zeno and then attacking Grace. In the moments that follow, she injects Elpis into Leon's forearm, curing his syndrome. The platform beneath them gives way, leaving Grace unconscious while Leon battles and ultimately kills Gideon, ending the threat once and for all. Trapped and facing near certain death, Leon reaches Grace just as the facility last light fades. In an unexpected rescue, Houndwolf's squad, under Chris Redfield's orders, evacuates them from Ark. On the surface, Leon reassures Sherry Birkin that they've both been cured. He then approaches Grace, who still mourns Emily's apparent death, and offers hope. Emily actually survived, her vital organs unharmed. Emily is recovered and is fully cured. In the aftermath, Grace adopts Emily, forging a new life free from the shadow of Elpis, while Leon ensures Sherry's recovery, but the world remains on edge. In the shadowed corridors of Ark, 2 soldiers from the Connections report coldly that every remaining BSAA operative has been wiped out.
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized.
Canonically, Leon, Sherry, Grace, Emily, and Chris all survive. After everything we've seen, every outbreak, every experiment, every life lost to something that should have never even existed, it all comes back to one place, Raccoon City. This was the place that the world changed forever. This story was never just about monsters, it was about people. People like Leon S. Kennedy, who kept fighting long after he should have broken. Chris Redfield, who sacrificed everything to stop a war no one else could see. Jill Valentine, who survived the worst and kept going anyway. And Ethan Winters, who proved that even in a world built on fear and corruption, one person can still choose love over survival. Because beneath all the bioweapons, the viruses, and the conspiracies, that's what Resident Evil has always been about: endurance. The truth is, none of this is really over. Not the experiments, not the organizations, not the consequences. Even now, new threats are rising from the ashes of the old world, built on the same ambition that destroyed it in the first place, and maybe they always will be. But if this story proves anything, it's that no matter how many times the world collapses, no matter how much is lost, someone always finds a way to stand back up, even when there's nothing left to stand for. So whether this was your first time stepping into this nightmare, or you've been here since the very beginning, just remember, the horror never truly ends. It doesn't disappear, it doesn't fade, it waits. And when it finally comes back, when everything starts to fall apart all over again, someone will be there. Not because they're ready, not because they're unafraid, but because there will always be someone worth fighting for.